This is a mega compilation of the most disturbing crimes that happen in various communities on the internet, starting with crimes that happen in the Gravity Falls community. Created by Alex Hirsch, Gravity Falls premiered on the Disney Channel on June 15, 2012. It followed twins Dipper and Mabel Pines as they spent a summer with their great uncle, or grunkle, Stan, in the fictional town of Gravity Falls. However, what they expected to be a boring summer in the middle of nowhere turned out to be full of dangerous paranormal events. From haunted convenience stores to an interdimensional demon triggering the apocalypse. This show really packed horror themes into a Disney Channel cartoon. Now the series ended on February 15, 2016, but with the fan community remaining active even today, it was no surprise that when Alex released a lore book on July 23, 2024, titled The Book of Bill, it became a massive hit. The book was written as a fictional journal by the show's main villain, Bill Cipher, the interdimensional demon that I mentioned earlier. The Book of Bill was reported to have sold over 850,000 copies within its first year, and even earned a spot in the New York Times bestseller list between July 2024 to January of 2025. But with it being so in demand, it also attracted the attention of people outside of the Gravity Falls community. Religious groups all over social media began warning people against buying the Book of Bill, calling it a satanic Bible for younger people, due to its graphic images and mysterious messages. Here's the warning for parents and teenagers and preteens. This book is very much like the satanic Bible for It is called The Book of Bill. It is created by Disney and I'm sure there's an animated movie or show to go with it. One more attempt to grab the young souls. Witchcraft has been a topic for years, where parents thought it was okay because the witches look good, but it isn't fun and games anymore. From Harry Potter to the Book of Bill, Satan is at work and things for our attention. This book has taken an oath very much like all demonic things like the Masons or not. The TV series Lucifer, which put a spin on Lucifer being misunderstood, and I knew some female pastors who loved the show. Cause in her words, Lucifer is hot. So what are we letting our young people see? And now witchcraft is in concerts everywhere, from Taylor Swift to other well-known artists. If you see this book in your home, get rid of it. A conservative podcast called Battle Plan also discussed the book in their October 11, 2024 episode, accusing it of teaching to summon a demon, given that its first few pages had the reader pretend to summon Bill into existence. Now over 2 weeks later, on October 30th, Christian author Lindsay Miedenwald published an extensive article about both the Gravity Falls show and the Book of Bill in the Christian Research Institute website. In the article titled, "When Entertainment is a Portal to the Occult," she discussed how the show's occult themes and imagery might not be suitable for the usual Disney audience, saying, "Christian parents and grandparents should know that Gravity Falls isn't just another animated series. It normalizes the occult to the point where kids will be desensitized." She also pointed out Bill's version of morality, which the book describes as a very flexible concept, designed to cram your brain full of guilt and regrets. To Lindsay, this sounded like he was encouraging readers to just do whatever they want in life, rather than stick to man-made constructs of morality. Now, although she acknowledged that the book's target readers were older teens and young adults who grew up watching the cartoon 10 years ago, she warned how the new generation of fans might be too impressionable to be reading something closely resembling a satanic book. This book is supposed to be satire, I think, but it comes off as real and blasphemous. It seems like a slap in the face to Christianity. The Accusations gained a wider audience on social media over a year later, when an ex-user posted a video of him finding the Book of Bill in Walmart on November 26, 2025.
So I'm walking through Walmart. This catches my eye. It literally has you do a ritual, bro.
He then began flipping the pages and was horrified by the images. And with 5-star reviews on Amazon saying things like, "Bill Cipher is now my master," and "Are you ready to sign a blood pact with Bill?" people were starting to think that the occult allegations might be true. In fact, Alex didn't even deny the rumors. In a post made on Twitter, he joked about it, saying, "This is crazy. I encourage everyone to buy a copy so they can burn it. Better make it 10 copies, just to be safe." Fans of Gravity Falls also found it funny how a book about a fictional character caused a lot of hate. In the audio version of Lindsay's article, which was posted on YouTube on February 28, 2025, one fan also pointed out that the creator of the show was religious. It's making fun of Satanist people for believing this stuff, and by calling it satanic, you've fallen for the joke. Although this claim isn't accurate, since Alex posted on X on March 22nd, 2015 that "My sis and I are ethnically half Jewish on dad's side, but were raised religiously agnostic, celebrating both Christmas and Hanukkah." And while the book sparked online debates, Disney never addressed this satanic panic, and the book continued filling shelves across the globe. And though Disney was okay with the demonic-looking elements of this book, the Gravity Falls creator himself exposed their attempts to hide other controversial storylines within the series.
The following are real emails from the Disney TV Standards and Practices Department.
Why should we be held hostage to any imaginary knee-jerk career complainer who could conceivably go out of their way to pretend to be offended by this?
Before Gravity Falls, the only other animated series Disney produced that leaned into darker themes was Gargoyles, which aired in 1994 and ended in 1997. So it took 15 years for the animation giant to open its doors to another cartoon with horror creatures at its center. And apparently, this decision came with a lot of restrictions. On November 26, 2014, the episode titled The Love God aired. The plot revolved around the twins meeting an entity who could make anyone fall in love. And just 8 days after the show aired, one of its storyboard artists, Sage Cartunio, posted her work on the episode on her Tumblr blog page. However, there was one difference between the plot she posted and what Disney ended up approving. In the scene that was actually aired, the Love God matched an elderly woman with a man at the diner, but in Sage's storyboard, the Love God matched her with another elderly woman, prompting fans to speculate that Disney removed the same gender relationship. Then on July 14, 2017, over a year after the series ended, Alex addressed the change during an interview with the entertainment site, The Mary Sue. He said, "When one of our storyboard artists presented the scene to me, she'd made one of the couple's two lovable old ladies. It was sweet and casual, and I knew instantly that it was going to turn into a huge fight with Disney. We probably had 6 or so conversations about it. It's one of the only times I had a face-to-face meeting with the censors. But despite my greatest efforts, it finally came down to change the scene or we'll cut it out of the episode ourselves." And this confirmed that Disney intentionally avoided the representation of LGBTQ in the show, despite having other programs and products that show support for the community. And when Disney posted their support of Pride Month on X on June 2nd, 2022, Alex responded by saying, "Disney privately, cut the gay scene. We might lose precious pennies from Russia and China. Disney publicly, Hong Kong, we put rainbow bumper sticker on Lightning McQueen today. Consume our products, teens." Now, while this public call-out against Disney was surprising, Alex wasn't done exposing the company that actually aired his show. Days later, on June 16, 2022, Alex posted a video on X, revealing his battles with Disney and its Standards and Practices Department, or S&P. The video showed emails from S&P back in September 2011, nearly a year before Gravity Falls even aired. They demanded Alex revise words and scenes that they deemed too offensive for their channel, while the Gravity Falls creator pointed out how unnecessary the changes would be. In one example, S&P demanded the removal of a line that had the word Lucifer, since they'd feared they'd get complaints about mentioning the devil, and Alex responded with,
"So what if we get a complaint? The current line, scrimshod from the tusks of Lucifer himself, is the kind of stuffy, non-political, old-timey purple prose like you'd see in Moby Dick. It's 100% less offensive to any religion than the Mr. Toad's Wild Ride hell scene in Disneyland."
He even suggested how to respond if they ever get complaints about the words, saying,
"Sir or madam, we respect your religion, but this fanciful public domain language is used in a spooky, Halloween-like context and in no way represents a commentary on any belief system whatsoever. Please eat this Mickey-shaped cookie and enjoy this cute, classic, family-friendly Disney cartoon."
Other notes also restricted Alex from depicting anything that resembled something religious, like the word Jeez, which S&P believed could be mistaken as an abbreviation for Jesus, and Holy Christmas, which they think would be offensive to other religions. Now, unsurprisingly, people on X flocked to the comment section to point out Disney's contradicting views. One noted how Disney had depicted the devil in many of their movies, and even had Cinderella's stepmother owning a cat named Lucifer. And apart from words connected to religion, Alex revealed that Disney also tried to remove scenes with 2 other characters who were also supposed to be in a relationship. In one note, S&P told Alex to remove a scene where Sheriff Blubbs placed his arm around Deputy Derlin.
"I think someone just sped by.
Probably just a dream.
With you, every day is a dream."
In response, Alex claimed that the officers were just buddy in an attempt to make the scene sound less controversial. But in the scene's finale, he was finally able to confirm that the two were in a relationship. The censorship of Blubbs and Derlin's relationship added fuel to the fans' anger at how Disney would rather show a demon threatening the lives of younger people than depict a same-gender relationship. And while Disney censored this and religious words, they had seemingly no problem with Gravity Falls being involved in a real-life secret society.
Signs in the show allude that there's something even bigger happening in Gravity Falls. Many of the mysteries in this town lie within hidden symbols throughout the show. Symbols that in most cases refer to real-life conspiracies.
From the very intro of Gravity Falls, the cartoon was full of symbols that raised some eyebrows from fans. Most prominent of them was the split-second image of a triangular creature with a single eye at the end of the opening theme. This creature would end up appearing in seemingly random places throughout the series, making viewers wonder if this Disney cartoon was somehow connected to the secret society known as the Illuminati. According to the international journalism site Modern Diplomacy, this group was believed to operate in various fields such as global politics, military affairs, finance, and mass media, and control the historical process of the entire world, with their ultimate goal being to establish a new world order. This new world order, as explained by a Middlebury Institute's research, was the theory that the powerful elites are secretly implementing a dystopian international governing structure that will grant them complete control over the global populace. And the triangle shape with an eye closely resembled the symbol known as the Eye of Providence, or the All-Seeing Eye, which is famously linked to the Illuminati. And this had many fans and theorists worried how a Disney cartoon was openly showing their connection to a well-known and feared cult. Now, the idea of a group plotting to control the world frightened believers of this conspiracy. So on July 1st, 2012, just barely a month after the series premiered, one blogger named Agati181 made a blog post warning their readers that in Disney's latest show, Gravity Falls, they show everyone which masters they truly serve. They really don't care who knows it either. If anyone had doubts about their connections to the Illuminati, I'm sure this show validates everything. And this post garnered hundreds of comments debating whether Disney and Gravity Falls were declaring their loyalty to the secret society or not. One commenter even insisted that Gravity Falls is the Illuminati. The whole plot, the characters, the messages, sugar-coated in rainbows. I wish I could save every soul whose eyes will burn watching this. Then, over a year after this post, on July 12, 2013, the episode Dreamscaperers aired and finally introduced the audience to the triangular creature, Bill Cipher. Now, this confirmed that the supposed Eye of Providence symbolism throughout the series were foreshadowing the appearance of this character, who became the show's main villain. However, there was one problem. The episode revolved around child psychic Gideon summoning Bill in a ritual, and the scene of a child summoning and making a deal with a demon was already concerning for many, most especially parents of younger viewers. But the episode also showed this.
What are you? How do you know my name? Oh, I know lots of things.
Lots of things.
This made the connection to the all-seeing eye more convincing to some, since, as the name suggested, the eye watched everything that happened in the world and its history, at least according to popular Illuminati theories. Also, when he said that line, his face showed images of various events in history that were full of conspiracies, like the moon landing and the pyramids, which many believed were built by aliens. And so, the appearance of Bill made the Illuminati theories more widespread, as more people began posting about it. Now, Alex himself addressed the theories just a day after the episode aired, saying, "The rumors that I'm hiding occult symbols in the show are totally false. I'm not hiding them at all. They're in plain sight." Since then, Alex continued posting and poking fun at the Illuminati theories. Like when a user claiming to be part of the Illuminati thanked him for the show. Alex responded on October 9th, 2013 with, "Words are cheap. I want a seat at the table and some nice skull chalices, yo." And barely an hour later, he then added, "Well, I'm part of the Illuminati now." Though after joking around the topic, Alex finally talked more about his choice of Bill's design in his August 2014 Time magazine interview, saying, "It seems funny to me to take the most ominous, Illuminati-looking symbol and slap Mr. Peanut arms and legs onto him, and throw him into the mix. It's something that always struck me as hilarious." Although Alex confirmed that he deliberately chose the Illuminati symbolism as a joke, believers continue debating about it to this day. And while the Illuminati conspiracy was controversial, this next group had a known history of silencing their critics in the most disturbing way, and yet Alex decided to publicly challenge them.
In 2017, Alex tweeted a secret he seemed to have been hiding for the longest time. He stated that he always wanted to do an episode where Grunkle Stan started his own religion called Stantology. He drew a picture with Grunkle Stan saying that alien ghosts live in your bones and asking for a tax break. This was a clear dig at the controversial religion of Scientology, and it looked like the legal department didn't want this to happen.
On August 4th, 2017, Alex posted this image on X, showing Grunkle Stan wearing a sea captain uniform with patches of an alien and the planet Saturn. His speech bubble said, "Alien ghosts live in your bones. Tax break, please." Alex explained in his post that he always wanted to do an episode where Grunkle Stan started his own religion, called Stantology. Legal department frowned on this. Now fans were excited to learn about this lost plotline, with many of them even claiming to want to join Stan's religion, although others had a good idea why Disney rejected this idea, with one fan even noting that, "Considering the history of lawsuits or attempted murder of Scientology, I kinda get where Disney was coming from here." Now the Church of Scientology is a religion established in 1953, where followers believe that humans are immortal spirits trapped in physical bodies. Now this belief likely was what Alex was referencing in his post. The name of the fake religion, Stantology, also sounded like a parody of the word Scientology, and fans who'd been following Alex's social media knew exactly what the Gravity Falls creator felt about this particular group. Back on January 25th, 2013, mere months after Gravity Falls began, Alex posted on his X that he bought the book titled Going Clear, Scientology, Hollywood, and the Prison of Belief. The book was about the inner workings and conspiracies about Scientology, while Alex used the bookmark with a photo of actor Tom Cruise, who's a known member of the religious group. Then on January 28th, 2015, he began his direct criticism of the group, saying, Turns out Scientology only has 50,000 members. That means my Twitter account has more followers than Scientology. Now this post was followed by a rude remark towards David Miscavige, the current leader of Scientology. But Alex wasn't done ridiculing this group. Just over a week later, on February 9th, he explicitly declared that whether liberal or conservative, black or white, gay or straight, we can all agree on one thing: Scientology is nonsense. He then continued posting blatant criticism, even calling them a cult. Now Alex also directly ridiculed Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard, saying on July 28, 2019 that he was an abusive science fiction writer who waged war against the IRS, let his wife take the fall for his crimes, fled to international waters, and died a reclusive fugitive rambling about aliens. Now Alex's statements, however, weren't just trolling, they were dangerous, giving this religious group's history of how they handled criticism. In 1955, L. Ron wrote The Scientologist, a manual on the dissemination of material, which served as a guide for spreading the church's ideology. In a famous quote from that document, L. Ron wrote, "The purpose of the suit is to harass and discourage, rather than win. The law can be used very easily to harass, and enough harassment on somebody who is simply on the thin edge anyway, well, knowing that he's not authorized would generally be sufficient to cause professional disease. If possible, of course, ruin him utterly." Now this implied that L. Ron believed that legal lawsuits were weapons to destroy someone's life and career, whether or not they win those lawsuits. And throughout Scientology's existence, they seem to be doing this and other forms of harassment against their critics. One case, for example, was Paulette Cooper, a journalist who wrote The Scandal of Scientology in 1971. Now, after the publication of her book, she became a target of the group's Special Affairs Department, who were known as Guardian's Office, or GO at the time. Within the same year of the book's publishing, Paulette was sued for libel by the GO and even reported to have dozens of strangers stalking her. She also received threatening calls and found her phone lines tampered with, hinting that someone was eavesdropping on her calls. Now, in her interview with ABC News Network in July 2015, Paulette also revealed more harassment from the group, saying, "It was 300 people. They sent a letter saying I was an intimate worker with venereal disease and had attacked my daughter. They sent anonymous letters to my parents, saying I was practicing perversions with their clergymen." And when the harassment led to her depression, Paulette claimed that the church robbed a psychiatrist and got my records and sent that to everybody that I knew. Now, worst of all, the church had attempted to get her imprisoned for bomb threats, with Paulette recounting, "They got my fingerprints on a piece of paper, and then they sent bomb threats to themselves, and they had me arrested for a terrorist crime." Now, fortunately, after 2 years of legal trouble, Paulette's charges were dropped, but the harassment did cause her mental health to drop, and even pushed her to consider her life needed to end. Now, fortunately for her, in 1976, the FBI began investigating the GO after Scientology members were caught attempting to break into a Washington courthouse to steal records about their members. The investigation led to the discovery of their plans against Paulette, which included plans to frame her in more bomb threats, including one they intended for then-President Gerald Ford. Now, with this evidence, Paulette sued the Church of Scientology for their years-long harassment, and eventually they had to agree to a sizable settlement with her to make the case go away. Now, despite getting caught attempting an extreme harassment campaign in the 1970s, the Church of Scientology wasn't done with this tactic against people who questioned them. Now, as it turned out, the group had already taken notice of Alex and his posts. On July 28, 2019, Alex posted on X that he'd get a fat cat and name him L. Ron Hubbard. You can't stop me, Scientology. And mere hours later, the official X account of Scientology replied with, "Hello Alex, thanks for messaging us. I see you're a feline catty today. For those unaware, L. Ron Hubbard is the most published author of all time, and the founder of Dianetics and the Scientology religion." Now Alex promptly replied with, "He is your crazy founder talking about alien ghosts. You can learn more about him literally anywhere in the world. That isn't your own propaganda." Now their despite over the Scientology founder actually went on for hours, with Alex constantly replying with accusations against L. Ron and his church. He even mentioned the concerns about Shelley, since even by this point she hadn't been seen in public. And with the interaction getting a lot of attention, Alex ultimately posted a sarcastic warning. "Scientology responded to one of my tweets. If any of you find me face down in the LA River with a golden S stuck in my bag, you know who did it." And even though Alex sounded like he was making jokes about this, the Church of Scientology's history of handling public figures criticizing them made fans hope that they won't retaliate against the Gravity Falls creator. And while Scientology hasn't filed any lawsuits against Alex for his post, one project that involved the whole Gravity Falls community earned the creator a phone call from the police.
So, I was as surprised as anybody to discover that Bill Cipher had been arrested by the police and hauled out.
It was February 15, 2016, when the show's final episode aired, becoming a bittersweet moment for its fans. Now, before the finale actually aired, Alex had announced that their season 2 was the definitive end to Gravity Falls, and he had no plans to continue the story. So when the credits started rolling, no one expected a new mystery hidden at the end. But for just a split second after the credits, a grainy video of a Bill Cipher statue in a real-life forest was shown. Now, during its runtime, fans loved solving the mysteries within the Gravity Falls universe, as the cartoon was full of puzzles and hidden lore. Even the theme song from the very first episode contained a puzzle that hinted where the show was heading.
The page is covered in mathematical codes and alchemical symbols, including a cipher that translates to "Stan is not what he seems,"
and a whisper at the end. The whisper, when reversed, told fans which was the instruction code to decode the messages at the end of each episode. So upon seeing this video, they were left wondering what it meant. And on July 21st, months after the series finale, Alex posted the final clue to the global hunt for the real-life statue that would be known as the Cipher Hunt. This hunt was a unique experience for fans to actively solve the puzzles together and search for the next clue in real-life places across the world. And the hunt was a success, as it encouraged thousands of fans worldwide to help each other in solving puzzles online and in person. However, the hunt ended with someone calling the police. On August 2nd, 2016, just under 2 weeks after the hunt began, the statue was located by ex-user Momo in a wooden area in Reedsport, Oregon.
I can't believe I found it! Oh my god, I'm freaking out. I don't want to. Oh, he's all broken and stuff. Oh, his hat's broken.
Excited fans quickly flooded her post, asking where it was so they could actually visit it. And on that night, more fans near the area arrived and discovered a treasure chest buried under the statue. What they didn't know was that they were already committing a crime. When Linda Parker, the owner of the land where the statue was located, arrived at the scene, she was shocked to find groups of people trespassing on her property and digging around. And afraid of who they were and what they were doing, she called the police. Now on the next day, on August 3rd, more Gravity Falls fans began arriving, only to witness local police digging out the statue and carrying it away. This left fans confused, and scrambling to take pictures, videos, and even souvenirs out of the treasure chest before they were all taken to the police station. Now the same day, the Reedsport Police Department called Alex and his friend, Fawn Davis, who created the statue. They were questioned for placing the Bill statue on private property, but Fawn argued that he had connections with the real estate company Showfield Development LLC, which gave them permission to place the statue there. However, after rechecking the property lines, the Bill statue was apparently placed 117 feet away from the spot they'd initially planned to set it up, and those 170 feet had the statue cross beyond the property line, owned by Schofield Development, and end up in Linda's land. Now what's worse was that there were bear droppings and empty shotgun shells in the area where the statue was located. So the Cipher Hunt could have sent fans into an area where bears and possibly armed hunters roamed.
I was convinced we were gonna get attacked by bears because it was like so dark and it was just so scary.
Fortunately, no one was harmed, and after explaining everything to Linda, she understood and didn't press any charges. In the 2024 Cipher Hunt documentary uploaded on YouTube, she shared a statement saying, "I never gave permission for this to take place, and at the time was fairly upset about the possibility of lots of people wandering around my property and the liability that went with it. Please don't make me out to be a bad person. I just didn't have any idea what was going on at the time." Now while this matter was settled, the crimes surrounding the Bill statue weren't over yet. Alex had the statue moved from the police station to the Bicentennial Park in Reedsport, Oregon on August 5th, 2016. Then, 10 days later on August 15th, Alex discovered that Bill's hat was missing, so he sent out a call for help on X. "Anyone know who the fan was who took Bill's hat? Bill wants it back." He added that according to the Reedsport Police Department, a fan had claimed the hat was theirs and took it. Now this post caused an uproar among the community. Most fans called out the person who stole the iconic statue's hat, while also criticizing the police for just giving it away. Then, just hours later, Alex posted a job ad on X, searching for someone to help him move the statue to an undisclosed location. And in response to this, a fan named Samuel Irish posted a video offering his services to relocate the statue.
"If you need someone, I am very free to do it. Like, the most free. My schedule is clear open for a while now. Thank you for considering me, though."
And when Alex saw his video, he hired Samuel to do the job. And while many continued to believe that another fan had stolen the hat, Samuel would actually reveal years later in the 2024 documentary that the story was apparently false. Now this story was supported by Momo's post just 3 days after she found the statue. In it, she described how its hat was infested with ants, even before the police took it away.
"Unfortunately, the hat was gone because it was infested with fire ants, so they had to get a new one made. Asked the cops down at Reedsport about it because they showed up to help us pull it down. They're like, yeah, no, you don't want the hat. We threw it away. Someone picked it up and immediately got bit like 3 or 4 times."
Now finally on August 20th, fans discovered the statue's new home in Confusion Hill, a tourist attraction in California. And thankfully, it now sported a new and free hat. The famous statue is still in Confusion Hill, where fans can happily visit it. Meanwhile, the next story was made by a Gravity Falls fan artist, but it left fans horrified by how dark the story went.
The internet really hooked up a demon from the second dimension with an actual so we do have to talk about it.
On September 8, 2014, the Gravity Falls episode Talk Oprah aired. The episode centered around Dipper agreeing to give Bill a puppet in exchange for the password to a laptop they found in a mysterious bunker. However, after shaking his hand, Bill chose Dipper as his puppet instead, so he possessed his body. Now the demon proceeded to torment Dipper's body. Yet despite how horrible this was to the character, it spawned something even more disturbing within the Gravity Falls community. Suddenly, fans were shipping the two characters, creating the build-up fandom. Shipping, or a ship, is when fans root for a relationship between fictional characters, even if they're not romantically involved in the source material. This often results in fanfiction, fan arts, and fan comics. Now, the build-up ship is one of the most popular ones in the Gravity Falls community, generating more than 4,000 works on fanfiction website Archive of Our Own, and over 45,000 results on the story writing platform Wattpad. Now, despite its popularity, however, build-up is also one of the most hated ships in the Gravity Falls community. Part of this was because this ship became popular after an episode where Bill was mentally and physically attacking Dipper. Now, what's more disturbing was that the harm itself became inspiration for fan content, often showing Bill as the aggressor while Dipper was forced into what many believed was an abusive relationship. Now, making the ship sound worse for people was the massive age gap between the two characters. Bill, as I mentioned before, was a demon, and according to the show, he was at least over 1 trillion years old. Meanwhile, Dipper was born barely over a decade before the Gravity Falls story began. This meant that the fan content that showed Bill's interactions with Dipper, both the directly harmful ones and the supposed romantic ones, were being done by a demon on a... Now, because of this, many Gravity Falls fans began targeting those who created build-up content, and it wouldn't take long before these online debates would escalate to harassment that affected people in real life. Artist Fruity Arcanine was one of the build-up shippers who were targeted. She often created fan art where the characters were in alternate universes, or AUs, most of which had Dipper and Bill as mystical creatures like sirens or half-deer, half-human hybrids. Adding animal-like creatures into the already troubling mix, Fruity Arcanine became a target of online attacks from those against this controversial ship starting in September 2015. Suddenly, she was flooded with anonymous messages, mostly accusing her of being a PDF file and being into intimacy with animals, and telling her to voluntarily leave the planet. In one of the messages, Fruity Arcanine responded with, "I'm sorry, Anon, if my artwork offends you. I didn't realize that someone other than myself, who has gone through the tragedy of being forced into participating in the act of forced intimacy with their pet deer by someone they loved when they were just small, would ignore the tags and obvious warnings that are plastered all over my blog, and scroll through all the posts to find something to trigger themselves with, so they can complain and attempt to give their boring, meaningless life some sort of excitement by telling a stranger to voluntarily leave the planet." On September 10th, she also shared another post explaining why the build-up community mattered to her. "I was in a really bad place in my life, but do you want to know what saved me? How I found people who accepted me for who I am and cared for me? The build-up community. This community saved me. I owe them everything, and I will fight for them at any cost. As long as I have people who care about me, people like Envy and Mickey, I will never hurt myself again. I am loved and accepted, even though I have these disgusting thoughts." Now, more build-up fans on Tumblr began sharing their story, and how the pairing was also their way to cope. Another Tumblr user named Down with Hirsch tried to explain how the ship helped them in hopes of spreading awareness. They said, "I disassociated heavily of my traumas, and so retracting the steps or sympathizing with Dipper in a relationship with Bill, who is abusive and an adult, helps me process my feelings, and in ways emulate my traumatic experience in a safe and controlled environment, where I choose what to expose myself to. It's empowering because nobody asks for intimate harm. It's something that happens, and there's no choice in the matter, but now I have control over the scenarios. I'm choosing to look at this content, and I'm choosing when to put myself in his shoes. Or other times I just disassociate the situation from my own traumas completely. And in that way, I just sort of detach myself from my trauma, but handle the same subject matter constructively." However, there were still those who didn't trust their claims, and continued harassing these shippers. Now, at the same time, not all build-up fans were people using the content to get through a traumatic event. And Down with Hirsch also addressed this in an extensive post, discussing how fans of the ship could still be dangerous to the community as a whole. "IRL PDF files are in the community, trust me, and when they see people condoning in so much as a fictional ship, they feel validated and excused, not to mention when most of the shippers are smaller people. Things get dangerous for them, because of the criminal-minded people in the community. They get off to drawn and written intimate content, and if that somehow sits well with you, you need to really think about your morals." And while there hasn't been any reported cases of the ship being used for criminal acts, there were reports of build-up creators being stalked online and even doxxed, driving some of its fans away from the community out of fear of being attacked. And with the build-up community still being active today, so is the massive hate towards it. Meanwhile, another popular ship with Dipper gained a well-written fan comic, only for things to take a dark and unexpected turn.
I personally love fan comics because they keep the story alive even after the show ends. They let fans explore ideas the original creator could never touch, because, you know, Disney, adding more seriousness and sometimes even darker elements like violence or even death.
Now, another character that Dipper was shipped with was Pacifica Northwest, the descendant of the Gravity Falls town founder. Now, she was introduced as the typical mean girl who looked down on the Pines twins.
I'm Mabel, that That sounds like a fat old lady's name.
Until she and Dipper discovered that her ancestors lied about being the town's founder to gain wealth and forced the townspeople to do hard labor.
You want to know why this room was locked up? This is what I found in here.
Now this discovery led to Pacifica turning her back on her family.
Is this bell broken?
Our family name is broken, and I'm gonna fix it.
And having a healthier friendship with the twins.
Yes! We did it!
And so the fans began shipping her and Dipper into what's known in the fandom as Dipsifia. Now amongst those in the Dipsifia community was the DeviantArt creator Turquoise Space 35, who started posting fan arts for the ship back on December 30th, 2015. And as the years went by, Turquoise's art began to closely resemble the original cartoons, making her fan comic even more disturbing as it looked like a real continuation of Gravity Falls. On March 1st, 2019, Turquoise posted the first panel of her fan comic titled Deal. It showed a new character in Gravity Falls named Gwen, who was about to make a deal with Bill when a grown-up Dipper stopped her. The story was set around 30 years after the end of Gravity Falls, and Gwen was the daughter of Dipper and Pacifica. Gwen asked Bill to show her the truth in exchange for freeing him, and when Dipper interrupted the deal, Gwen demanded her father to tell her the truth about her long-lost twin brother, Philip. She even held out a photo of Pacifica taken right after giving birth to 2 children, Gwen and her twin. However, Dipper looked confused. Even when Gwen revealed that Philip gave her the photo, Dipper denied knowing about it. And this was because Philip wasn't the name they gave to her twin brother, and even more, there was no way he could have given her the photo because her twin was gone. But before he could actually say more, Bill attacked Dipper to distract him and keep him away from his daughter. And the next time Dipper was going to see Gwen, she had already shook Bill's hand, making a deal with him. Now this allowed Bill to take Gwen's mind and fulfill his promise to give her the grim truth about her brother. Now Bill showed Gwen that her mother had given birth to a twin brother, whose real name was Dustin. However, not long after giving birth, Pacifica began experiencing nightmares that also caused her to start sleepwalking. Now she believed that Bill was plaguing her mind, so Dipper tried to find ways to protect his family. But before he could, however, something happened that would be far too disturbing for a Disney cartoon. While Pacifica was left alone with their children one day, she fell asleep, and this allowed Bill to possess her mind, showing her children turning into monsters. Bill then finally showed himself to Pacifica, confirming to her that this was all his fault, and so Pacifica decided to fight back. She grabbed a golf club and attacked Bill, and when she finally hit the demon, she realized that it wasn't Bill she was aiming for, it was Dustin, her son who she'd just given birth to, no more than a few months ago. Gwen watched her brother's life drain away, breaking down in tears as her mother carried Dustin's body. Dipper then returned, only to find his wife cradling their lifeless son in her arms, and their family destroyed. Now the guilt of having killed Dustin broke Pacifica, so much so that she couldn't bear to even look at her daughter, since she looked too much like her brother. And unable to help his wife cope with their tragic loss, Dipper made a haunting decision. Dipper visited Mabel and used a memory gun on her. The device was made to erase memories, and Dipper erased the memory of his son from the minds of everyone who knew him, including Pacifica, leaving only a few hidden pictures and his own memories as proof that Dustin ever existed. But as dark as this comic was, this wasn't the end. Bill then took Gwen to the home of her grandfather, Preston Northwest. In the comic, Preston had a grudge against Dipper for driving his daughter away and defeating Bill, whom he invested money into, thinking that the demon would reward him after Weird Mageddon. And so, Preston had made a deal with Bill to destroy the Pines family, though he was horrified to learn that Bill used his grandson and daughter to punish Dipper. Now Preston mourned how he allowed Bill to orchestrate his daughter's worst nightmare and his grandson's death, but since he was bound by his deal with the demon, he agreed to continue with their plans. He'd taken a sample of his grandson's blood to clone him and raise the new Dustin. The clone would be convinced that his parents abandoned him, and in turn he'd speak to Gwen and convince her to make a deal with Bill. Of course, this cloned grandson turned out to be Philip. Now ultimately the plan worked, as Gwen had made a deal after speaking with the clone of her dead brother, and as for Bill, his deal with Preston didn't give him a physical form in the human world, and so he targeted Gwen to possess her instead, making his return far worse for Dipper, who witnessed her transformation. Now meanwhile, Pacifica answered a knock on the door of their home and was surprised to find Philip, the clone of her son, and with tears in his eyes, Philip admitted that he did something wrong. And then, the end. Now after this cliffhanger was uploaded on DeviantArt on February 24th, 2021, Turquoise stopped posting new pages to the Deal story, leaving fans to follow the dark comic without answers. And while Turquoise comic was a hit to many, some did question if its themes were appropriate, given that Gravity Falls was a Disney cartoon. Now Dustin's fate at the hands of his own mother, and the reveal of this all being orchestrated by Preston, had Deal being dubbed as one of the fan comics that went too far. While in the Gravity Falls subreddit, users had pointed out how Dustin's last scenes were unnecessarily graphic. One even compared how the scene might even be too much for Deadpool, a popular Marvel comic known for its violence. Now so far, Turquoise seemed to not have addressed these comics, but she remained active throughout her DeviantArt and Tumblr accounts, and even though she stopped making comics for Deal, she continued making art with Gwen, Philip, and even Dustin, as if continuing their story in a different way. And based on these fan arts, it seemed that there was a conclusion to this comic. Outside the Deal gallery, a shorter comic was apparently titled Closer to the End. The first panel was posted on September 11, 2018, months before Deal even came out, as if it acted like a teaser to these events. The comic merely showed the spirit of Dustin watching over his sister, just before she made a deal with Bill. However, the cosmic entities in his dimension, where he was in, told him not to interfere, even after Bill successfully possessed his sister. Another image showed Gwen joining forces with her past lives, including Ford Pines, Stan's brother who first summoned Bill into Gravity Falls. The art hinted that Ford, Gwen, and their past lives were about to fight the demon. And then, this image showed the original characters joining hands with their children to perform the Zodiac ritual, which was also used in the last episode of Gravity Falls to banish Bill. Now this was posted on June 4th, 2021, months after the deal ended. And in the description, Turquoise said, "After overcoming adversity, after chaos and hidden truths, the prophecy was fulfilled. The members of the Wheel joined hands and the demon of dreams was defeated once and for all." This suggested that after Bill took over Gwen's mind, the older characters managed to defeat him once again. However, there's even more. Just 4 days after, Turquoise posted a comic where Dustin's spirit made a wish for his family to have the life they wanted. And this apparently completely reset the timeline, creating an alternate reality where Pacifica and Dipper had triplets instead: Gwen, Dustin, and Philip. And so what started out as a dark comic full of family betrayals and unimaginable tragedies ended with a happy conclusion. This next Gravity Falls fanship, however, had a more disturbing effect on the community, since it directly influenced real lives, including the creator of the cartoon himself.
It's one thing to do this to cartoon siblings. It's another thing to do this from cartoon siblings that are based off real people.
Even before the Bill Dip community began, there was another controversial ship that involved Dipper Pines, and that was with his twin sister Mabel. This ship would be known as Pinecest, a play on their last name Pines, and in the word that describes relationship between close relatives. And since Mabel and Dipper were also born not so long after the show's story began, the Gravity Falls community had more reason to be enraged over the ship's uncomfortable content. What made the ship even more disturbing was its connection to the real world. You see, Alex didn't create Mabel and Dipper Pines out of nowhere. The characters were actually based on himself and his twin sister Ariel. Alex had been open about how Mabel and Dipper's personality and their close sibling relationship were based on his real-life relationship with his sister.
The premise of Gravity Falls is basically inspired by my relationship growing up with my twin sister Ariel. There she is.
Certain little things that the characters would do, like Dipper chews on his pen, and that Alex does that all the time. And certain things like that, I think maybe Mabel doing a little like boop boop, like these are things that I do to you.
Alex even created storylines surrounding Mabel based on his sister's childhood.
Favorite episode is probably Time Traveler's Pig, just because that's when Waddles gets introduced for the first time. And yeah, so that's the thing that was true to me. I was obsessed with pigs as a little kid and really wanted a pet pig.
And seeing how the Pines twins resembled the Hearst twins during their childhood, people got even more uncomfortable with the idea of the Pinecest ship. Yet the ship continued to gain popularity. Many discovered the Pinecest community through its prominent creators. One of their most notable creators was an artist known online as Limey404, who ran the Double Pines pages on Tumblr and fanfiction.net. Limey started by posting Pinterest stories on fanfiction.net on August 20th and 21st, 2012, just a month after the show premiered. Now within the same year, she moved on to creating fan comics and uploading them on Tumblr. This earned her such a massive following that the other works for the ship started being referred to as Double Pines art rather than Gravity Falls fan art. Now to address the controversial ages of these characters, many artists in the community made Mabel and Dipper older in their creations. But this created another problem. With the Pines twins being based on real-life siblings, those fanworks had an eerie similarity to Alex and Ariel. And eventually the show creator himself took notice of these artworks and he responded on X on October 22nd, 2012. "If you think that's weird for you, imagine how weird it is for me. Hashtag never base cartoons on your own family." But this wasn't enough for the ship to die down. Sites like Tumblr and Reddit became a battleground for those in the Pinecest community and those who were against it. Constant callouts and name-calling came from those in the anti-Pinecest groups, while the members of the group also reported that someone against the ship was doxxed because of their opinions. And eventually, Limey decided she'd had enough. On March 19, 2016, she posted on a Double Pines blog that, "I've had some good times on this blog, but today is one of those days where I have the urge to just delete." Now her supporters flocked together to discourage her from doing so, but months later, in July of 2016, the Double Pines blog disappeared. Now fans grew concerned as to why she decided to delete her popular blog, but eventually people started piecing their story together. In November of 2016, a Reddit thread discussed the blog's disappearance, with users sharing rumors that she was doxxed because of Pinecest, and that people threatened her by calling people in her real life, including her parents. However, Limey couldn't confirm or deny these rumors, since she became inactive in all of her other pages, like her personal Tumblr account and DeviantArt page. But then another troubling rumor started circulating. This one involves Alex Hirsch and Disney themselves. The story went that Limey's influence over the Pinecest fandom made her a target for a lawsuit over the disturbing content that Disney didn't approve of. According to the rumors, she received a cease and desist order from Disney, forcing her to delete everything. And the mystery as to what really happened to her would continue for years. Until finally, on January 26, 2021, someone reopened the Double Pines blog and posted, "Every time I see something about the actually existing rumor of how Disney and or Alex Hirsch legitimately sued me on the grounds of excessive fictional twincest fan art, and that's why I disappeared, I gotta have myself a little giggle. Like y'all, this is genuinely funny." This finally ended the rumor that Alex and Disney had sued a fan for their ship. And to finally clear the confusion, Limey would make another post on October 28, 2022, revealing the real reason behind her disappearance. Creepy, pathetic aunties knew enough about who I was IRL to make me really uncomfortable. And the puritanical, burn the witch now, ask questions later online mentality has only gotten infinitely worse since then, and it just wasn't worth it to me anymore, so I hit the delete button. And this confirmed that the famous Pinecest artist was being threatened in real life for her artwork. And while her work was still beloved by a part of the community, the next fan creation left everyone so disturbed that even those outside the Gravity Falls fandom knew about it.
Suddenly, you stumble upon a fanfiction called Dipper Goes to Taco Bell. As an innocent kid, you open the fanfiction that seemed harmless at first, but you end up scarred for life.
On July 4th, 2024, Reddit user 77_Meg asked the subreddit, Peter explains a joke about this post. The post said, how to anger a whole group of people with 2 images. Under that description, it showed an image of Dipper Pines and an entrance to a Taco Bell. 77Meg didn't know what this was about, but dozens of Reddit users immediately posted their reaction, recalling what was known as the most horrifying Gravity Falls fanfiction ever posted. Simply titled Dipper Goes to Taco Bell, the story was posted on fanfiction.net on August 23, 2012 by a user named Master of Te's Citrus Fruits, and just a week later, the website took the story down due to its adult theme that violated their terms and conditions. However, just 1 week of being up on fanfiction.net was enough for the story to gain notoriety that spanned over a decade. The title sounds innocent, hinting that it's about Dipper dining at a Taco Bell in Gravity Falls, and indeed it started out that way. The story began with the Pine twins arguing over lunch, when Mabel mentioned a Taco Bell in town. Hearing this, Dipper decided to have some tacos from the fast food chain, but his sister and Grunkle Stan refused to join him, saying that the place was smelly, and so Dipper went to the restaurant alone, only to discover that the place was suspiciously in the middle of the forest. The outside was full of pine needles and rusted picnic tables, as if no one had actually been there in a long time, and this actually made him doubt going inside. Yet he still went, since he was far from everywhere else, and so he had no choice to have lunch there. Now to his surprise, the inside looked like a normal fast food restaurant, not the desolate place he feared walking into. However, no other customer was inside, and the only other person there was the cashier at the register. And since the cashier declared that they only had tacos, Dipper ordered one for lunch. Soon enough, he received his order, and Dipper went on to enjoy the best taco he ever had. However, right after his first bite, he felt a stomach churn. Nature was calling, so Dipper rushed to the bathroom, which was at the opposite side of the restaurant, and just before he reached the stall, he saw another person walking out, carrying a plastic bag. Now finally, Dipper arrived at his stall, but he realized that he was too late. His underwear was already a mess. And though this part was already disgusting, the fanfiction got much worse. The sight of his soiled clothes excited him, and so Dipper went on to have his private moment with himself inside the bathroom stall, over and over again. But after finishing his business and repeating the deed numerous times, he did things too hard and injured himself. The injury caused him to bleed, and the sight drove him into a mental breakdown. He screamed for help, but no one was there to save him, and minutes later, he bled to death. Now this story is already horrifying, especially since it was made in the universe of a Disney cartoon, but the story gets even darker. After the Dipper incident, the fanfiction continued with Mabel's story. Back in their room, she started to get worried that her brother hadn't returned, so she decided to look for him, and she eventually reached the mysterious Taco Bell, and to her horror, she found Dipper's lifeless body, lying down in the mixture of mess that he made, and in grief, she kissed him. Now this kiss triggered a disturbing interest in her. Mabel felt excited by having Dipper in her arms, and the rest I can't even talk about. With such graphic and disturbing content, it was no surprise that the story was taken down from fanfiction.net. However, since then, it had been re-uploaded within the site and other fan-dedicated websites like Tumblr, where people were quick to express their disgust over the story. And since its release, Dipper Goes to Taco Bell has joined the list of most disturbing shock fics, a term used for fanfiction that was written purely to shock the readers. Now meanwhile, the writer of this fanfiction, Master, was enjoying the fame and even posted an explanation about the story in their WordPress blog 1 week after their work was deleted. They revealed that they didn't actually come up with the plot of Dipper Goes to Taco Bell. It was based on a true story. Years before the Taco Bell story was uploaded, Master met someone during a hockey game, and this person just kept bringing up disgusting stories. They shared, I didn't pay attention to most of them, but there was one that really got to me. He told one how a local restaurant was shut down because something happened there, and the something being the events of Dipper Goes to Taco Bell. This was the inspiration of Master's fanfiction. However, they didn't give any specific detail about the story they heard, so no one was able to confirm which restaurant inspired the events of Dipper Goes to Taco Bell or if the story was actually true or not. As for why they chose Taco Bell as the location, Masa explained, "So one afternoon I went to Taco Bell, and I got perhaps the worst service ever. The cashier was rude and obnoxious, the manager was lazy and stupid, and when I finally got my burrito, it tasted like waste. I was so angry that I wanted to write an angry letter to Yum Brands. However, after thinking about it for a long time, I turned an angry letter into a Gravity Falls shock fic." They also clarified that they wrote the fiction as more like a joke, even adding obvious spelling errors so that people won't take it seriously. However, they also admitted that part of their goal was to write something worse than the popular shock fics from other fandoms. So seeing all the reaction posts from their deleted fanfiction, Masa knew that they accomplished exactly what they wanted. Their work even inspired a short film on YouTube that was posted just 3 days after the story was originally uploaded. Years after, Dipper Goes to Taco Bell still holds the title of the most disturbing Gravity Falls fanfiction. And while the disturbing actions within this fanfiction made it famous, our next Gravity Falls figure faced the end of their career for the unwanted advances they did to real people.
Anonymous accuser says she allowed it to happen because of the culture. He abused his power.
The Gravity Falls show ended in February of 2016 with a 3-part finale about Bill's apocalyptic event called the Weird Mageddon. The event allowed Bill to control reality and create a portal for monsters to cross into the human world. One of these monsters was known as the horrifying, sweaty, one-armed monstrosity.
"Hey, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about going inside my mouth."
Who was voiced and even modeled after the appearance of famous comedian Louis C.K.
Just ignoring me. That's seriously rude to just ignore someone like this.
However, nearly 2 years later, in December of 2017, people rewatching the Weird Mageddon episode noticed something different with the one-armed monstrosity.
Just ignoring me. That's seriously rude to just ignore someone like this.
His voice was a bit different from the episode's first air, and as it turned out, Disney removed Louis's voice and redubbed the monster's lines using Alex's own voice. And this was because Disney and many other studios began avoiding Louis after some very serious allegations started to surface about his interaction with female comedians. Just a month before, on November 9th, 2017, prominent news organization The New York Times published an article about 5 women working in the comedy industry experiencing unwanted advances from someone they previously looked up to, and that person turned out to be Louis C.K. According to the article, comedy duo Dana Min Goodman and Julia Wolof got their big break in 2002 when they were invited to perform at the US Comedy Arts Festival in Aspen, Colorado. And this is when they encountered Louis, who invited them into his hotel room for a drink after the show. However, when they arrived, Louis asked them for permission to take something specific out of his pants, if you know what I'm saying. The women laughed, thinking it was a joke, and that was until Louis started to do something really disturbing. He removed everything he was wearing and began satisfying himself in front of the ladies. Dana and Julia were shocked and didn't know what to do, so they just waited for it to be over and then left. Now, they immediately reported what happened to their mentor, Shauna Halper, but Shauna told the New York Times, "I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to tell them to do." But Dana and Julia didn't want to simply ignore what happened, so they attempted to spread the words about Louis's disturbing behavior to warn other women in the industry. However, Julia said that within 24 hours after the incident, "We could already feel the backlash. People in the industry treated them like they were the ones causing problems." And eventually, their story reached Louis's manager, Dave Becky, who then confronted their manager, Lee Kernes, to get them to stop talking about the incident. And this allowed Louis's actions to simply continue. Another comedian, A.B. Schachner, also shared that in 2003, she was on the phone with Louis to discuss an upcoming show, when he suddenly diverted the conversation to her appearance. Now, after he complimented her, Louis started talking about his intimate fantasies, before he began to breathe heavily and making other sounds to let Abby to believe that he was doing something to himself. Now, Abby told the New York Times, "I definitely wasn't encouraging it. You want to believe it's not happening." She admitted at the time that she didn't know how to end the call. And after the incident, she told a friend about it, and how it nearly made her quit her career in comedy altogether. Now then, in 2005, actress and writer Rebecca Corey was working on a TV show with Louis when she had a similar experience.
Walking to set to shoot my scene, and he approached me and got really close to my face and said, "Can I ask you something?" And I said yes.
Louis then directly asked if he could please himself in front of her. Fortunately for Rebecca, she was able to say no before Louis could actually begin. She even called him out for doing this, pointing out that he had a daughter and a pregnant wife at the same time.
I wanted to sort of pretend like it never happened. I mean, I wanted to do my job. Those opportunities are few and far between. I most certainly didn't want to be the person that was responsible for shutting down a production or even being part of the narrative.
Now, the New York Times also spoke to a 5th woman who wanted to remain anonymous, so we'll call her Amy. According to Amy, she was in her early 20s when she worked in the production of the Chris Rock show back in the late 1990s. Louis had been a writer and producer then, and he would often ask her to watch him perform something to himself. And as someone new in the industry, she felt like she couldn't say no to someone as influential as Louis. Amy explained, It was something that I knew was wrong. I think the big piece of why I said yes was because of the culture. He abused his power. Now the women's stories immediately spread all over social media and entertainment news outlets. And when confronted about trying to silence Dana and Julia back in 2003, Dave claimed that, "I don't recall the exact specifics of the conversation, but I never threatened anyone." However, just a day after, on November 10th, Lewis dropped a confession to the media, saying, "These stories are true. At the time I said to myself that what I did was okay, because I never shot a woman in my private area without asking first, which is also true. But what I learned later in life, too late, is that when you have power over another person, asking them to look at your private area isn't a question, it's a predicament for them. The power I had over these women is that they admired me, and I wielded the power irresponsibly. I also took advantage of the fact that I was widely admired in my and their community, which disabled them from sharing their story and brought hardship to them when they tried, because people who looked up to me didn't want to hear it. I didn't think that I was doing any of that because my position allowed me not to think about it." And with this confession, the film, TV, and comedy industry delivered their own verdict. Many projects that included Lewis were either cancelled or removed from streaming sites, like HBO On Demand. The November 17th premiere of his upcoming film titled I Love You Daddy was also cancelled and hasn't had any release as of early 2026.
If I stay here for a few more days.
Let me think about it. Then there was his work in animations. Disney decided to redub Lewis's lines in Gravity Falls and removed his names from the credits, though the one-armed monstrosity still resembles the comedian. So far, none of the ladies have filed any lawsuits against Lewis, and as for the comedian himself, he backed away from the spotlight, but that only lasted a couple of months. He was welcomed back into the comedy stage on August 26, 2018, performing and receiving standing ovations at a comedy club as if nothing ever happened. But let's move on to disturbing acts that happen in the Undertale community. Avimidis was a popular fan artist from Taiwan who started her digital art career way back in 2009 and primarily made short comics in the Team Fortress 2 or TF2 art style, which was very popular at the time on her DeviantArt page. And Avimidis then began streaming in the mid-2010s, and by 2011 she'd become well known in the digital fan art community and started posting her arts on other popular platforms like Tumblr, Plurk, and Twitter. She also ran an account on a furry-centric art community called Fur Affinity, where she posted furry comics and art, an obvious indicator that she was an active member of the furry subculture. However, in 2015, Avimidis decided to join a new fandom, but little did she know that it was going to nearly cost her life. Undertale, as you may know, is a roleplay video game that completely took over the internet after its release in 2015. The goal of the game is basically to help a lost boy named Frisk find his way home from the underworld, with multiple endings which depend on how the player chooses to play the game. Avimidis was also one of the many people that fell in love with Undertale, and for that reason she decided to do what she did best, which was to make digital art for the game. At first, many fans really liked Avimidis' art, but all of that love quickly transformed into deep hatred when she revealed that she was a Franz supporter. Franz being one of the most controversial character ships in the Undertale community. And in case you don't know, a ship is when fans of a movie, video game, or novel decide to pair two characters from their fandom into a romantic relationship. The Franz ship in question is between Frisk, the main character, and Sans, the skeleton. And the reason a lot of people strongly oppose this ship is majorly because of the age difference. In the game, Frisk is canonically a younger person, while Sans on the other hand is an adult in his late 20s. Now many people find this dynamic weird, since it essentially portrays Sans as a PDF file. So when Avimidis posted this art on the Franz ship on Tumblr in 2017, she got a lot of hate for it. However, it seemed like one fan felt the online attacks that Avimidis was facing weren't enough, and decided to let her know how they felt in person. In early May of 2017, a big anime convention was held in Taiwan, and since Avimidis was considered a very influential member of the Undertale community, not only in Taiwan but on the global internet fandom as well, she decided to attend this convention. During the convention, a fan actually recognized Avimidis in the crowd and immediately went to meet her. After they talked about her fan art and took a couple of pictures, the fan then handed Avimidis a box of homemade cookies as a gift. And Avimidis of course took them, thinking it was only a simple show of appreciation. But when she decided to finally enjoy these cookies, she was horrified to find out that it was quite the opposite. Upon getting home, Avimidis decided to take a couple of bites from the box of cookies, but it wasn't long into her sweet treat that something sharp and pointy pierced her tongue, and when she spat out what was in her mouth, what she saw absolutely shocked her. Inside the cookie was a huge needle baked inside. And so not long after the convention, Avimidis went on her Plurk account and made this post. Warning, these photos contain a lot of blood. I'm very sorry that I haven't had a chance to say my thanks for the convention, and I'm venting, but I received a needle in my dessert gift from the convention. Thank you, I have one more piercing now. I'm not trying to ask for comfort. I am only trying to tell everyone how serious this matter is, so do not comfort me. This matter is unable to be investigated and hopeless to be investigated. This matter has made me lost trust towards something, but from today onward, I will not be accepting any more homemade food by others. And more follow-up and notice will be posted, if there's any. Thank you for your attention. The needle injured Avimidis' tongue and mouth, but luckily she didn't actually swallow it. If she'd actually swallowed it, the needle could have torn through her esophagus or punctured her stomach. Someone had tried to make her suffer, or worse, lose her life. Avimides also posted this photo, which shows the chewed out cookie that she spat out, bleeding from her mouth wounds and a long needle. A blog post also revealed that Avimides had gone to the police and filed a report, but no official arrest was ever made. And since she had always been a public supporter of the France ship, a lot of fans believed that the attack was meant to punish her for promoting the disturbing ship, and some of them were even in support of the attack. While this theory was generally accepted, it isn't completely confirmed. And since there were no arrests made or hospital records following the incident, many of her fans actually believed that she may have faked the entire incident for attention and views. However, judging from how real the photo looked, it is unlikely that this was the case. But that was far from the only theory internet users came up with. The story would take a whole different turn 4 years after the incident, when Avimides suddenly restricted her social media accounts and wrote on her Twitter bio, "Learn from the past, moving on. I decided to reboot my social media accounts, only for myself some space to breathe. I apologize for everything I've done." Although Avimides didn't explicitly mention what she was apologizing for, a couple of people matched it with the number of unverified crimes that she'd been linked with in the past. No one knows the actual true reason for this, but a person at an Undertale convention had received cookies from a fan that was actually filled with needles. These were the following things they had done beforehand: being accused of taking advantage of owing people's money, murdering pet birds. A Twitter user also wrote, "There's like literally zero evidence it was because of France and the artist in question. Avimides was also accused of pretty effed up stuff, violations, animal harm, etc." And with all these new claims, it began to look like Avimides had quite a number of enemies before the cookie attack. But since everything basically still remains unconfirmed and no official arrests were ever made, it's pretty hard to say what exactly caused this murder attempt. But despite how disturbing this case was, the next case on our list shows how far the community can go just because they didn't like the way someone played Undertale.
Everybody just acts like that's common knowledge when we've been playing it from the beginning as though 1 million internet people didn't say, "Hey, can you play Undertale and make sure you don't kill anything? Thanks, bye." I don't play games like that.
Markiplier is one of the most famous creators on YouTube, and is well known for being multi-talented in acting, filmmaking, gaming, and overall entertainment. He currently has over 38 million subscribers on his account, and was even listed by Forbes as the 3rd highest paid content creator on YouTube in 2022. However, in 2015, Markiplier was almost completely cancelled just because of how he chose to play Undertale. After the release of the game in September of 2015, a lot of YouTubers including PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, etc. decided to make gameplay videos of the game, as a result of the positive reviews that flooded the internet. And so in November, Markiplier released a walkthrough of Undertale, to add to his Let's Play series on YouTube, where he had already played over 20 different games on stream. However, instead of the usual positive response to his videos, Mark's comment section was blowing up with insults and even death threats just because apparently he wasn't playing the game the right way. And it wasn't just the first video that got this kind of reaction. The next time he dropped another Undertale gameplay video, fans of the game came at him again. And when the negative comments didn't stop after the second episode, he gave up on making the third one completely. You have to know the Undertale plot is divided into 2 main endings, which come from either choosing the pacifist route or the genocide route. The pacifist route basically involves the player not killing any monsters in their game, and befriending 3 of the secondary main characters, Papyrus, Undyne, and Alphys. While the genocide route on the other hand involves killing every monster, including mini, mid, and main bosses in every location in the game. The third ending is the neutral one, which is basically the combination of both. And while these endings just seem like 2 simple different plot lines, a lot of Undertale fans don't joke with the routes, and have formed very toxic fandoms within the community that harass, dogs, and even send death threats to people who choose routes different from theirs. The genocide route fans believe that it is very pointless to play the game without killing monsters, because it leaves the protagonist at level 1 and doesn't give him any XP. And for the pro-pacifists, their biggest argument is that taking the genocide route involves killing characters that are minors. Now Markiplier chose to play through the genocide route, and this was the reason behind the backlash from pro-pacifists. At the same time, a lot of comments criticized the voice he decided to use for the video game characters, especially Sans and Toriel. "You're making Sans sound like an idiot. OMFG, Mark. When you first met Sans, your voice for him made him sound like a..." Now many of these comments were so vile that YouTube had to take them down, and some even went as far as asking Markiplier to end his own life. What made the death threats even more heartbreaking for Markiplier was that only 3 months before the walkthrough stream, Markiplier actually lost one of his close friends and collaborator, Daniel Lee Kyrie, after he unalived himself. Now Markiplier didn't actually say anything about the entire situation until February of 2016, during his Depression and Bipolar Support Alliance charity livestream.
Undertale, I'm not gonna play it. There's no short way around it. There's no easy way to say that. I'm not gonna play it. The community that rallied around it for different reasons than the reasons that I wanted to play it. So then it became a big obstacle to me in my mind that I wanted to play it in a different way than people were expecting. And then it became too much of a long thing, and then it's way out of time now, and I just don't feel like playing it.
The backlash would eventually die down after Mark successfully distanced himself from the game. However, later in October 2016, Mark made a surprising return to Undertale, when he and some of his friends streamed their playthrough for YouTube Primetime. And this was when he finally explained why he quit in 2015, saying, "Everyone was disappointed in the way I was playing it, and ordinarily I would just be like, you know, I'm doing it my way, I'm gonna do this. But unfortunately it was so persuasive that it made the entire experience not fun for me. It was literally just a moment where I was like, I'm not having fun making these videos, because I know no matter what I do, everyone will think I'm wrong." Now, Markiplier's case wasn't the only time Undertale fans hated on YouTubers for playing the game wrongly. In January of 2016, while YouTuber Fraser Argar, also known as Far From Subtle, was streaming an Undertale walkthrough on his channel, he killed some of the monsters that attacked his characters, and because of this wasn't allowed to go through a door in the game that was strictly meant for the pacifist route. Now, a lot of viewers in the stream chat immediately made it a big deal, with one commenting, "Wow, they really are punishing you for your choices." And this made him really frustrated, and so he replied, "Everyone just acts like it's common knowledge when we've been playing it from the beginning, as though 1 million internet people didn't say, hey, can you play Undertale, make sure not to kill anything, K thanks bye. I don't play games like that." What comes next, however, is even more unsettling since it involves an Undertale mod developer who used his privilege to commit pure evil.
What's up guys, it's Undertale, but even better with the Bits and Pieces mod.
When Undertale was released in 2015, nobody expected it to blow up as fast as it did. It was very rare for an indie game to perform that well, and even Toby Fox, the creator of the game, was so surprised by its success that he made a post on his official blog. Though it was released almost a year ago, I have the same opinion of it. It's about an 8 out of 10, niche RPG game. Surprisingly, there are many people who like this type of game. Though I did work hard, there's definitely a lot of luck involved in having a game become this popular. This fast and exponential growth was the first of that era, and it definitely gave room for a huge fanbase that created fan art, alternate game theories, universes, and new gameplay mods from developers within the community. A game mod is sort of a fan-made reconstruction of a video game that basically makes changes usually requested by other members of the community. And one of the most popular Undertale mods was the Bits and Pieces mod, not only for the new improvements, but for the very controversial story behind its creator. The first version of the Bits and Pieces mod was announced in August of 2020 by the Team BNP, a group of relatively famous developers, artists, and musicians in the Undertale community. The creator and main director of the project was a designer and musician called Blaze Myers. He was the lead developer on the team and had also collaborated with musicians on popular soundtracks in the Undertale community, including the very popular Spamton CD track and the soundtrack of the second chapter of Deltarune, a spin-off Undertale made by the original creator Toby Fox. The Bits and Pieces mod introduced overhauled graphics, new characters, fight scenes, and locations, and even imported features from Deltarune. Team BNP also consistently left news updates on their Game Jolt page and put out 25 mod versions by 2022, before releasing the main version in January of 2023, with 3 versions following in early November. However, on the 13th of November, Team BNP posted an update on their page titled "What's Next?" and it completely shocked everyone. "We'd like to start this announcement by sincerely thanking everyone for their support you've given us in the wake of the incident. You're the best. The Undertale Bits and Pieces mod, as you may know it, will no longer continue development. We ask that nobody attempts to continue this project as we feel it is best left as is. We've decided to archive this page, as well as the current Discord server, and we'll be releasing what we had of the anticipated Susie update, in the broken buggy state it was left at. However, we're happy to confirm that this is not the end. Our team has been steadily moving towards working on a new mod project, one that's completely free from our previous lead influence. In fact, this project has been in the works behind the scenes long before the incident occurred. The new mod is none other than Undertale Project Harmony by Murky Spices, which still aims to redesign the visuals of Undertale and add some extra content, only this time taking a more faithful approach. More updates coming soon. A new Discord server and Game Jolt page will also be popping up soon. Once again, thank you for standing by us, and we can't wait to explore what the future holds." The Undertale community was completely confused and at the same time devastated, especially with the statement indicating that their new mod project was going to be free from the previous lead influence, which meant that the team had a problem from the top. And when fans took note of it, a lot of theories started coming in about Blaze being a toxic leader and that he'd been abusing his power within the team. But the next day, the real reason for the mod's cancellation came out, and it was far worse than a common situation of power imbalance. That day, a Reddit user made a post titled "Bits and Pieces mod creator arrested," which included a link to Blaze's official mugshot and incarceration details. According to the Barron County inmate database, Blaze Myers was arrested for charges of possession of illegal underage content and soliciting for very immoral content from young people. Blaze Myers had been using his Instagram account to view illegal content of people not of age. However, on the 9th of August 2023, the Instagram administration reported through Cybertip that there had been an exchange of 3 illegal files between 2 accounts, one of which belonged to Blaze. The police then began an investigation, and 3 months later, they received a warrant to search Blaise Myers' account. And by the time the police went through his computer, what they uncovered was the darkest collection of media imaginable. He'd been having intimate conversations with a younger person, and had asked that person to make illicit videos of themselves. And so on November 13, the same day the BNP team announcement was made, Blaise was charged with 2 felonies, exploitation of a younger person and possession of explicit content involving a person not of age. In the Barron County Circuit, he was held on a signature bond of $10,000. And on May 10, 2024, Blaise pleaded guilty to the charge of possessing explicit content involving a person not of age. And so after all the court proceedings, on July 9, 2024, almost 8 months later, Blaise was sentenced to 8 years in prison, with 3 years of confinement and 5 years of extended supervision, on the condition that he registered as an offender and never used the internet unsupervised again. In response to the entire controversy, the Team BNP official website was updated to remove Blaise from the credits on their work. And under the list of directors, the team added a note where Blaise's name is supposed to be, which read, "We don't talk about the third one," completely erasing him from the Bits and Pieces projects. And according to a blog post from TV Topes, some old members of the Team BNP partnered to form a new dev group called Top Hat Interactive and worked together to create the Undertale Project Harmony mod that they had already announced in their statement. Then in January of 2025, Top Hat Interactive finally decided to completely distance themselves from Blaise Myers and everything he'd created. So they reached an agreement with the other Undertale mod collective called the Hopes and Dreams mod team and agreed to delete all traces from Bits and Pieces in their work. And while Blaise faced justice for his crimes, that wasn't the same in the next case, even though they went as far as almost forcing someone to end their stay on Earth.
They are brothers! And they are literally skeletons. Why do you want to see this in a romantic or sexual manner?
We've already talked about ships in the Undertale community and how toxic they can be, but there's one ship that's even more problematic than Frisk, the Fonsest ship. The Fonsest ship is between 2 underworld characters in the game, called Papyrus and Sans. In case you didn't notice, both of these characters are named after their popular computer text fonts, Papyrus and Sans Serif, and both of these characters are also brothers. In the game, Sans is depicted as the annoying older brother that lazes around and bugs Papyrus with bad skeleton jokes, but brags about Papyrus a lot whenever he's off screen, while Papyrus is calmer and pretty much the opposite of his brother. Sans and Papyrus are seen together at several points in the game, especially in the Snowden region, with Sans also making a couple of guest appearances on phone calls with Papyrus. Now after the release of the game, many artists and fanfiction writers began creating romantic content involving the 2 brothers, especially on platforms like DeviantArt, Tumblr, and Wattpad. And a lot of fans loved the Fonsest ship because of the contrast in their personalities, and the fact that Papyrus and Sans are the main skeletons in the game. Also, as a result of the growth in the global acceptance of queer culture in the mid-2000s, same-gender ships like Fonsest were pretty popular. Now on the other hand, of course, the anti-Fonsest sub-fandom were strongly against the idea. This is because inappropriate relationships between siblings is not only morally wrong, but also a crime pretty much everywhere in the world. And so the pro-Fonsest versus anti-Fonsest groups slowly divided the Undertale fandom. And with time, what seemed like a simple disagreement quickly became something else entirely. Artists that drew Fonsest content were mass reported, which resulted in their accounts being suspended, and it escalated to a point where even artists that drew simple platonic scenes of the brothers were accused of being secret Fonsest shippers, and were also reported online. One user even went as far as creating a petition to stop Fonsest, which he addressed to Toby Fox, the Undertale community, and for some reason American rapper Macklemore. Now during the peak of the Fonsest beef, the term purity culture became a trend in the community, which is a Christian movement that preaches abstinency from intimacy. The anti-Fonsest supporters also claimed that they were protecting children from the weird relationships of 2 brothers. But the pro-Fonsest were also not backing down either, and decided to fight back so hard that they harassed an anti-Fonsest supporter, so much so that he almost decided to end their time on Earth. In 2016, a Reddit post titled "It seems an anti-Fonsest blog unalived himself" went viral, and it talked about a popular Tumblr blogger at the time under the username anti-Fonsest, who was well known for posting content against the Fonsest chip. The handler of the anti-Fonsest blog had previously written about how they believed that chips like these were used to condition victims by their offenders into thinking what they did to them was okay. And then on July 4th, they made a post about receiving assault threats from pro-Fonsest supporters online. "Please stop sending me asks about harming me. Please, please, I'm begging you. Please stop." And the same day, they released a long list of vile messages that they'd received from users online. Things that people have actually said to me because I hate their skeleton ship. I've been brainwashed by the Tumblrians into being embarrassed about my past experience with inappropriate intimate conduct as a young person, and I should just drop the act and admit I enjoyed what happened. Graphic description of how someone wanted to kill me. I would have exploited whether the person responsible had access to adult content or not. So it's wrong of me to condemn the whole genre. 3 people hoping I get exploited again. Someone threatened to track me down and harm me. I'm an opinionated cow. I already lost the count of the unalive yourself asks I've gotten. Consensual familiar intimacy is beneficial for both parties. More that I don't want to think about right now. Then they followed it up with another post saying, "You want me gone so badly, then fine, I'll give you what you want," before completely going offline. Luckily, a friend of theirs managed to find them and talked them out of doing anything crazy to themselves. And the next day, another Tumblr blog posted an update on the whole situation. "Great, thanks to the fandom for this ship, somebody is about to unalive themselves. Are you proud of yourself, Anons, that harass anti-fawn says?" Second update, he changed his description and title to, "I won't be back, I'm sorry. So we are here now." After anti-fawn says left Tumblr, another account, which was a pro-fawn says supporter, made a celebratory post titled "Anti-fawn says is dead," which was later taken down by the platform itself. Now by 2017, most fans stopped paying attention to shipping wars, and most of them just faded. But this was at the expense of the entire fandom, as it had been divided into these smaller niche subgroups that majorly made posts about the ships they supported. But even though the community had been divided, one thing they still agree on is how much the next person turned Undertale to an immoral collection of childhood trauma.
Plots centered around the growing up to marry someone is a pretty cute thing to include in the story. But if the other person is an adult, yeah, do you see the problem here?
Just like most fandoms, the topic of alternate universes is a major discussion for Undertale fans. A lot of fans create alternate storylines, or AUs for short, which are different plot lines from what the original game developer created. For example, in the Underswap alternate universe created by Popcorn Prince, who is a popular Undertale digital artist, all of the main characters in the game had their personalities and roles swapped. And there are many AUs in the Undertale fandom, some even with their own original characters that have gained a lot of popularity in the community. However, one AU artist that completely scares early Undertale fans is Blog the Great Rogue, but we'll be calling her Rogue for short. Rogue started as a Tumblr fan artist, and around 2016 she started gaining popularity for her shipping artworks and her Q&A arts, which involved her followers asking questions about her original characters, and she would draw them answering the questions. Rogue's art was impressive, and most of it involved merging characters from different universes, but the issue was that most of her content was not safe for work stuff, involving very explicit artwork. Now, one of her more popular AU comics was called Bendy and the Quest for the Ink Machine, where she combined Cuphead and other classic cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, and Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. The comic was a hit among young fans back then, and it ran for 3 years. But when Undertale came out in 2015, Rogue was among many others who loved the game, and also added it to her list of art concepts. However, among all of Rogue's works, there are 3 main comics that the Undertale fans notoriously remember her for: PJ's Daycare, Jamie's Love, and the Nerd and Jock AU. Paper Jam, or PJ, who's also an AU character created by a Tumblr artist called 7 Good Angel, runs a daycare, where he takes care of other AU characters from the fandom. PJ's Daycare follows Rogue's regular Q&A format, and in one of the scenes, one of the characters, Arrow Sans, who's inspired by Sans from the game, gets very sick and goes to the hospital. But his older brother Geno, a version of Sans from the genocide route, wasn't aware of his brother's condition, so he believed Arrow Sans had died, and that it was his fault, and concluded that the only way to redeem himself was to take himself out of this world as well. As crazy as this sounds already, the fact that Geno is still a daycare level toddler and is already so eager to unalive himself makes the entire story even more disturbing. When PJ gets to the cliff, instead of trying to talk Geno out of the entire situation, like in real life scenarios, he yells at him, before revealing that his brother was alive. Geno, who is now calmed down, leaves the cliff's edge and hugs his brother. Rogue's AU comics created very uncomfortable plotlines from the Undertale game, and it gets even weirder in the Jamie's Love comic, where Paper Jam, or Jamie, who's a minor at the time, falls in love with Mr. Fresh, a cool version of Sans in his mid-20s. The huge age difference made the entire plot unsettling, and for most of the comic, Paper Jam refers to Fresh as Mr. Fresh, which further makes it obvious that he understands that it's not normal to be with someone that old. There are multiple scenes where Rogue draws intimate moments of the two, and in one scene, Fresh even falls asleep during one of the intimate moments, and Paper Jam opens his mouth and does some inappropriate stuff. And if you think these plots couldn't get even more disgusting, in the third AU, the whole story revolves around a nerd named Goth, and a jock or popular kid named Pallet, who's also a shipchild of 2 other Sans AU characters, Ink Sans and Dream Sans. Now Pallet and Goth like themselves, but Pallet isn't ready for a relationship or anything serious. However, Goth loses control of himself and forcefully has his way with Pallet. Some days after, Goth starts to regret all of it and tries to take himself out of this world, but Pallet comes to stop him and immediately calls for help. And then Goth asks her why she was calling for help, like she didn't want him to die. Pallet, who is already manipulated at this point, then replies, "What are you talking about? I never wanted you to check yourself out of this world. That idea never even crossed my mind. Sure, I was extremely mad at you for what you did, but it's not like I never wanted to do that with you. I tried to stay loyal to our friendship, but you're just so dreamy. I thought maybe someday we can be lovers. I wanted to take things slow before, that is why I was shocked by what happened.
I don't know if you remember, but I didn't really fight back or even call for help when you did that to me, because it wasn't just anyone that did that, it was you, and it made me feel safer. You don't have to feel bad anymore. I'm glad you were the one to take my V. I love you, Goth.
Not only did Rogue make the fact that Pallet was completely used so insignificant, she made him sympathize with the perpetrator and accept what happened to her like it was normal. Now what made the comic even more problematic was that most of Rogue's viewers were not of age either, so being exposed to this kind of content could potentially condition them to believing that this was the kind of reaction a person who experienced such a traumatic event should have. Now this isn't peculiar to only this comic. In most of the comment sections that talk about her old content, you can see most people in the comment section talk about how they didn't understand these things back then because they were way too young.
I was about to when I found these comics, and it was definitely a big contributor to me letting myself get harassed online. Normalizing these dynamics is predatory and disgusting. A guy who took advantage of me made me read these comics when I was. He made me think these filthy things were normal, and it took literally years for me to notice they weren't. Thank you so much for talking about this. The way these topics were portrayed in the comics is just disgusting.
When all of this controversy reached Rogue, her response made it clear that she didn't unknowingly make all of this, and was in fact aware of what she was doing. In a very long Tumblr post, she wrote,
I ain't fazed by any of this, especially after 2016. A lot of poor souls that used to be on Tumblr talk about their younger selves on YouTube, and how they just wanted to draw out of proportion, obviously deprived from reality just for giggles, and how they got beaten to pulp for it. That weird, obviously non-realistic always finds a way to become something political to these people. Like, are you all proud of yourself for almost ruining those people's lives just because they drew something you didn't like? Hell, most of them were kids when they first joined Tumblr. I'm lucky I was an adult when I joined the internet.
She then ends her long post saying,
if you want to make a rant about something or someone you don't like, go ahead, but don't assume gross, creepy things because of it. Here's an example to think about. In the Undertale fandom, a lot, and I mean a lot of people, are into Foncest, aka Sans X Papyrus. Another ship I hate. And they are brothers. Think about it. Do you really think that all those people are actually into sibling intimacy?
For a long time, most of Rogue's content remained on the internet, until 2018, when a lot of her content was removed from Tumblr, after the platform announced a ban on adult content in 2018. Rogue might have completely altered a lot of innocent childhoods, but this next person's case is a systematic spiderweb of manipulation and taking advantage of people, all under the disguise of a video game community.
Welcome back to my Undertale casual Let's Play.
Shay was one of the most popular Undertale and Deltarune content creators of the early 2020s, and was well known for the ironic frog-faced persona. But while Shay was cementing their name as one of the biggest Undertale YouTubers, what they were doing behind the scenes was far worse than anyone imagined. They started making videos on YouTube in 2017, particularly speedrun content, which was made popular by streamers like Summoning Salt and TGH. Now when they started making speedrunning content, they actually played The Legend of Zelda, but then around 2021, they decided to switch to Undertale and Deltarune speedrun videos. And it didn't take long for them to become famous in the community, and in just 4 years, they had amassed over 350,000 subscribers on YouTube, and about 50,000 on Twitch. They also took part in multiple public speedrun tournaments, and in 2021, they became the world record holder for the fastest completion time of an Undertale genocide campaign, with a total time of 1 hour, 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Now Shay was also active on online Undertale communities, where they made Undertale meme art, had a piano cover playlist of soundtracks from the video game, and collaborated with various Undertale mod developers. However, on November 18, 2025, Shay would do something that nobody predicted, and it would go on to destroy their reputation overnight. Out of the blue, they went offline on their social media accounts, including the Discord speedrunning service that they owned. And the next day, they left the Calamity mod developer team as well, that they'd been a part of since 2024. Now a lot of fans were confused, and a couple of them started making threads on Reddit, trying to understand what really happened to them. So the very next day, another popular Undertale speedrunner, known as Willie J, posted a statement to the community on Twitter.
We're aware of the concerns over the current state of Shay's community, including but not limited to them stepping down from various leadership positions in UT/DR speedrunning communities. Due to the sensitive nature of this, we cannot disclose more information about this at the moment. We're working behind the scenes and we will be able to share more information with you in the near future.
But this just raised even more questions than answers. And so just 2 days later, Willie J returned to Twitter and made a post that completely shook the Undertale community.
While in the community, Shay has committed reprehensible acts including taking advantage of multiple fans and harming their now ex-partner. They're an active danger to the community.
And Willie J then revealed Shay's crimes with a 262-page long expose of proof attached to the tweet to back up his claims. The document contained 29 separate sections, testimonies from victims, former friends, and people Shay had manipulated or taken advantage of. Each section included chat logs, screenshots, and detailed accounts of what happened. The preface of the document reads,
"We, a collective group of Shay's victims and former friends, accuse Shay of actions including but not limited to non-consensual acts, taking advantage of people, orbiting fans until they're of legal age, and pressured intimacy. We're releasing this document because we feel that Shay's actions pose a present and extreme safety risk to the community, such that people need to be aware to protect themselves. In this document you will find a collection of our stories, statements, and supporting evidence to these accusations. Shay himself has already admitted to the actions, detailed in the testimonies from Anonymous 1, Azurath, Anonymous 3, and Willie J, to the victims themselves in private."
I can't go over the entire document because it's too long and I don't want to get demonetized. But the first case in the document is by Shay's ex-partner, known on the internet as Star Smiley. Shay and Smiley became a couple around 2019, and from the beginning Star had been clear about her boundaries because she is asexual, which means that she experiences little to no intimate attraction to others. And Shay, who's non-binary, agreed to respect these boundaries when they started dating. She asked Shay to not initiate anything intimate, and Shay agreed. To culminate this, Star claimed that she was okay with Shay having intimate partners outside of their relationship. But according to Star, Shay took advantage of that arrangement and, in quote,
"handled it poorly. As I mentioned previously, I agreed that they could have intimate contact with others, and did not specify that they had to tell me when it happened, or who it was with. I did not expect them to be having this behavior with nearly 20 people, nearly constantly, throughout the entire relationship."
And from other victim testimonies, Shay can be seen repeatedly brushing off any conversation that asked about Smiley, or if Smiley was comfortable with them talking with Shay. Then one night, while they were in bed together, Shay started doing something to Smiley inappropriately without her consent. And when Smiley confronted them, Shay claimed that they were testing whether Smiley really was asexual. And this of course left Smiley completely distraught. Smiley also revealed that Shay was very distant and would rarely interact with her despite knowing that she was suffering from depression, and that they also had a phone addiction problem. And on top of that, Smiley would also accuse Shay of being emotionally distant. Now when Smiley finally ended the relationship, she moved back in with her parents, without telling Shay, since she knew that they wouldn't let go. And she was right. When Shay called Smiley's mother afterward, they admitted to her mom that they would have tried to stop Smiley from leaving. The next testimony in the document was from a girl named Aspen, who Shay had befriended. At the time, Aspen was not of age, while Shay was already 22. But this didn't stop them from flirting with Aspen nonetheless. And as the two grew closer, Shay would always make these inappropriate comments about Aspen's body. And then in 2022, during a gaming convention that they both attended, Shay sent Aspen a shirtless photo while the two were seated next to each other on a bed. And the moment Aspen turned 18, Shay's behavior shifted even more. Their advances became more aggressive and more explicit. They would only text her when they wanted to talk dirty, and according to the document, this was a pattern across multiple victims. Then during the Games Done Quick convention of 2025, Shay invited Aspen to their room while they were alone and got intimate with her even when she clearly didn't want it, although Aspen didn't complain because she was scared of upsetting Shay.
When I went up to their room under the pretense of hanging out, they took advantage of me. They made advancement and pushed me to do things I was not comfortable with, but I did not feel safe saying no given the context, the power they had over me, and the fact that I was alone with them. At the time I was vulnerable given unrelated things in my personal life, and it led me to not really realize what had happened until I looked back on it a few days later. For the rest of the events, they barely responded to me. I sent around a dozen messages and they gave me one single cat emoticon and a LOL, ignoring almost everything I said to them, and all the while acting like nothing happened when we were around each other in person.
And then there's the case of a person who's only referred to as Anonymous 1 in the documents, but I'll be calling them Sage. His first contact with Shay was in late 2023, after Shay reached out to him to compliment an art that he'd made. The two slowly grew closer, and Shay managed to keep the conversation as platonic as possible. But this wouldn't last long, as when Sage turned 18, Shay became much more flirty with their messages, and called him a good boy in one instance. On one occasion, Shay also asked him for a photo of his backside as proof that it was actually big, which he sent. Now this was very disturbing, because they knew that Sage was also asexual, and pushed anyway, just like with Smiley. According to Sage, he was enjoying his relationship with Shay, not only because it fulfilled his fantasy of dating an older person, but because they were also somebody he looked up to, which made it pretty special for him. Then in May of 2025, Sage made a post on X about wanting to get intimate, but Shay immediately translated that as an invitation for intimacy directed to them, and so they began to bug Sage about performing the acts he described in the tweets with them. And in response, Sage continued to brush Shay off, but they simply refused to back down and continued to behave inappropriately. Sage then explained that his post wasn't meant to be intimate, but Shay made it clear that their intentions absolutely were. This made Sage upset, because again, he was asexual, and Shay knew about it. And when Shay noticed that the whole thing was going too far, they quickly apologized and claimed that it was simply a joke. Now by late August 2025, Sage had actually heard enough stories from other victims, so he sent Shay a lengthy message calling out the inappropriate behavior and setting clear boundaries, to which Shay then responded this.
These past few weeks and especially these past few days have been incredibly sobering for me. I frankly truly did not realize the impact of the things I was saying. You're completely right. I want you to know that. You're completely right. After I got over the initial sting and suddenness of your message to me a few weeks ago, I really started thinking and processing, and just laying it all out for myself. I'm sorry that wasn't clear in my responses to you, because I was still reeling over the shock of it all. But you're right. You have every right to feel this way, and yet you have shown me compassion by sending this to me, giving me closure on it, and that means a lot to me. I'm going to write my response in multiple bits. I don't have the energy at the moment for a long message, sorry. I just want to say I'm so incredibly sorry. And so incredibly sorry for not realizing what I was doing to you, how it made you feel, how it must have felt coming from me.
But even after this apology, Shay would then immediately blame Sage for hurting their feelings by confronting them at night when they were tired. They claimed that Sage and other victims were making them hate themselves. And this wasn't all, as Sage was just one of the 21 victims who came forward, with another one, Anonymous 11, who I'll be calling Ben, stated that during a gaming convention they attended in 2023, when Shay went in for a goodbye hug with Ben, they picked him up from the ground and pressed their private part against him. Then during another convention in 2025, when Shay went to visit Ben in his hotel room, they tried to force Ben to lie down next to them, and even pulled him down to the bed. However, Ben was lucky that his partner, who was also in the room, managed to come to his rescue. One of Shay's former friends, Audrey, also claimed that right after she had a breakup, they and Shay attended the GameStop Quick convention in 2023 together. Shay was aware that Audrey was at a vulnerable spot and used it as an opportunity to get extremely touchy with them. During one time, Shay asked Audrey to cuddle with them and felt up her backside without her consent. And to make matters worse, Audrey was way younger than Shay and had only turned 18 then. And Anonymous Victim 3, who I'll be calling Jay, claimed that during a convention while they were both in her friend's room, Shay came to lay with them on the bed they were on, and forcefully cuddled with them, even when Jay made it clear that they wanted their space. Shay then pressed their third leg against Jay's leg, and when Jay voiced out their confusion, Shay acted like they didn't understand what they'd done. Now Shay later debunked Jay's story and claimed that they were only trying to see what was on their phone. Now, hours after Willie J's document went live, another Undertale creator named Gibbles GD released her own 15-page document detailing her and her partner Ava's experience with Shay. According to Sibbles, while a lot of people believed she and Shay's relationship was strictly based on Undertale-related topics, she claimed that they also had some sort of flirtatious connection that was initiated by Shay. Sibbles also claimed that Shay would often ignore work conversations and only pay attention when she was being flirty. At the same time, Sibbles' partner, Ava, who was a YouTube editor, was looking for work and eventually got hired by Shay, but they would constantly ignore Ava because she only cared about conversations when they were flirty too. Shay also provided very little material for her to work with, and on some occasions she would have to beg Shay to reply to her. So since Sibbles knew how to get Shay's attention, she would decide to offer Shay an explicit photo in exchange for answering Ava, and they immediately agreed. But even after she did what Shay wanted, Shay didn't give Ava the materials until the last day of July, despite her asking for it before July even started. Now, even though Sibbles consented to send this photo, it was out of desperation, and in the chat she clearly tells Shay that she and Ava really needed the money, which means that Shay clearly knew that they were practically granting a favor in exchange for explicit content. Then in the doc, Sibbles, who's dyslexic, revealed that she once made a post asking people to stop spamming the "I can't read, I'm an Undertale fan" meme in her comment section. And when she told Shay to help her out with the situation, Shay told her that they couldn't because they actually created the meme and didn't want people to stop using it. Shay simply didn't care about the fact that Sibbles was getting hate online and only wanted their meme to keep going viral even if it meant that her friend kept getting hurt. They also asked Sibbles to delete a tweet where she complained about the meme. And when all this came out, a lot of fans simply couldn't stomach how evil one person could be. And so within minutes of the document going public, Shay appeared in a Discord server and admitted to practically everything and simply said that they were taking a break from the internet to seek professional help. And there have been no updates on Shay since. And now let's talk about crimes that happen on the platform Facebook, if anyone even uses that still. People say all kinds of things on Facebook, most often through Facebook Live, and while that's usually harmless, the streams can sometimes take a turn, as some traders often engage in selling counterfeit objects. And although many of them escape consequences, this mother-son duo wasn't so lucky. It began on April 25th, 2022, when a woman from Mirandela, Portugal, who we'll call Maria, started a Facebook Live in her home. Surrounded by shelves filled with various fashion accessories, Maria showcased each of the products she had on sale to the potential customer watching live, and everything was going well, until she brought out a pair of Adidas sneakers. But all of a sudden, her sale was interrupted by a loud bang, and it didn't take long to see where the sound came from. The son, who was also in the room, was arrested and taken into custody. But unfortunately and mysteriously, this was where the case completely went silent. Even after the video of the live-streamed arrest went viral, Portuguese news outlets offered no information concerning what happened next. However, many believed that the duo probably got raided for selling counterfeit products. But something far weirder and more dangerous happened in the next case.
This is a dangerous and scary situation the entire state has been watching for 12 hours. A man holed up in his home near the Austin area shot 3 police officers.
On August 17, 2020, a 26-year-old man named Joseph Deshaun Taylor found himself in the middle of a terrifying situation in Cedar Park, Texas. His mother, Pasha Taylor, had called 911, claiming that Joseph had suddenly started behaving aggressively, attempted to steal her car, and was now trying to force his way into the room where she and her children were hiding, while holding a gun. As a result, 3 officers were immediately dispatched to the home to check on the family, and at first they tried to get inside by knocking on the door, but upon receiving no response, they broke it down and made their way to the upstairs bedroom, where Joseph was holding his mother and siblings hostage. When the officers reached the room, Joseph opened fire on them, and in response, the officers fired back, exchanging over 50 shots with Joseph before he then proceeded to barricade himself in the room with his mother and siblings, leaving the officers with non-fatal injuries. And seeing that they couldn't handle the situation alone, the officers ran down to call for help. Now, as more officers arrived on the scene, the area was quickly cordoned off with yellow tape, but because of the initial experience of the first officers that arrived on the scene, they realized that trying to get entry by force would be dangerous for the hostages. So instead, the police team decided they would attempt to convince Joseph to surrender. Now, at this point, this might have seemed like an impossible goal, but as soon as Joseph barricaded himself in, he actually started a Facebook Live, giving the officers an opportunity to contact him for a negotiation. And in the Facebook Live, Joseph was seen sitting in some corner of the room smoking a joint. And although the entire live stream would go on for a total of 1 hour, only 3 minutes are currently accessible. And in this short clip, the police negotiator tries to assess the situation in the house and also engages Joseph in an active conversation. The negotiator also asks Joseph if he would allow his little brother to come out of the house, to which Joseph replies that he would prefer he stayed in the house with his mother. And the clip would then end with Joseph telling the negotiator that he would not take any steps until he finished his conversation with his family. And this would not be the only time Joseph opened Facebook. At 4:30 a.m. the next day, he posted a selfie with a cloth around his bloodied hand, with the caption,
"Not fun being a target."
Then around 7 a.m., approximately 16 hours after everything happened, Joseph decided that he'd had enough, immediately releasing his siblings to the cops. And not long after that, he walked out with his mother and then surrendered. He was then placed under arrest before being taken to a hospital to check for any potential injuries from the earlier gunfight. On the same day, Joseph was also charged with 3 counts of aggravated injury with a deadly weapon on a public servant and 3 counts of aggravated kidnapping. Now, in his trial, Joseph's defense team actually tried to argue that he was mentally unstable and that everything he did was an act of insanity. But despite that, on December 3rd, 2025, Judge Rick Cannon rejected the insanity claim and found Joseph guilty of all the charges he was arrested for. He's still awaiting sentencing though and remains in custody. But as horrifying as Joseph's story is, this next one is even more devastating since it involves a joyride gone wrong. On July 6, 2017, 21-year-old Nikola Barbasova was driving a car near the Ústí nad Labem region of the Czech Republic. Seated beside Nikola was her friend Nikola Vorlova, who we'll refer to with her last name to avoid any confusion. Now, somewhere along the line, Vorlova decided to turn on her phone and started a Facebook Live, which would later turn out to be a tragic mistake. The first 10 minutes of the live stream started with both Nikola and Vorlova being cheerful and dancing to the song playing on the radio while talking to the viewers. But as the live progressed, their actions became more and more concerning. While Vorlova was the one holding the phone, she kept urging Nikola to look away from the road to show her the live chat. On top of that, Nikola even admitted that she was driving recklessly and that they were at the risk of being pulled over by traffic cops. But instead of slowing down, they both just laughed at the prospect of getting arrested and kept blazing down the road. And at the end of the first 10 minutes of the stream, Nikola revealed the speed she was traveling at. But then she started gradually increasing the speed of the vehicle even more. And at this point, the ride became so scary that even Vorlova let out a nervous laugh. But a few moments later, the situation would take a very disturbing turn. Within a split second, the car, which was a Volkswagen Beetle, slammed into a bus stop, and what followed was an eerie stretch of silence, before concerned pedestrians ran to the car and attempted to help the girls. And while the live was still going on, the people in the background could be heard calling emergency services for help. And a few minutes later, as the police and paramedics arrived, some more people came near the car, and that was when they heard one of the 2 girls screaming in pain. This turned out to be Vorlova, who luckily survived with minor bruises, but the same couldn't be said of Nikola, who unfortunately passed away in a span of seconds upon impact. At the half-hour mark, a policeman spotted the phone, but didn't notice that any live stream was actually taking place, so it just kept rolling. And not long after the first responders arrived, a concerned man could be seen approaching the ambulance. It was Nikola's dad, who was desperate to know about his daughter's condition, and the live would then continue until an unidentified man switched it off 20 minutes later. Now, within a couple of hours, this live recording went completely viral on the Czech internet, and even years later, the video is still used as a cautionary tale for new drivers on the dangers of reckless driving. But unlike this case, this next one didn't happen due to negligence, but because of pure malice.
And this afternoon, hate crime charges leveled against 4 young African Americans after police say they targeted a young disabled white man. Authorities saying tonight he was targeted because of his disability and his race.
In early January of 2017, when most people were returning to their regular lives after the New Year's celebrations, a disturbing live stream began circulating on Facebook that shocked the entire country. In this video, a young man could be seen bound, gagged, and brutally injured, while some voices could be heard laughing in the background. But as unsettling as this video was, the story behind it is even worse. It actually began on December 31st, 2016, when an 18-year-old white male, whom we will be calling Adam, was dropped off by his parents at a McDonald's in Streamwood, Illinois. Adam was a mentally challenged kid, which naturally made it difficult for him to have friends. But one day, Adam was actually contacted by a schoolmate named Jordan Hill, and upon being contacted by Jordan, Adam was obviously happy, and they both decided that Adam would be celebrating New Year's over at Jordan's place. Now, Adam's parents didn't have any objections to this, as they were glad that he could finally socialize with others, and it was with this idea in mind that they dropped him off in front of the McDonald's, where he was then picked up by Jordan. But beneath the friendly facade, Jordan was never the kind of person Adam believed him to be. From the very beginning, Jordan had reached out to Adam with one goal in mind: to use him and turn the entire situation into his own twisted form of entertainment. Even the van he used to pick up Adam wasn't his. It had been stolen from another location. Yet Adam, because of his innocence and disability, had no way of seeing any of this. To him, Jordan wasn't a threat, he was a friend. Over the course of the next 3 days, Jordan would practically take Adam hostage in the back of the van and drive to various locations to meet his friends all over the city, while Adam had no choice but to wait. But by January 3rd, Adam's parents had started getting worried about him, so they decided to file a missing person report. Then, in an attempt to reach her son, Adam's mother contacted Jordan on his Facebook, who in turn replied that she would have to pay $300 before he would actually free Adam. At this point, the situation had effectively turned into a kidnapping. Now after that, Jordan actually decided to stop driving around and finally removed Adam from the van and locked him in a room instead, belonging to his friend Brittany and Tanisha, who were sisters. Now at their apartment in the Homeland Square area, they were soon joined by Tesfaye Cooper, another friend of Jordan who'd come to participate in their evil plan. And what happened next would be seen by thousands. Once inside, Brittany turned on her phone and started a Facebook live stream while all the others tied Adam up and put a cloth gag in his mouth. And in the live stream, the group could be seen punching and kicking Adam and even cutting off part of his scalp, and also forcing him to drink from a toilet while shouting phrases like
white people
and
Trump,
and even forcing him to repeat those phrases. Now the total torture lasted for more than an hour, although only 28 minutes of the ordeal were actually recorded. Now at one point, someone from the group called Adam's mother again and demanded $300 for his release, but she still wasn't willing to cooperate with them. And while all of this was going on, a neighbor, disturbed by the noise coming from the apartment, contacted the police to file a complaint. And after some time, officers finally arrived on the scene, but since they weren't actually aware of the hostage situation going on, they simply knocked on the door and asked them to keep the noise down. But once the officers left, the group went straight to the neighbor's house to threaten them for daring to call the police. But the thing was, the entire group left, which left Adam completely alone in the apartment. And he saw this as an opportunity to escape and quickly ran outside. And so at approximately 5:15 p.m., Michael Donnelly, one of the officers responding to the 911 call, spotted him wandering outside in the bitter cold. And Michael noticed that his clothes were torn and that his face was covered in cuts. So he decided to approach him and asked for his name, which he then typed into the database. And this is when he discovered that a missing persons report had been filed under that name. Now to gain a full understanding of the situation, Michael began interviewing Adam about what happened to him, as Adam began explaining how he actually got kidnapped and tortured. And coincidentally, it was also around this same period that the live stream was uploaded and it started going viral. And since all the suspects actually showed their face in the video, it only took a couple of hours before they were all located and arrested on charges of aggravated kidnapping, aggravated unlawful restraint, aggravated battery, and hate crime offenses. And so on February 10th, 2017, the entire group was put on trial before a criminal court in Cook County, Illinois, where they all pleaded not guilty. And the bail was set for all four: $900,000 for Jordan, $800,000 for Cooper, $500,000 for Brittany, and $200,000 for Tanisha. Now as the video continued to spread online, it sparked major outrage due to the racial undertone of the attack, with the hashtag BLM kidnapping trending massively, as certain groups attempted to tie the attack to the Black Lives Matter movement. But investigators would later find no evidence connecting the group to any movement. And in order to separate themselves from the gruesome act, members of the Chicago Black Lives Matter community even had to drop a statement, denying any association with the suspects. Now following a lengthy trial, the four friends would begin receiving the consequences of their actions on December 8th, 2017. Brittany pleaded guilty to hate crime, intimidation, and aggravated battery. However, her kidnapping charges were dropped, and she ended up receiving 4 years of probation along with 200 hours of community service. On April 19, 2018, Tanisha pleaded guilty to hate crime, intimidation, and aggravated battery. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Then on July 5th, 2018, Jordan also pleaded guilty to aggravated kidnapping and hate crime charges. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison for his role in planning and executing the attack. And a week later, on July 12th, Tesfaye also pleaded guilty to aggravated kidnapping and hate crime. He received a 7-year prison sentence. But as horrifying as this incident is, this next one was even worse, since it almost turned an entire country upside down.
She shows no significant sign of remorse, even continuing to profess the truth of her allegations.
I feel no sense of triumph, only sadness.
On May 19, 2020, a Facebook user named Ellie Williams, whom we will be calling Ellie, posted a few pictures on a wall showing her entire body and face completely covered in bruises, with a long caption detailing how she'd been violently brutalized by some men for a long time and left in a park where she was found by the local police. Now, the post specifically mentioned that those who harmed her were a part of Asian gangs that have been operating in Barrow, the place where she lived. And because of the volatile political state of the UK at the time, this post would end up causing massive outrage in the community. In summer of 2020, for example, the hate crimes against people of color tripled, with the Cumbria police alone recording a total of 151 incidents. But instead of arresting the people who injured Ellie, the police decided to arrest her instead, making the entire situation so much worse.
Hi Ellie, are you alright?
Yeah.
If you just listen to my call, she's just gonna have to read some alphabet of paper. Alright.
When the news of this arrest came to light, it sparked a nationwide protest, with hundreds of people taking to the streets to demand justice for Ellie. An online fundraising campaign was also created in her name, which ended up raising over £20,000. And at this point, Ellie had the general public on her side, which makes sense. But all these protests would soon be brought into question when some disturbing facts about her past started to surface. It turns out that Ellie had been showing tendencies of hurting herself since she was very young. However, it was not significant enough for her to seek medical attention, and her life went on as normal. But that would change in November of 2017, when Ellie called the police for the first time to accuse a friend named Cameron of getting her drunk and taking advantage of her in his house. In an interview conducted at the police station, she went into a lot of detail about how the whole thing happened.
Cameron had sat on top of my lap. He was pulled my dress down because it was like off the shoulder dress. And he took my bra down and all laughing at me. So I thought I was going to die.
But what made the story even more disturbing was the fact that Ellie claimed that she originally didn't remember anything until Cameron texted her on Snapchat saying that he gave her HIV. And scared after seeing the message, she claimed to have gone to the hospital to get herself checked. But upon being interviewed by the police, Cameron gave a different account. He was horrified that he was being accused of doing something so grievous and said that while Ellie was indeed at his party, he barely talked to her at all, and even had to call her sister to pick her up because she was so drunk. But even though he denied all of these allegations, Cameron would still end up spending a few days in jail before he was released due to lack of evidence. But still, the officers continued to investigate these allegations, and this would go on until January 2018, when Ellie actually decided to formally withdraw her complaint for reasons she didn't disclose. Now, over a year later, in May of 2019, Ellie crossed paths with the police again, when she called to file a complaint against a man who she claimed was troubling her. And in the following interview at the police station, Ellie identified the man who'd harmed her as Jordan Trengrove. She claimed to have met him in March of that year, and not long after they started talking, Jordan apparently suddenly attacked her and left her with serious injuries. And when Jordan was arrested by the police, he too was shocked by the accusations against him and denied hurting Ellie in any way, saying that they had actually only met once.
And I said, have you seen Ellie? And they said, yeah, she's gone home, she's being sick. And I thought, right, she's just had a bit too many to drink, she's gone home. And at the end of that night, there was a bit of a disturbance in a taxi rank between me and another guy, just verbal arguing. So the police arrived and took us both home on that night. 2 weeks later, I'm at my mum's house, and I got woke up and it was the police, and they were arresting me for an ABH and they said it was to do with Ellie.
And to further prove his innocence, Jordan revealed that on the night of the alleged incident, he had in fact been taken home by police themselves after they spotted him arguing with a taxi driver. And this strong alibi allowed the police to let Jordan go. But it wouldn't take long for him to get in trouble with the cops again. Now, a while later, Ellie called the police to inform them that Jordan was at her flat and was trying to hit her. And because the police didn't want to take any chances, they decided to arrest Jordan again at his residence, charged him with 3 counts of violation, and put him in jail. This event also affected Jordan's family, as people started to shun them and vandalize their property by spraying obscene words on it. And while this was happening, Ellie was becoming more and more unpredictable. She began drinking a lot, and every time she drank, she would disappear for some time, only for the police to then find her at odd places with bruises and cuts. Now, they initially believed that she was trying to hurt herself because of all the trauma she'd been through at the hands of several men, and that with Jordan in jail, her condition would eventually improve. But then, 1 month later, Ellie would come back to the police station to make another complaint.
So, what are we coming to talk about today? I was young, stupid, just got at house parties and stuff, and then at house parties some older men got introduced to me.
The Rami mentioned in the interview was Mohammed Ramzan, a well-known local business owner who was married and had 4 children. In Ellie's complaint, she claimed that Mohammed was taking advantage of her since a very young age, also accusing him of being the head of a major organization that was involved in the sales of younger people to paying customers. And she also claimed that Mohammed once took her to Amsterdam to sell her for 25,000 euros, and would even write down a list of other young people who also suffered under Mohammed. And with England's past history of dealing with such gangs, Ellie's claims actually seemed somewhat plausible to the officers. And so on July 7th, 2019, Mohammed was also arrested by the police. But during the investigation that followed, Mohammed actually revealed that he barely knew Ellie and only recalled her meeting once at a house party. He also denied all the allegations, and since the police had no real evidence against him, they let him go after 48 hours, while the investigation would still go on. However, the actual damage was already done, since news of Mohammed's arrest had gone viral. And just like Jordan, Mohammed would end up facing so much backlash that his business would lose 80% of his customers, and people would also spit on him while he was walking on the street, calling him a young person lover. And this stress would eventually become so severe that Mohammed attempted to check himself out of this earth. Now, over the course of the next few months, Ellie kept going to the police, giving them details about the attack. She revealed that Mohammed had transported her to 3 different locations for the purpose of selling her to a willing buyer. One location, Blackpool, was in England, while the other 2, Ibiza and Amsterdam, were outside of the country. And since Blackpool was the nearest location on Ellie's list, the police asked her if she would be willing to come with them to Blackpool and identify all the locations that she'd been in that town. And she agreed to go, but when they actually reached Blackpool, Ellie decided to take a U-turn on her words and only replied with, "I'm not sure," to every question she was asked.
Was it on that route that you took us on, or was it somewhere else? Not sure.
The police would then drive around Blackpool for 2 days, but they still couldn't get any information concerning whether the crimes took place or not. But then, on the 3rd day, they stumbled across a crucial piece of evidence. A receptionist at the Savoy Hotel in the neighborhood confirmed that Ellie had indeed checked in at the hotel some time ago. But contrary to her claims that she was with Mohammed, CCTV cameras showed that she was all alone, and a nearby store's CCTV even recorded her buying cup noodles all by herself. And once she went into her actual room, no one exited or entered for 24 hours, except for Ellie. Now back in Barrow, the officials started interviewing other victims that Ellie actually named, and shockingly, all of them had no clue what the officers were actually talking about, with most of them claiming that they only knew Ellie in passing. And this, combined with the CCTV footage, convinced the investigators that Ellie had been lying about what happened to her all along, sending the police team on a wild goose chase. And as a result, a warrant was issued for her arrest. But before they could actually get to her, Ellie went missing again and was only found a couple of hours later when her friends spotted her alone on a bridge. Now, after the police got this information, they went straight to her house. But when Ellie actually opened the door, she was covered in bruises again.
You alright? Sit down. Sit down for me. Sit down.
And the officers, concerned, asked her how she got the bruises. And this was when she brought up another story about how a man named Oliver had drugged her and exploited her at a train station in Preston. Now, to verify this once again, the police checked the camera footage. Now, in the footage, they did find Ellie walking out of the train station just an hour before. And after some time, she bumped into someone who was clearly Oliver. They had a brief chat and then left for some time. But after reappearing again, Ellie walked back normally and no bruises were actually visible on her face. And even Ellie's friends who spotted her on the bridge recalled that she was all alone and that there were actually no injuries on her face. And so from this point forward, Ellie just kind of started pulling out stories out of thin air when she was interrogated over the course of a couple of days. At one point, she claimed that a man named Lee had attacked her and gotten her pregnant, and that she gave birth to a baby named Bailey. And on top of this, she also claimed that she had an abortion using knitting needles. But the problem was that none of these incidences were ever mentioned in her medical records. And when confronted by the police about all of these disparities in her claims, Ellie simply claimed that she couldn't tell the truth because the men from the grooming gangs were forcing her to mislead the police.
And they've told me to tell you certain things would put you off the scent of trust in them.
The difficulty is, Ellie, that you told us lies.
I know.
And if you tell us lies,
it's hard to believe the truth because lies have been said. I get it. I do get it. But I don't get these bruises for no reason, you know.
Now, the police actually decided to give her one last chance and checked her flight records. And as expected, there were no traces of her ever flying to Ibiza or Amsterdam. And so with all of this evidence, the police finally arrested her in May of 2020. But they wouldn't be able to keep her locked up for long, as she would end up getting out on bail. And while free, yet again, Ellie disappeared, violating all of her bail conditions. And it was while she was still missing on May 19th, 2020, that she would make the infamous Facebook post that triggered the biggest chaos ever. And a few hours later, the police found her in a park again, covered in serious bruises. But in the same park, the police found a hammer, which they then tagged as evidence of whatever was done to her. And while the police were now trying to figure out what happened out of Ellie, her Facebook post was splitting a narrative that was the farthest from the truth. In her flat, the police actually found multiple mobile phones, each containing different Snapchat accounts. And in one of these accounts, officers found a conversation that she had with her school friend Harry Cooper. Now, somewhere along the lines, the dialogue got a bit inappropriate. But this was when Ellie decided to change Harry's name to Rami, which was one of the text screenshots that she had shown as proof of Mohammed's harassment. As for the rest of the accounts, they were just fake profiles made of people she claimed they were part of the Asian group. gang. And so with the police now getting control over these accounts, Ellie's allegations started to fall apart. On top of that, the hammer that was found in the park was sent to the lab for DNA testing, and the results showed that only one person actually used it, which was Ellie, of course. And this was further proven by CCTV camera footage, which showed her purchasing the hammer. And so this finally aided the police in putting Ellie in jail for a non-bailable offense. And so in October of 2022, Ellie was put on trial, with the whole legal battle spanning over 10 weeks, with multiple people testifying against Ellie. And even though the trial was long, it would only take the jury 3.5 hours to produce a verdict, sentencing Ellie to 8.5 years in prison.
On count 1, there will be a sentence of 6 months imprisonment. On counts 3 to 5, the sentence will be 3 years imprisonment, concurrent on each count, but consecutive to the sentence on count 1, giving a total so far of 3.5 years. There will be sentences of 5 years on counts 5, 6 and 7, concurrent with one another, but consecutive to the sentences already imposed. Finally, there will be a sentence of 1 year and 3 months imprisonment on count 8 and 6 months imprisonment on count 9. Those sentences to run concurrently with each other and the other sentences imposed. That gives a total sentence of 8.5 years imprisonment. You will serve half of the total sentence of imprisonment in custody, after which you will be released on license.
However, while this sentence was appropriate punishment for the false allegations, it couldn't repair any of the damage that was already done.
You were able to say anything to Ellie Williams today, what would you say?
Why? I want to know why you have done this to us. Why? Because she's not only done it to me and Mo, she's done it to our families, and there's innocent children and kids involved in our families along with that, and she's destroyed their lives along with ours.
And while we saw how Facebook was used by Ellie to propagate a false story, in the next case, Facebook Marketplace was used in a similar way to lure unquestioning victims.
A 19-year-old woman is facing capital murder charges after police say that she shot and killed a man who was selling a phone on Facebook Marketplace.
In November of 2024, Ahmad Akbulov, a 66-year-old resident of Saxe, Texas, put up an advertisement on Facebook Marketplace to sell his old iPhone 15. And after a while, he got a message from someone named Anika Alman, who was willing to buy, and they both agreed to meet on November 8th, 2024, near a gas station. But on that day, it wasn't Anika who showed up, but another woman, 19-year-old Amaya Medrano. And little did Ahmad know that Amaya was actually on probation for stabbing someone in 2023, and that this simple encounter was about to alter the course of his life. Ahmad kept the conversation short and handed the phone to Amaya, and this is when things took a turn for the worse. Once she actually had the phone, Amaya ran from the scene without paying Ahmad at all, and Ahmad, after realizing what happened, started chasing Amaya. But this would prove to be a very bad decision, because after running for some distance, Amaya would abruptly turn around and bring out a gun from her pocket, with which she would then shoot Ahmad. And even though nearby police would hear the shots and come running to the scene of the crime, it was already too late, as Ahmad succumbed to his injuries, giving Amaya enough time to successfully get away with the phone. Now, 2 Dallas police officers who were passing nearby rushed to the scene and found Ahmad's body. But with Amaya successfully escaping from the scene, the police had nothing but the gas station camera recordings to aid their investigations. And even though these were never released to the public, the police claimed to have seen the clips multiple times in an effort to note the tattoos on Amaya's body as a means of identifying her. And they then started going through multiple Facebook accounts in the area, and after searching for a while, they finally landed on the account with the name Amaya Medrano. And Amaya would end up playing into their hands, because just a few days later after the crime, she would post a listing on Facebook attempting to sell a black iPhone 15, the exact model that Ahmad was carrying. And from then on, the police discovered that Amaya was working closely with Anika, and even though it was Amaya who pulled the trigger, Anika was still responsible for responding to the listing and luring Ahmad into a trap. And so on November 15th, both Amaya and Anika were taken into custody by a task force. And at this point, the stakes were clear. Under Texas law, the crime they were accused of carried the possibility of a life sentence. And for a good amount of time, that was the reality they were facing. But eventually, both entered plea deals, and the sentences got reduced. Amaya was sentenced to 55 years in prison, and Anika received a sentence of 37 years. But this is not the first time such a thing happened in Dallas. A year before Ahmad's murder, something similar happened in Arlington.
Why they did this? For what? For a car?
On March 21st, 2023, 51-year-old Kuter Hamdan met up with 2 guys who contacted him to buy his purple Dodge Charger after his son posted an ad on Facebook Marketplace. Initially, his son was supposed to show up for the meeting, but since he couldn't make it, Kuter went in his place. The 2 guys were 18-year-old Christian Socedo and 19-year-old Luis Guterres. From the get-go, they both showed interest in buying the car, so Kuter allowed them to go on a test drive. And at the end of this drive, some bystanders saw Kuter get out of the car and talk to Christian and Luis. But very suddenly, the situation got heated. With nobody around, no knowing what was going on. And it was at this moment that Louis decided to pull out a gun and shoot Kuter in the chest. The car then sped off and disappeared, while the people around were trying to call 911. Now by the time first responders arrived, one of the bystanders had tried to save Kuter's life by giving him CPR, but he unfortunately already died. Now immediately the authorities started searching for the actual shooters, and thankfully it didn't take long for them to strike a major breakthrough, as the charge had actually been abandoned near a shopping center. And when they looked at the CCTV recording in the premises, they found two men exiting the vehicle and walking away. Now another critical fact that helped them identify the suspects was the IP addresses of Louis's Facebook account, which showed that he was indeed present at the location of the crime at the time it happened. And the police also matched the CCTV pictures of the two to their Facebook pictures and found out their actual names and locations. And so on April 5th, 2023, the police conducted a traffic stop where they stopped a black Dodge Charger containing Louis and his brother Armando. Louis was then taken into custody and charged with capital violence and held on a $1 million bond. To catch Christian, the police tracked down the names of the people close to him and began interviewing them one by one. And at first, his friends of course weren't cooperative, but eventually one woman decided to reveal Christian's location, leading to his arrest too. He was also charged with capital violence and held on a $500,000 bond. However, as of January 2026, there's still no information regarding their sentencing. But as brutal as Kutar's death was, it pales in comparison to the calculated and evil nature of this next crime.
Johnson County 911. Honey, I needed an ambulance bad. Okay, do you want to attempt to do CPR?
In tiny mountain city, Tennessee, almost everyone knows everybody. The place is quiet, rural, and kind of frozen in time. But on January 31st, 2012, the town woke up to a crime that felt completely unreal. It all began with a 30-year-old woman named Janelle Leigh Potter, who was living with her parents, Marvin and Barbara Potter. The Potter family lived on a hill and mostly kept to themselves. Marvin was a Vietnam veteran and former Marine, and Barbara, the mother, was a housewife. Now, as the story goes, Janelle's childhood was very difficult because she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at a very young age, and in an attempt to make the life easier for their daughter, Janelle's parents started taking extra, sometimes unusual care of her, in addition to subjecting her to rules that required restrictive. She wasn't allowed to stay up late, nor go out at night. She was even denied the privilege of learning how to drive a car, since this would enable her to leave the home anytime she wanted and meet new people. And these restrictions would continue even when Janelle was well into her 30s. On the contrary though, her sister, Christy, had moved out of the house long ago to escape the strict behavior of their parents. And this made Janelle the lone child in the house, and as a result, all eyes were only on her. Now, since she wasn't allowed to interact with strangers, Janelle leaned heavily towards social media, especially Facebook. And while she barely posted anything on her profile, she continuously used her Facebook account to monitor what other people in the area were up to. But her social life would soon undergo some drastic changes. In 2009, Janelle had to make a trip to the pharmacy to get some medicine for herself. Now, this was usually Barbara's task, but since she wasn't home that day, Janelle made the trip alone. And this was when she first started befriending the clerk named Tracy Greenwell. And despite her restrictions, slowly their friendship bloomed, and Janelle started to talk to Tracy more and more. And she even introduced Tracy to her parents. And only when they approved of her did Janelle start visiting Tracy's place. And this opened a whole new world to Janelle, as Tracy would introduce Janelle to her friends, and they would in turn become friends with her. But the most important meeting in this whole story was that of Janelle and Tracy's brother, Billy Payne. Now, Billy and his wife, Billie Jean Hayworth, stayed with Tracy with their 7-month-old Tyler. And everyone really liked the couple Billy and Billy, and they would frequently show up to meet the two and sometimes even babysit Tyler, with the couple and their kid forming an important part of their friend circle. But over time, Janelle would actually start to develop a crush on Billy, and obviously this was impractical since Billy was already married. Now, even though she barely talked to him, everyone in the friend circle could actually tell that Janelle was kind of into him because of her behavior when he was around. And as the situation started getting awkward, Tracy decided to hook up Janelle with her cousin instead, Jamie Kurt. And surprisingly, Janelle and Jamie hit it off instantly, and Janelle started spending more time with Jamie than the rest of her friends. And she would simply lie to her parents and say that she was going to Tracy's home and go to Jamie's place instead. Now, a few months would pass, and Janelle would eventually introduce Jamie to her parents.
Jamie to you?
He's just a friend. We've been friends for years. He's friend of our family. Yeah,
He's friend of all of us to me.
And assured him that he was only a friend. And Janelle's parents actually trusted the statement without question and kept calling Jamie home to help them with computers. And over time, even Jamie would become a trusted member of the Potter family. Now, at this point, Janelle's life was going great, but what she didn't know was that the peace and quiet was about to be disturbed. It began on a fateful day when she noticed a few harsh messages on her Facebook. Now, we don't know the exact details of it, but these messages were apparently so bad that Janelle got scared and complained about them to Barbara. And when Barbara sat down with Janelle and asked her who she thinks might be behind the harsh comments, she said that it might be Billie Jean, because while Janelle didn't disclose her crush for Billie to her mother, she claimed that Billie Jean, so his wife, was jealous of her and that she was always rude to her when they spoke because she was scared that Billie might leave her for Janelle. Now Barbara decided to take matters into her own hands and started talking to Tracy to figure out what was happening. Now naturally the allegations spread and landed on the ears of Billie and Billie Jean, who were both shocked that they were being accused of such things. Now Billie denied ever having any interest in Janelle, and Billie Jean denied ever commenting anything on her Facebook, and so the matter remained unresolved. But because of the whole drama, the group started becoming fragmented. But while everyone else decided to pick a side, Tracy actually remained neutral, claiming that all she wanted was that everyone should be at peace again. Yet the group was never the same, with Janelle constantly bringing up their matter and arguing with Billie Jean. Now there was another crucial event, when James claimed that her house was attacked by stones, with the stones having the names Bill Payne and Billie Jean written over them in black ink, which prompted Barbara to call the police. And so as this whole drama and the tension continued to rise, some members of the friend group decided to step back completely, unfriending each other on Facebook and cutting off contact in hope that the time apart would calm the situation down. Both Billie and Billie Jean unfriended Janelle. Now around this time, after unfriending Janelle, friends began to notice that Billie and Billie Jean had not been seen or heard from for a while, and so concerned, a few of them decided to check on the couple. Now when they knocked on the couple's front door, no one answered. Now even this was not unusual, and they were completely used to entering the house through the back door, which is what they did this time around. And once inside, they noticed that it was unusually quiet, and they would soon find the reason for this when they went upstairs to face a bloody scene. Billie and Billie Jean were on the floor, covered in blood with multiple gunshot wounds on their bodies. In Billie Jean's arms was her son, who was covered in blood but crying and unharmed. For a small town like Mountain City, this kind of incident was unprecedented. National media landed in the city.
This murder, these murders have literally torn apart the sleepy little town of Mountain City, Tennessee.
And investigators began searching for the criminal. Yet for a crime of such severity and malice, there was barely any clue for the police to base their investigation on. So they decided to start by making a comprehensive list of suspects. And not surprisingly, the first name on the list was Janelle. Detectives then brought Janelle in for questioning and pressed her about her involvement in the crime. She, however, denied any wrongdoing and repeatedly defended herself. The investigators then interviewed her parents, Barbara and Marvin, but each time they also insisted that they knew nothing about their daughter's role and stood firmly by her side.
Actually, I feel bad about the situation because I didn't put no harm on them. They've been harassing me in my driveway, on our property, and then yesterday morning when I got on Facebook is when I found out. And, I'm sorry it happened, but, that's all I can tell you is they have been harassing the living.
Now they then turned their attention to Jamie, Tracy's cousin. This time, however, they would plug him into a polygraph or a lie detection test. And under the pressure of that, Jamie eventually cracked and revealed something that left the detectives puzzled.
Is the CIA here? CIA? Ask the question. Why did you ask about the CIA? Because he says he works for them.
He admitted that he and Marvin, Janelle's father, were responsible for killing Billy and his wife.
Who shot him?
He claimed that they acted under instructions from a CIA agent named Chris, who told him that their job was to protect Janelle and promised that they would never face consequences. And with this very weird confession, the police arrested Marvin as well as Jamie.
All this crap started. I've had my wife threatened. My wife has been threatened. They've threatened to take Janelle, cut her head off. You hear people plotting to catch your daughter in a restroom and murder her. And so much. Listen, I gotta run now. Janelle Barker.
But there was still the question of who the supposed CIA agent named Chris was. And when the detectives searched Marvin's truck, they found bags of shredded paper. And the investigators began reviewing the documents more closely, and what they found were copies of email exchanges between Chris and the Potter family. In those emails, Chris wrote that he had been observing the cyberbullying that was directed against Janelle, and since he was CIA, it was his job to protect her. And as the correspondence continued, Chris gradually earned Marvin and Barbara's trust, and his messages played directly into their fear for their daughter's safety. And so one day, Chris claimed that he possessed CCTV footage showing Billy and Billie Jean planning to kill Janelle. These allegations deeply shook Barbara, and by this point she'd grown so close to Chris that she began describing him as being like a son to her. One of the messages he sent to them reads,
"She's a good person. These girls are just driving her so crazy, and you know they're crazy. But what they're doing is still wrong, and hurting her like they are. There's no reason for it, just because she's sweet and very pretty, prettier than them. With you and Buddy, I hope you all can get them, and that you know what you're all doing is great. You're going to help the town. I wish I could kill them, but right now I really can't."
And since the police apparently did nothing about their daughter's safety, Barbara and Marvin took matters into their own hands. And since Chris reassured them that he would erase any legal consequences, it made them so confident that they decided to break into Billy's home. There, Marvin shot them both, ending their lives in the most brutal way possible. And with this confession, it seemed like the investigation was finally over. But still, the officers were left with a far more troubling question. Who exactly was Chris? Who was the CIA agent who convinced his family to actually murder somebody? And when investigators tracked the IP addresses tied to the emails, they were led back to the Potter family computer. A forensic linguist was then brought in, at which point they discovered striking similarities between the language in the emails and Janelle's own writing style. As it turns out, Chris never actually existed. Instead, the entire persona had been created by Janelle herself. And with this new revelation, the police then proceeded to arrest Janelle as well, and prosecute her alongside the rest of the suspects. And after a long trial, Jamie, who was present at the time of the shooting, took a plea deal that guaranteed only 25 years in prison if he testified against the Potter family. Janelle, Barbara, and Marvin were sentenced to 2 life sentences in prison in 2015. But to this day, Janelle claims that she had no role to play in the crime, and it was all orchestrated by her father to protect her. But as horrific as this story was, this next one is even more sinister, since it involved internet friends gone wrong.
Police have formally identified the dead girl as 10-year-old Ashley Hall. They say they believe she may have met her attacker on the internet. The man who led them to her body is still in custody.
On January 6, 2009, the police arrived at the front door of a man named Peter Chapman to question him over a simple traffic violation. They knocked on the door over and over again, but got no response. Now this was problematic, since Peter was a registered offender, which meant that he had to sign in to a police station every month. But over the course of that month, they would keep visiting his house with the hopes of finding him there, yet there was never trace of any Peter there. And so in order to locate him, the police issued an England-wide alert. And 24 hours later, while everyone was searching for Peter, an officer pulled over a car near Sedgefield, England, and took the owner into custody for insurance violations. And this man turned out to be Peter, but the police didn't notice it at first, so they were only concerned with the traffic violation. Yet before they found out that the man they arrested had a nationwide alert on him, Peter voluntarily confessed to a whole different crime he'd committed. And this confession would stun the police, and in the coming days, he would enrage the whole country. But before we talk about what Peter did, it is important to explore Peter's history with the law. Now, Peter had showcased violent tendencies all his life. In 1992, he was just 15 when he first came to the attention of police for physically injuring a minor. Then 4 years later, at 19, he went on to commit further crimes against 2 adult workers. And this particular incident involved him using a knife, so he would end up facing serious charges resulting in a 7-year prison sentence. But after serving half of a sentence, he was released due to his good behavior. However, prison time had little to no effect on Peter, as he would continue threatening women in his neighborhood, leading to even more arrests and jail terms. But in 2008, he decided to stay low for some time and shifted his activity to the online space, using a Facebook account registered under the name Peter Cartwright. Even though the account was fake, it quickly became popular, owing to the fact that he used pictures of bare-chested muscular boys in his profile, which made him very attractive to women. Now, hiding behind this false identity, Peter would go on to contact around 3,000 women, ranging from people not of age to married women. But out of all of the women he contacted, it was Ashley Hall, a young person from Warwick Square, who would suffer the greatest. Before meeting Peter, Ashley was just like any other young person trying to navigate life. After completing school, Ashley decided that she wanted to be a nurse and moved out of her mother's house. And she stayed in touch with her family through Facebook Messenger. And it was there that she came across Peter's fake account, Peter Cartwright. Now, Ashley immediately took a liking to Peter, who was exceptionally kind with her and showered her with praise every chance he got. And looking at the photos Peter posted, Ashley had no reason to believe that the account was being run by anyone other than a person her age. So she decided that they would meet in person. But on the day of the meeting, no one showed up, and so Ashley was disappointed. But when she contacted Peter, he apologized and asked if they could reschedule another meeting on October 25th, 2009. And in the chats leading up to the meeting, Peter told Ashley that his father would pick her up, and would even go on to impersonate an older man in their conversations.
"Hi hon, it's Pete's dad. Are you sure you don't mind me picking you up? Pete is really looking forward to seeing you. And yes, it's okay for you to stay."
And from there, Peter switched tactics and began posing as a teenager again.
"My dad's on his way, babe. He says exclusive state of him. Lol. He doesn't have to come in and meet your mom, does he? LOL. He'll be a mess probably. LOL. Oh, and are you wearing some underwear for me? Hehe."
To which Ashley replied,
"Okay, babe. And no, he doesn't, LOL. And it's okay, haha. What car has he got? And you will have to wait and see, won't you?"
Ashley then told her mother, Andrea Hall, that she would be staying with her friends from college. And her mother agreed, but only under the condition that Ashley promised to be home by 10:30 the next morning. However, the following day, there was no communication from Ashley. And even when Andrea called called her, she wouldn't pick up. And after trying to reach her for hours, Andrea began to panic. But still, she didn't stop calling. Finally, by afternoon, the call was answered. The only problem was, it wasn't Ashley's voice on the line, but that of another man. And when Andrea asked who it was, the man identified himself as the chief police inspector. He told her that her daughter's phone had been found with a suspect who'd confessed to a serious crime. And for some reasons unknown to the officer, Peter decided to come out clean about how he met a girl named Ashley and how the encounter turned violent. He told officers that he killed Ashley, suffocated her, and left her body in a secluded area. And you can see on the CCTV footage the exact moment police realized they were no longer dealing with a routine confession, but a far more serious crime.
Right, come Sunday, please.
Right, do you remember what you said to me in the cell?
I killed somebody last night. I need to tell somebody from CID where the body is.
Peter then took the police to the place he'd hidden the body, and Ashley's grandfather was then brought to the scene to identify her, and he confirmed that it was indeed Ashley. But even though Peter had come clean to the officers, the true extent of what happened to Ashley was only revealed after the post-mortem was concluded. It turns out Ashley had been taken advantage of and killed, and her body was then dumped near the fence, where it was later found. Peter's trial was scheduled to take place at Teesside Crown Court in March of 2010, but since he pleaded guilty, the court moved straight to sentencing instead, and so on March 8, 2010, Peter was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 35 years. But the story wasn't done here. This crime had caused such an outrage that Facebook and the police of the UK faced immense criticism for letting such a thing happen. Now, Ashley's death was tragic, but this next case is even more unsettling since the perpetrator wasn't a stranger.
The anonymous tip advised that he killed both of his parents last night at 5 p.m. He used the back of a hammer and that they can be found in bed at this location.
During the early 90s, Port St. Lucie in Florida turned into a utopia for middle-class residents who started moving into the county after real estate companies started building houses there. And among them was the Hadley family. Blake Hadley, the father who worked as an engineer at a nearby nuclear power plant, his wife, Mary Jo Hadley, an elementary school teacher who was loved by her students, and their two sons, Ryan and Tyler. Now, while Ryan's growth was quite normal, the same couldn't be said for Tyler, who suffered developmental problems that constantly left his parents worried. He wasn't the only one battling serious health issues though, as Mary also had a long history with chronic depression. However, she seemed to have learned to manage it pretty well. But over time, it became clear that Tyler might have inherited the mental health struggles from his mother. And on top of that, Tyler wasn't exactly normal at the time of his birth, as he had a head circumference that was smaller than kids of his age. And by the age of 6, Tyler showed obvious behavioral tendencies that prompted his parents to sign him up for counseling. And by age 10, his condition had only worsened, to the point that he had to be put on medications. Tyler also had a low thyroid hormone, which made him short, stocky, and a target for bullies at school. And so by the end of his high school, something clicked on him, and he changed drastically. He wasn't his cheerful self anymore. Instead, Tyler would start to seek attention by engaging in constant rowdy behavior. For example, as part of this new trend, Tyler, with a few of his friends, took an abandoned couch and lit it on fire near the school. But when the police found out, they didn't arrest him. Instead, they left the teenagers with a warning. And at the same time, Port St. Lucie was also changing. More and more residents began growing marijuana at home and selling it illegally. And this was so rampant that people started calling the place Port St. Lucie. And being surrounded by that kind of substance, Tyler slowly gravitated towards that and other drugs. Now in 2011 was the year that everything would fall apart. 17-year-old Tyler got into a violent fight with a friend, and the altercation was so intense that he would end up getting arrested and would go on to spend a week in jail. And after his release, Tyler was then placed under house arrest, and Mary, increasingly alarmed by his behavior, took away his phone. And this angered Tyler greatly and only worsened the already strained relationship between him and his parents. But before that, for months, Tyler had already casually joked to his friends about killing his parents. And as tensions at home escalated, the jokes began to sound less and less like satire and more like a plan. And on the night Mary actually confiscated his phone, Tyler texted his friend,
"Lol, yup, she's a... for sure, I might kill her. Oh my god, no jail, or I mean prison, lol, oh well."
And it was obvious that Tyler had made a decision at this point. And then came July 16th. At around 12:15 p.m. on that fateful day, Tyler posted a message on his Facebook wall, which read,
"Party at my crib tonight, maybe."
And then later that night, Tyler made another post to confirm that the party was indeed happening.
"Party at my house, hit me up."
And by 11:30, people began arriving. Tyler appeared normal, but his house did not. The furniture was scattered everywhere, and his parents were nowhere to be seen. And when asked about them, Tyler gave conflicting answers, telling some of them that they had gone to Orlando, and others that they were in Georgia. He also claimed that they no longer lived with him and that the house was his. Now, most of his guests didn't question it, or at least didn't care. They were there to have fun, but still, even they sensed that something was wrong. And a strong stench just hung in the air. And dark, red, grimy fluid stained parts of the floor and smeared across the family computer's keyboard. And Tyler's behavior only added to the unease. During a conversation with his friend Mark, Tyler quietly confessed that he'd killed someone. someone and would be going to jail. But because of how insane Tyler's story sounded, Mark didn't believe it and would later simply leave the party. But everything started to unravel when Tyler sat down with his best friend, Michael Mandel, later that night. He told him that he'd killed his parents. But just like Mark, Michael also laughed it off at first and told him to stop joking about stuff like that. But Tyler insisted and pointed out that his parents' car was still parked in the driveway, even though he mentioned earlier that they weren't home. And Michael, now feeling very uneasy, followed him into the garage. And upon entering, Tyler pointed to the floor, and it was there that Michael saw a bloodied footprint surrounded by pooled blood. But before Michael could truly process what he was seeing, Tyler led him toward the master bedroom. And this bedroom was cluttered with random items from around the house. But that wasn't what Tyler wanted Michael to see. As Michael stepped closer, he froze as he saw a white human leg protruding from the pile. And the realization hit him all at once, and Tyler began explaining what he'd done. Tyler told him that he'd first hidden their phones and locked the family dog in a cupboard so it couldn't bark. Then he grabbed a hammer and walked up behind Mary as she worked on the computer, and when she turned, he struck her while she screamed. Blake then rushed out from the bedroom and froze. And despite his size, seeing his wife being attacked left him helpless. He only managed to ask,
"Why?"
Before then Tyler replied,
"Why the frick not?"
and continued hitting him until he stopped moving. Tyler then told Mike that he wrapped his parents in towels and moved their bodies into the master bedroom. Now after hearing all of these gory details, Michael ran out from the bedroom, but he would only leave the party 45 minutes later and even took a selfie with Tyler. But by around 10:30 AM, the party slowly began to thin out and guests started leaving the house. And it was around this time that a neighbor finally snapped and called the police, fed up with the unbearable noise coming from Tyler's house. But officers arrived, spoke briefly with Tyler, and then left. Now Ryan Cipher was the last to leave at around 3 AM, and he later recalled seeing Tyler casually making himself a sandwich. And hours later, at 4:40 AM, Tyler posted again on Facebook, as if nothing had happened.
"Party at my house again. Hit me up."
But there wasn't going to be any party because Michael had called the police and told them everything he knew. And before long, the police were now in front of Tyler's store with their guns raised, ordering Tyler to come out of the house. Now after his arrest, Tyler was put on trial as a juvenile, and as per law in Florida, he couldn't be given the electric chair. And as a result, he was instead sentenced to 2 consecutive life imprisonments without the possibility of parole in 2013. Up next, we'll talk about the most horrific crimes in the 4chan community. On March 11, 2025, an unknown user published a post on 4chan containing a disturbing threat against Jewish people.
"I'm an anti-Semite and I'm going to take as many of you with me as I can before I check myself out of the server."
Now despite the severity of this message, the post initially went largely unnoticed. But the following day on March 12, other 4chan users who saw the post reported it to the authorities. The FBI was notified and swiftly contacted the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Section. And from there, the investigators traced the IP address of the post to a home in Henderson, Nevada. The person behind the threat was then identified as a 38-year-old man named Michael Tomasino. The same day, police went to Michael's residence, and upon arriving at his house and questioning him, he quickly admitted to making the post and confirmed that he regularly shared anti-Semitic content online. And after this confession, the police proceeded to put him in handcuffs and took him into custody. You see, this wasn't just hateful speech. The post explicitly threatened mass violence, which elevated it into a criminal threat under the law. And shortly after being apprehended, Michael appeared in the courtroom, standing in front of a pro tem judge, a temporary judge assigned to handle cases when the regular judge was unavailable. His bail was set at $20,000. And just 2 weeks later, on March 27th, during a grand jury return hearing, Clark County District Court Chief Judge Jerry Weiss decided to raise bail to $50,000 due to the explicit threat of mass violence made in Michael's post. Now, while it remains unclear whether Michael was sentenced, he remained in custody as the case moved forward. But unlike Michael, who got caught almost immediately, this next case involves a person who preyed on innocent women for years.
If you've ever had a fear of being stalked on the internet, that fear can become a reality at any time to anyone.
In 2012, an ambitious 24-year-old Madison Conradis was just starting a new marketing job in Florida. But then, as she was scrolling through her phone, she saw something that made her freeze. Explicit photos of herself without any clothing had been posted online for strangers to see, and when she traced where they come from, she realized it all began on 4chan. Even worse, she couldn't figure out who the person behind the post was, as the site enabled its users to remain completely anonymous. She was even more horrified when she realized that these pictures were from behind the scenes of a boudoir photo shoot, meant to be a private and intimate set of photos she'd taken in college and never intended to be posted publicly. At first, Madison suspected that photos had been taken from a private online gallery her photographer once used, similar to a portfolio site where clients could view their images. But when she took a closer look at the original 4chan post, she made another disturbing discovery. Alongside the photos, her full name and contact information had been shared, with users openly encouraging others to harass her. Overwhelmed and unsure how far the images had spread, Madison decided to reach out to her friends and colleagues, trying to find out who else had seen the pictures. But not long after she started her investigation, a man contacted her via Facebook under an account named Joe Bummer. He demanded new explicit photos of her, threatening that if she didn't comply, he would forward the already leaked photos to her friends and family. Madison didn't know how to respond at first. She thought that this could be simply someone who had seen her photos online and believed he could blackmail her into sending him more. So so she decided to ignore the messages. But sometime later, someone sent the pictures in her father's Instagram DMs, and even her marketing clients informed her about having seen some of it as well. Now Madison realized she couldn't do much to stop the images from circulating, so she tried to keep living her life as normally as she could. Later that year, while she was at a friend's party, Madison got a panic call from the manager of a hotel restaurant where she worked at in the past, informing her that the photos had made their way into his inbox. Now 2 long years would pass, and in 2014, her state enacted a new law against cyber harassment, giving Madison hope that the relentless harassment might finally be treated as a crime. So she went to a local Melbourne police station and reported everything that had been happening to her. Unfortunately, she was told by one of the officers that the life-ruining situation she'd been enduring couldn't be treated as a crime. The police explained that for someone to be charged under Florida's cyber harassment and cyber stalking laws, investigators must show that the same person repeatedly and maliciously targeted her with messages or threats over time, which can be difficult to prove when anonymous users are involved, and that without a clear suspect or digital trail, there was no valid case to pursue. This left Madison unable to do anything, as what was being done to her continued to intensify, and when she couldn't take it anymore, she asked her twin sister Christine for help. Christine had just passed her bar exam and was interested in environmental law, but even she didn't know much about how online crimes were handled. But Christine still tried to help. She spent hours digging through Florida law, police guidelines, and similar cases online, trying to figure out what could actually be done. But the more she looked into it, the clearer it became why nothing had moved forward. Even though the law now made it illegal to post explicit images without consent, it still required investigators to identify who originally uploaded the photos and prove intent. In Madison's case, the images had spread through anonymous accounts, reposts, and message boards like 4chan, with no clear trail back to a single person. Without a name, an IP address, or someone directly tied to the uploads, there was no one for police to charge. And without repeated direct threats from the same identifiable person, the harassment didn't meet the threshold needed to move forward as a criminal case. Now Madison became more and more embarrassed when meeting new people, knowing that just by searching her name online, they would see her leaked photos. However, that would soon change. 2 years later, in 2016, Madison met Jeffrey Geiger, a man from the company she worked for. They began to develop romantic feelings over time, and eventually the two of them started dating. Since they lived in different cities, Madison and Jeffrey traveled to see each other whenever they could. And on November 24th, 2016, Thanksgiving Day, they even took a vacation to a couple of islands in the state called Florida Keys. During their trip, Madison tried to clear her head from everything that had been happening. She deactivated most of her social media accounts and stayed offline, hoping for a break from the constant stream of reposts and anonymous comments that still followed her. But while she and Jeffrey were sitting on a beachfront watching the sunset, she decided to log back in briefly and shared a photo to her Snapchat story for her friends to see. Now when Madison opened her phone the following morning, the sense of relief disappeared almost instantly when she'd received a Facebook message from one of the anonymous accounts that had been harassing her for years.
You guys having a great time in the Keys, I see.
Now because of this, she actually knew that he must have been able to view her Snapchat story, so Madison quickly took a screenshot of her Snapchat friends that had seen it. There were 39 names in total, and as she scrolled through them, one stood out. At the very bottom of the list, Christopher Buono-Core, a man she knew from college, who had never been a regular viewer of her stories and wasn't part of her usual circle. Now in 2017, a year later, Madison and Jeffrey's relationship would start to fall apart for unknown reasons, and as if that wasn't enough, she discovered more explicit images of herself circulating online, once again appearing on 4chan, and this time it wasn't just hers. Explicit photos of Christine that she took for her husband were also being posted along with inappropriate pictures of Madison that had been privately captured with Jeffrey. And as Madison and Christine tried to understand how these images kept resurfacing, their attention slowly narrowed to the person who had known about the photos long before they ever appeared online. And one of those people was Jeffrey, because during their relationship, Jeffrey was actually fully aware of what Madison was dealing with, including the fact that her private photos had already been leaked, and that the harassment tied to them had continued for years. Now at one point when Madison was trying to organize her modeling work and figure out exactly what images existed and where they were stored, Jeffrey had helped her digitize and upload some of those photos into a private Dropbox account so they could be all kept in one place. Now at the time it didn't seem unusual, but when the next wave of explicit images appeared online the same year, Madison noticed that some of them looked identical to the files she believed had only existed inside the Dropbox. On top of that, the anonymous accounts posting them appeared to know details about her life that had never been public, and by then Madison and Jeffrey were no longer on speaking terms, so Christine reached out to him instead. When Christine confronted Jeffrey, she didn't accuse him of uploading the images. Instead, she asked him how one of the anonymous accounts involved in the harassment seemed to know so much, and this is when Jeffrey admitted that he'd been in contact with one of the dummy accounts that had been tormenting Madison online. And from there, Jeffrey also confessed that he'd reached out on his own, pretending to be someone else, claiming that he was trying to gain the harasser's trust. He believed that the person behind the account was based in New York, and that by communicating with him directly, he might be able to gather information that could eventually be used against him. But he actually denied posting the images himself, or asking for new ones. But he acknowledged that he had willingly engaged with someone who'd been targeting Madison for years. Now as soon as Christine told Madison about this, she ended any contact they had had whatsoever. Now some time would pass during the later months of 2017, and as Jeffrey was preparing to leave the city, he left behind a handwritten note. In it, Jeffrey apologized and asked for forgiveness, not for leaking the images, but for involving himself at all. But instead of giving it to Madison, he handed it to Christine, as she was the one who'd contacted him, and he knew that Madison would no longer listen to any explanation. The message reads,
"I'm an idiot and don't deserve your sister. I'm not asking you to forget or look past what I did. I'm just hoping that one day you'll forgive me. I swear on everyone someone I loved that I was only trying to help.
A few days later, the twin sisters then filed a report on Jeffrey to a local police department of his town in Lewiston, Maine. Now, they didn't do this because they could prove that he'd uploaded the images, but because his prior access to the files and his undisclosed communication with the harasser raised concerns that they needed to be formally documented. Surprisingly, the assistant district attorney, Lisa Bogue, decided not to prosecute him, reasoning that although the whole harassment situation was serious, Jeffrey had actually not acted with any malicious intent. And Lisa specified that the report said Jeffrey had actually emailed Madison, explaining that his goal had been to contact the original harasser, who was reportedly in New York. This convinced Lisa that Jeffrey never intended to hurt the twins, and the decision left the sisters in a difficult position. With no charges moving forward, there was little law enforcement could actually do to help them contain what had already spread online. The photos continued circulating, passed between anonymous users, and without clear proof of who was responsible for posting them, there was no one the police could actually hold accountable. Now, over time, Madison and Christine began looking for other ways to regain some control, and it's unclear whether Lisa or any other attorney stepped in at the stage, but eventually they were able to file a copyright takedown request tied to a portion of the images. That process took time, and when it did work, it only led to some of the photos being removed from 4chan. But in September of 2018, Madison and Christine decided to take legal action again. They filed a lawsuit against Jeffrey and the perpetrator responsible for the 4chan leak under the name John Doe, accusing them of invasion of privacy and emotional trauma. And using the lawsuit as leverage, Madison and Christine were able to legally demand records from 4chan and other internet service providers to uncover the suspect's contact information. But even as the court handled the legal side, Madison and Christine continued their own investigation on their own terms. Now, as they dug deeper, it became clear that the same anonymous user was also posting images of at least 4 other women. And so from there, the twins began tracking the perpetrator across different online spaces. They searched for usernames he may have used on the messaging app Kik, which he also appeared to use on 4chan, while soliciting images from multiple victims. On top of that, they examined subtle but consistent writing habits, like excessive ellipses and long paragraphs that never ended with periods. And when Madison and Christine searched the other women on Facebook, they noticed something unsettling. Each profile shared one mutual friend in common, the same name that appeared at the very end of the list of people who viewed Madison's Snapchat story, Christopher Buonocor. Madison knew him as an unpleasant man from Long Island. He'd attended the same Florida Institute of Technology with Christine and was a member of the same fraternity as Christine's husband, Dana Messier. And as if things couldn't get any more eerie, Madison also remembered that years earlier, when she was playing softball at the nearby Brevard Community College, Christopher had been there in the stands, sitting with Christine and Dana, quietly watching the game. Now, coming to a realization that the unknown stalker was indeed connected to them at some point of their lives, Madison also uncovered something even worse. On the day of Christine and Dana's wedding in March of 2017, Chris was actually there and attended the ceremony. And while Madison didn't have any sort of interaction with him at Christine's wedding, he was there watching while leaking Madison and Christine's explicit images on 4chan boards. And with his identity no longer in question, the twins began taking larger steps to hold Christopher accountable. In spring of 2019, Christine contacted Christopher's ex-girlfriend, who we'll refer to as Jade, a girl who'd actually been enduring his inappropriate advances and harassment. It turned out that Jade had actually filed a police report back in 2016 after discovering that the explicit photos she'd taken privately for a weight loss program had been posted on 4chan without her consent. The images had been stored on her personal laptop, and while the report acknowledged the post, it never confirmed whether the person responsible was ever identified. Now, as Christine dug deeper, she learned that Jade was not the only one. Another victim whose images had been posted on 4chan was a relative of Christopher's, who we'll call Jacqueline, who was only at the time. Court records would also say that Christopher uploaded photos of her in her school uniform to 4chan, shared her personal information, and openly asked users for advice on how to manipulate her into sending suggestive images, while also expressing violent fantasies about her. Now, it doesn't stop there. There was another victim, one who was Christopher's childhood friend from New York, who we'll refer to as Lizzie. Although she was an adult by the time she discovered the post, the images he spread was from when she was only Along with the photo, Christopher had shared her personal information online, and after strangers began circulating it, Lizzie started receiving threatening messages and phone calls from people who claimed to know where she lived, making her fear she was being stalked. Now, by late 2016, the writing style in the post became unmistakable to Lizzie, and when she confronted Christopher, he actually confessed. His family, through her brother, assured her that they would step in, and on that basis, she chose to not involve law enforcement. And years later, she would pass along his confession and their messages to Christine. Now, after Lizzie came forward, another name emerged, and this time the connection to Christopher was far more personal. The fourth woman, who we'll call Eliza, was his ex-fiancée. They had been engaged while living in New York, and after their relationship ended, Christopher began posting intimate images of her on 4chan, along with her personal information again. Now, Eliza only learned about this later, after Christine had tracked her down on Facebook and warned her about what was happening. Now, by that time, Christine had reached out to all four women the same way, by tracing shared details in the post and contacting them directly through Facebook. And with multiple women now identified and lied back to Christopher, Madison and Christine turned to law enforcement, this time focusing on the jurisdiction where Christopher had been living when the images were being uploaded, Suffolk County, New York. They hoped that the growing pattern would finally be enough to trigger action, but instead they ran into hesitation. Officers told them that they were unsure whether Christopher's behavior met the legal threshold threshold for a crime, even though the posts and messages just kept piling up. From here, the department issued a public response through spokesperson Dawn Shaw. She said that the offenders who shared intimate images without consent caused widespread and lasting trauma, and emphasized that the Suffolk County Police Department treated these cases seriously while balancing the rights of the victims. But Dawn also said that because the women at the center of the complaint did not live in Suffolk County, she'd been advised to contact the police department where she'd resided, since that agency would have proper jurisdiction to open an investigation. But that position didn't actually hold for long. In 2019, Christine was actually told the opposite by a Suffolk County officer. This time she was told that the county would have jurisdiction as long as the images that had been uploaded on the internet were uploaded from within Suffolk County. It directly contradicted what she'd been told before. Each explanation pointed somewhere else, and none of them actually led to an investigation, even as Christopher continued targeting them online. Now Christine continued reaching out, but the responses became harder to deal with. In one exchange, she was even told that she never should have allowed the photos to be taken in the first place. Now at that point, she stopped waiting for law enforcement to make sense of it. Christine began assembling her own case. She created a 59-page document that laid out the full timeline, including the messages and images, and tied each action to the specific laws that applied to the states where the victims lived. Christine gathered everything she could against Christopher. She printed screenshots, saved message logs, and organized records showing when the posts appeared and who they targeted. And once the material was complete, she shared it with the other women, and together they brought the documents to their local law enforcement offices and asked for an investigation. Now by July of 2019, federal authorities had taken over criminal sides of the case. The harassment crossed state lines and involved multiple victims, which placed it outside the scope of any single local department. Now separate from that, Madison and Christine continued pursuing a civil case on their own. While the criminal investigation focused on charges and potential prison time, the civil case was used to uncover who was actually behind the anonymous posts. And finally, through court filings and records obtained during the lawsuit, the activity was traced back to one person. In April of 2020, the sisters actually formally identified Christopher as the individual responsible, but Christopher actually never responded to the civil case. When he later filed for bankruptcy, it became clear that the lawsuit would not result in any financial compensation either. Instead, the judge ordered him to remove the images and destroy any copies he still possessed. Now, as the civil case stalled, the criminal case moved forward though. By the end of 2020, federal prosecutors charged Christopher with 6 counts of cyber stalking, and in January of the following year, he pleaded guilty to all 6 charges. Now even then, the outcome felt uncertain. Madison said that she worried that the sentencing would be light, and after years of being ignored or dismissed, the sisters feared that the case still might not end without any real consequences. In November of 2021, Madison stood in a Tampa courtroom and addressed the judge directly. She described what it was like to have private images shared thousands of times, and to live knowing that strangers were circulating pieces of her life without consent. She also explained that the damages didn't end when the posts stopped, and that the harm followed her long after. Now Christopher asked the court to consider his guilty plea, his lack of prior convictions, and what he described as the need for mental health treatment. He requested a reduced sentence, but much to Christopher's shock, the judge rejected that request. He was sentenced to 15 years of federal prison, a term nearly 4 years longer than any prosecutor had sought. But unlike Christopher, who terrorized his victims through screens for years, this next perpetrator would bring his violence into the real world in a matter of hours, while taunting authorities online.
Edmund Burke School. From the same angle, you see the tunnel in between buildings and the alley, where a gunman unloaded a firestorm of bullets Friday.
It's April 22nd, 2022. Washington, D.C. police burst into a 5th-floor apartment building in search of a man who'd shot 4 people at random. However, once they arrive in the man's room, they're met with a disturbing sight. The suspect is already on the floor, dead. Officers secured the room and paused, before someone finally called in the coroner. And when they finally did find out the truth, it was something none of them expected. But to understand what happened, we need to rewind to the night before. Shortly before midnight on April 21st, an unknown man took a rideshare from Fairfax County to the Van Ness residence. At 12:43 a.m., he was captured on a lobby surveillance camera, entering the Van Ness building pushing a suitcase. To anyone passing through the lobby that night, he looked like any other resident returning home. But within hours, everything would change. The next day at 3:18 p.m, an off-duty Metropolitan Police Department officer named Peterson, who was working part-time at the Edmund Burke school, voiced this over the radio.
Shots fired.
From an upper floor of the apartment building, a gunman opened fire towards the school using a rifle mounted on a tripod. He fired over 200 rounds, some traveling more than half a mile from the building. In the Cleveland Park neighborhood, bullets struck 2 businesses and punched through several parked cars. 4 people were hit as the gunfire swept across the area. A student was struck while crossing an elevated bridge near the pickup zone, and a part-time employee was shot on campus. 2 others were hit inside their cars outside the school as bullets tore through their vehicles. Now the students, along with faculty and staff, rushed to take shelter, and the police department received 33 separate 911 calls about a shooting in the area, but didn't have an exact location of the perpetrator. Witnesses reported smoke coming from a residential unit window in the AVA building, and within minutes, police began sweeping the school while federal agents rushed to the scene. Now after authorities had narrowed down the shooter's location and secured the immediate area, the residents of the AVA building were evacuated floor by floor. An hour later, at 5:28 p.m, authorities established a family reunification center, a secure location set up immediately after the crisis where families could safely reconnect. Now meanwhile, authorities received multiple tips about who the shooter might be, and users on 4chan began sending screenshots of a thread titled
"School Shooting."
The thread was on Paul, a politics board known for extremist and hateful content. Now from there, the account behind the post, using the name Raymond Spencer, posted a flag-style map of Washington DC, along with a link labeled as a license. That link led to a Wikipedia page titled
"Do what the you want" to public license.
Beneath it, he continued posting messages to the thread writing,
"Dear God, please forgive me."
Seeing how absurd the thread title was, the commenters didn't know how to react. Maybe this was just some sick jokes of a post, and the poster was just trying to get attention. But that quickly changed when Raymond sent another message saying,
"They're in the wrong part of the building right now, searching XD."
Now at the time, there was no way to know whether the name attached to the account had any connection to what was actually happening in person. But as soon as users started to connect the dots on what was going on at Edmund Burke school and what the poster's messages were implying, they understood that Raymond was the shooter himself. And soon, anonymous users started verbally attacking him, saying,
"Eternal hellfire awaits, you piece of shit. You should have shot yourself first."
Another one began to panic, commenting,
"What the actual why the
Despite the outrage on the thread, Raymond posted a message one last time, saying,
"Waiting for police to catch up with me."
Now anonymous users had already begun forwarding screenshots of the thread to law enforcement, giving police a name to match against billing records. And during the immediate investigation, police cross-referenced the screenshots with billing records and confirmed that Raymond Spencer was indeed the leaseholder. And so at 7:30 p.m, his name was announced to the public. As officers evacuated nearby civilians and secured the perimeter, they eventually found an opportunity to close in on Raymond. And so at 8:36 p.m, units attempted to enter Raymond's room, which was barricaded with a refrigerator. Now 10 minutes later, they were able to breach the door, but before they could get inside, they heard a gunshot. By the time the door was successfully breached, Raymond had already unalived himself. Now officers found more than a dozen firearms, including several rifles, arranged in a sniper-type setup with a tripod mount. Large rounds of ammunition were also scattered across the room. Fortunately, all 4 victims were eventually treated at a local hospital and were able to recover. And aside from his activity on his post on 4chan, police found no clear motive even after days of investigation. But unlike him, who targeted strangers from a distance, this next case involves someone who turned on the person closest to him, driven by an obsession with the very content that flooded 4chan's darkest corners.
And he had lured his stepmom outside of her farmhouse, claiming that there was a cat injured, and from there he would go on to murder his stepmom with an axe.
It was 2013. Reuben Braithwaite was 12, living a quiet life on Broadmore Farm near Lawn, Wales. His father Charles worked as a landscape gardener, and his stepmother Fiona Scorfield treated him like her own child. Fiona's mother, who we'll call Jasmine, also lived on the farm, and the four shared a quiet, routine life together. Both parents and Jasmine helped Reuben with his studies every night, talked about which universities he might attend, and made sure he had everything he needed to succeed. Everything was really going well, until 5 years later. In 2018, Reuben, who was now 17 years old, began frequently visiting 4chan out of curiosity, and over time he became fascinated with posts about mass murders, attempts of leaving this earth, beheadings, and spent a lot of time browsing these materials. And eventually he dove deeper into threads filled with gore-filled images. He began downloading and saving this material to his phone, repeatedly watching videos of road accidents and mutilated bodies, becoming increasingly fixated on what he was seeing, to the point of wanting to see what it was really like. On the afternoon of March 6, 2018, an ordinary Tuesday, Fiona and Jasmine were just going about their daily routine of tending the animals at their farmhouse. Reuben had returned home from school and joined them shortly after. The three sat together inside the cabin and talked over tea, unaware that this would be the last time they would all be in the same room together. Several minutes later, Fiona and Jasmine went inside the house, while Reuben stayed outside to take care of the chickens and other animals. And not long after, Reuben tapped on the living room window and called Fiona outside, telling her that there was an injured cat nearby. Fiona loved animals, and without hesitation, she stepped out to help. Reuben then led Fiona away from the house and toward a more secluded part of the property. Fiona, of course, followed without hesitation, and when they reached the spot Reuben had pointed her to, there was no injured cat waiting there. Instead, Reuben reached for an axe he'd taken earlier from the workshop. He raised it and struck Fiona over the head with the blunt end, causing her to collapse to the ground. Desensitized by his obsession with gore on 4chan's darker threads, he struck her 6 more times, leaving her defenseless on the ground. He then cut her with a samurai sword, which he took from underneath Charles' bed. And as Fiona lay dying, Reuben then stood over her and used his phone to record the scene, watching as she bled out on the ground. At 5:47 p.m, Reuben called the police on himself, saying,
"I've just killed someone at home."
When authorities arrived at the farm, they were met with a horrifying scene. Reuben was standing on the farm track with his hands raised when officers pulled in, and nearby, Fiona was found slumped against the front door of the house, her body covered in blood, while a short-handled axe was recovered from the doorway of an outbuilding on the property. Police arrested Reuben immediately and took him into custody, and once he was questioned, he told officers that he wanted to knock Fiona out before using the sword because he wanted to murder her without her resisting. And even more disturbingly, he added,
"I just wanted her dead so I could have a life. I'm just fed up."
During the investigation, police confirmed that Reuben had attempted to upload the footage he recorded to 4chan, but the uploads actually failed because his account had already been banned. When they examined his phone, they found the same kinds of violent videos videos he'd been collecting for months, including footage of extreme violence and beheadings. Now at the sentence hearing, prosecutors revealed that Ruben had confessed to planning the murder the night before it happened, and he told investigators that he armed himself with both the axe and the sword the next morning, then deliberately lured Fiona outside the cabin under false pretenses. He also admitted that he'd considered leaving this earth on his own, but said he could not bring himself to do it. Instead, he believed that killing someone else might offer a way out of the thoughts that he'd been consumed by, thoughts he'd immersed himself in through constant exposure to extreme gore. In a letter written to the judge, Ruben acknowledged the contradiction at the center of the case. He wrote that he'd known Fiona since childhood and that he'd enjoyed spending school holidays on the farm with her. He admitted that if he'd gone to Charles and Fiona to help with what he was struggling with, he would have received support, but he chose not to tell them about the mental state he'd been isolating himself while his obsession escalated. Now during the sentencing, the judge also addressed the impact on Ruben's family, particularly his father, saying,
"I've received a letter from him, which I've read with care. I'm acutely aware of the appalling position in which he finds himself, as somebody who lost the woman he loved as a result of the actions of the son whom he continues to love, and indeed support. He's entitled to both sympathy and to admiration in equal measure. You are very fortunate to have his continued support as your father."
But despite that, Ruben was sentenced to life in prison. He will serve at least 15 years before being considered for release by the parole board, and if released, he'll remain on lifelong supervision and can be sent back to prison at any time. This next case, however, is someone so deprived that he brought his twisted crimes for many people to witness.
33-year-old David Kalak uploaded photos of the naked and presumed dead body of Amber Coplin.
It was 2:56 PM on November 4th, 2014. Users from around the world were browsing 4chan, casually engaging with the kind of explicit, shock-based threads that had become routine on the random board, which was a section of the site known for minimal moderation and graphic content, when a post suddenly popped up from an anonymous user. Its caption read,
"Turns out it's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks on the movies. She fought so damn hard."
Alongside the message, multiple images of deceased people were attached. Now within minutes, this post was flooded with comments asking the OP what he meant by this, and the anonymous poster would then follow up by saying,
"Check the news report Orchard, Washington in a few hours. Her son will be home from school soon. He'll find her, then call the cops. I just wanted to share the pictures before they find me. I bought a BB gun, it looks realistic enough. When they come, I'll pull it and I'll be unalived by a cop."
With such an alarming reply, the thread quickly drew even more attention. But considering the fact that this claim was posted on a site where hoaxes and graphic trolling were common, many of the commenters assumed that the image were just low-effort posts meant to get reactions. Now the thread stayed active for nearly 4 hours before it got taken down around 7 PM for unknown reasons. Now this led most users to believe that it was indeed a made-up story all along, as they concluded that it was removed probably because the poster himself deleted it, or it was taken down by a moderator for violating the site's guidelines. But little did they know that nearly 3.5 hours before the thread disappeared, the authorities in Port Orchard, Washington, received a 911 call reporting that a 33-year-old woman named Amber Coplin, who was the mother of 5, had been found dead inside her apartment. As soon as the officers arrived at the scene at approximately 3:25 PM, they saw someone standing outside the apartment, who was later identified to be Amber's ex-husband, Paul. Now police ensured that he was out of immediate danger and accounted for before turning their attention inside. And as the other officers moved through the apartment, they were met with a disturbing sight. The first thing they noticed was that the room was in complete disarray. Coins were scattered across the floor next to an emptied purse that seemed to belong to Amber, and even her dentures were lying nearby. And as they kept searching the room, they would also find her driver's license on her pillow with the word dead written across it. The officers would then notice a pile of blankets on the bed, and when they looked underneath, they froze. It was Amber's lifeless body, and her skin was cold to the touch, which suggested that her death wasn't actually recent. Her face was severely bruised with visible bite marks, and there were traces of blood on the wall above the bed. Profanities had been written across her body, and the marks on her neck proved that she'd been strangled. Now as investigators continued their search of the room, they noticed some small but unsettling details. A framed photograph of Amber had been damaged, and the words "She killed me first" had been scrawled across a different picture on the wall. The window blinds had also been pulled down, and written across them were the words "Bad news," as if someone had been trying to leave a message behind. But when they took a look at the nightstand, they found out one more detail that strangely stood out. It turned out that Amber had recently undergone an and the paperwork documenting the procedure had been left out in the open. Now as the police continued processing the scene, they spoke with Amber and Paul's 13-year-old son, Josh, who was now present at the apartment. He told investigators that Amber and her current boyfriend, David Kalak, had argued the night before the incident, providing a possible lead. Josh also told them that David was an alcoholic, and with this information, David immediately became a person of interest. Investigators then reviewed Amber's records, which combined with the argument suggested a potential motive for the crime. Now when the investigators confirmed that Amber owned a vehicle, they discovered that her Ford Focus was missing from the area around the apartment, leaving them to believe that David had actually taken it and left the apartment with it. And so the detectives began reconstructing the hours leading up to Amber's death, keeping in mind that David Kalak was now identified as a person of interest, relying on statements gathered at the scene. From those accounts, they learned that on the night of November 3rd, 2014, Amber and David had argued inside the apartment they shared with Josh. And as the argument escalated, Amber told David to leave, but he refused. At some point, Amber went into Josh's bedroom and asked him for a sleeping bag, making it clear that she would not be sleeping in the same bed as David, and telling him to stay on the couch instead. The argument continued after that, but eventually Josh stopped listening and went to sleep. Now the next morning, Josh woke up around 6 to get ready for school, school. David, who was usually awake and preparing for work by then, was gone, and several of his belongings were also missing. Amber's bedroom door was closed, and the apartment was unusually quiet. Now, while at school, Josh began to feel sick, and so he tried to reach his mother by text, but she didn't respond, so he called Paul instead, and not long afterwards, Paul came to pick him up and brought him back to the apartment. And after lying down for a bit, showering and eating, Josh noticed that his mother's bedroom was still closed. This time though, a strong odor was coming from it, and when he opened the door, he stopped cold. Inside, he found his mother, lifeless, and of course, he immediately called 911. Now, by the time the authorities got involved, David had long since fled the apartment. At 5:33 a.m., surveillance cameras recorded him crossing the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, moving away from the area where Amber lived. And less than an hour later, at 6:20 a.m., he sent a text message to his manager saying that he'd done something terrible and that he expected to be in the news within a few hours. Now, shortly after that, he reached out to a friend, admitting that he'd messed up badly and saying that by the end of the day, he would either be in prison or dead. And after sending this message, he powered off his phone to prevent anyone from tracking his location. Now, later that afternoon at around 1 o'clock, a surveillance camera captured David entering a Cash America pawn shop. Inside, he sold an old laptop for $125. And from there, he went to a nearby grocery store where he bought a 2-liter bottle of vodka along with a carton of orange juice from the money he'd just earned. Now, about an hour and a half after that, at approximately 2:30 p.m., he stopped at a Walmart where security footage showed him purchasing a BB gun and ammunition. Now, the gun was a realistic replica designed to resemble a Beretta-style semi-automatic handgun. David then remained in the parking lot for nearly 30 minutes. During the time, he powered his phone back on and uploaded the photographs to 4chan before shutting it off again. Now, around this same time, officers began questioning Josh, and after making the post, David began driving south until he reached Portland in Oregon by the evening, where he would then spend the next couple of hours inside a local bar, drinking among strangers who had no idea about the terrible crime this man had committed earlier the same day. Now, around 8 hours later, around midnight, David returned to the Ford Focus and drove off again. But not long after that, a police patrol vehicle spotted the car traveling through the area, and so the officers attempted to initiate a stop, activating the cruiser's light and siren. But David refused to pull over, and instead he accelerated, weaving through traffic as he fled. Now, within minutes, he vanished from the view, slipping away into the surrounding roads and darkness. But officers still continued searching the area for hours afterwards, but they were unable to actually locate him. And so more than 16 hours later, the Ford Focus was found abandoned, with no sign of David nearby. Now, the following day, just before 8:45 p.m., David actually emerged from a wooden area and approached an officer who was patrolling nearby to surrender immediately without any resistance. Officers searched the surrounding woods and found a small abandoned campsite. A box spring mattress lay on the ground with the words
"Dave's Last Stand"
written across the fabric in black marker. And close by, they recovered the BB gun he'd bought earlier in the day. And alongside was a handwritten note which read,
"I took Amber Coplin's life. I strangled her with my hands, then a shoelace. I had no reason other than I was drunk and she pissed me off. Running from the cops was so fun."
Now, David was taken into custody unarmed, and he was later charged with first-degree murder, theft of a motor vehicle, and second-degree possession of stolen property. And as the details of the case became public, the photographs David had uploaded to 4chan began circulating online, and Amber's children were eventually exposed to those images as well, and the impact of seeing them caused lasting psychological harm. Investigators also conducted a forensic analysis on David's phone, where they discovered several photographs of Amber with timestamps that indicated they were taken between 1:07 and 1:09 a.m. on the morning of her murder. And as the case moved into the courtroom, David did not dispute that he'd killed Amber. Instead, his defense centered on his long-standing struggle with severe alcoholism. Now, at trial, David claimed that he had no memory of the moments leading up to Amber's death, or much of what followed. He acknowledged that the writing found on the framed photograph, the window blinds, and Amber's body was his own handwriting. And when David was evaluated by a psychologist, he recalled sitting on a box spring mattress, drinking vodka, and ingesting between 20 and 25 trazodone pills, a prescription antidepressant that can cause extreme sedation and respiratory suppression in large doses. He said that after ingesting the pills, he lost consciousness, believing the overdose would work as an attempt to leave this earth. And when he later came to his senses, he recalled feeling surprised that he was still alive. Now, during the proceedings, the defense argued that he had a diminished capacity to think, meaning they claimed that David's mental state at the time of the killing prevented him from fully forming intent. And a psychologist expert, Dr. David Dixon, testified that David suffered from organic brain syndrome, a condition caused by long-term severe alcohol abuse that can permanently impair judgment, impulse control, and cognitive function. And because of this, the defense argued that David was incapable of premeditation and should not be convicted of first-degree murder. Instead, the defense pushed for a lesser charge, arguing that his mental state at the time of the killing prevented deliberate intent. But the jury still found him guilty on all accounts, and so on May 16, 2017, Superior Court Judge Jeanette Dalton sentenced him to 82 years in prison. In response to the sentence, David simply said,
"The only thing I can say is I am sorry, and I will never forgive myself."
But while David was only responsible for ending the life of one person, this next individual even attempted to leave this earth after committing a disturbing crime.
The best way I can explain what an orbiter is basically an obsessed simp. Guys that orbit around girls and obsess over them.
It was early 2017 in the city of Utica, New York. 18-year-old Bianca Devins was scrolling through a 4chan board known as SOC, a section used for meetups and hookups, when she met an 18-year-old man named Rob. The two quickly hit it off and exchanged social media, shifting their conversations off of 4chan and allowing them to stay in regular contact. As they continued talking outside the site, their mutual interests developed quickly, and within a week, Bianca asked Rob to be her boyfriend. But this wasn't the first time Bianca had interacted with older men on 4chan. At the time, Bianca was dealing with ongoing personal struggles and social pressure, and she often turned to anonymous online forums where she felt more comfortable opening up. One of these boards she spent time on before meeting Rob was R9K, a forum technically intended for posts that had been copied or repeated elsewhere on the site, but known for something very different. A user named Shim, who met Bianca online a year earlier in 2016, described the board as a place dominated by isolated users who spent much of their time discussing loneliness, depression, and personal failures. The board's user base was overwhelmingly male, and because of that, female posters often drew significant attention simply by participating, and for girls like Bianca, the attention would arrive quickly, intensely, and from far older users. But the problem was that Bianca fit that environment all too well. She was young, trusting, and vulnerable, and she came across as something the platform referred to as an e-girl, a look associated with standard features, wide eyes, and an anime-inspired aesthetic. That presentation drew attention of older male users, commonly referred to on the site as orbiters. These orbiters would send girls gifts and money, and sometimes even illicit substances, often expecting attention in return, or at the very least suggestive photos. And when those expectations weren't met, the orbiters' response would quickly turn hostile, with some lashing out by doxing female users or even leaking their private images as a form of retaliation. Now, one of Bianca's online friends named Chloe would later recall how Bianca was well known for engaging with her orbiters, describing her as being
"She was too nice to ignore people like that, even too nice sometimes."
Now, by the time Bianca entered a relationship with Rob, she was doing so within the same platform where older men and orbiters lurked. And over the next 2 years, Bianca and Rob's relationship would fall into a repeating cycle. They would fight, break up, and then reconnect, often acting though as nothing had happened in between. On a number of occasions, Bianca would take drastic steps just to be with Rob. For instance, in August of 2017, Bianca suddenly ran away from home in Utica and traveled by bus to Long Island, where Rob was living at the time. The trip spanned roughly 270 miles, and after she disappeared, the only trace of where she had gone came from her phone activity, which was tracked by a private investigator her mother, Kim, had hired. Now, shortly after, Bianca's phone went silent, cutting off any direct way to reach her, and with no contact and no way to bring her home on her own, Kim decided to involve the police as well. And as the authorities began actively searching for Bianca, word quickly spread through the same online spaces she frequented, and once Bianca actually realized that law enforcement was involved, she panicked. And so not long after, she attempted to check herself out of this world by running into traffic. Luckily, the car heading towards her managed to stop in time, but the incident was serious enough that she was taken into custody and placed inside a mental facility in Nassau County, where she remained for 5 days. By then, Bianca's relationship with Rob had already begun taking a visible toll on her. Friends and family noticed that whenever the two were fighting or breaking up, Bianca's behavior became more erratic, and when they reconciled, she would emotionally isolate herself from the people around her. Rob, who was dealing with substance abuse and bipolar disorder during this period, appeared to mirror that instability, with the two becoming increasingly dependent on each other during moments of crisis. Now, around this time, Kim and several of Bianca's friends began accusing Rob of stalking her. They claimed that he was attempting to access her social media accounts, reading private messages, and even showing up at her home without warning. And those concerned intensified after Rob suddenly appeared to have access to deeply personal chats between Bianca and her friends. But according to him, there was another explanation. He said that Bianca had willingly given him the passwords to all of her social media accounts, and that nothing he accessed had been done without her permission. Now, as the year moved into December, their relationship fractured again, this time after Rob accused Bianca of talking to other men, and it got only worse from here, as Rob retaliated by sending explicit photos of himself and Bianca to his Discord friends. The images had been taken when Bianca was much younger and were shared without her consent. At first, they circulated quietly, passed between users who knew nothing about her beyond her online presence, until Bianca eventually came across them herself. Upon finding out, Bianca immediately brought the screenshots to her mother, and together they reported Rob to the police. And because of this, Rob actually began threatening to leave this earth in order to evade being handed legal consequences. And under their pressure, Bianca pulled back and stopped cooperating with the investigation, as he couldn't bear to have Rob do that to himself, leaving the case suspended without a resolution. But even with the clear manipulation that Rob was doing to Bianca, she kept running away from her family to be with her. Between August of 2017 to June of 2018, her disappearances became frequent enough that Kim filed multiple missing person reports for her. And when Kim asked Rob why Bianca kept coming back to him, he simply says,
"She was very lonely, and she didn't really have anybody at the time. I was like the only option, lesser of two evils. She could be alone or be with me."
During this period, Bianca spoke to a mental health counselor and admitted that she'd imagined climbing to the top of a parking garage and jumping. This disclosure led to her being admitted to Pinefield, a psychiatric facility in Utica, where she remained for a month. Now, inside Pinefield, her day slowed into something steady. Her family visited often, bringing pizza and wings, and Bianca found herself surrounded by people who accepted her without question. It was something she told Kim she had not felt in years, saying it was the first time she truly felt like she had friends. And after Bianca was released, it didn't take long for Rob to re-enter her life, and any emotional stability she had was short-lived. And before long, Bianca left home again to be with him. And with no way to stop him, him on her own, her mother turned to the courts, and Bianca was placed under a persons in need of supervision order that confined her to house arrest and required her to wear an ankle monitor. However, in June of 2018, she violated that order by cutting off her ankle monitor completely and ran away again. But this escape attempt wouldn't last long, as she was quickly found by authorities and taken into custody. Now, in October of 2018, she was moved to St. Anne Institute in Albany, a residential placement facility where she spent most of the year away from home. There, she connected with a counselor she trusted and began cognitive behavioral therapy aimed at addressing thoughts of checking out of this world and self-destructive behavior. Unfortunately, this made a positive change to her well-being. On Mother's Day, Bianca even posted an image online, photoshopping herself into family photos and thanking Kim for being there for her.
I've learned so much and I appreciate you more now than I've ever have. I hope I can make you both proud of me. I'm doing my best for both of you because I love you too.
Now, a year passed, and in January 2019, Bianca finally came home and ultimately graduated from high school. Now, at this time, Bianca's mental health had exponentially improved. Chloe, who was starting to notice how much Bianca had changed during their conversations, would say,
"She was on the up, she was getting better, and her life was turning around."
This was until the first months of 2019, when Bianca met a man named Brandon Clark through Instagram. He was 21 years old and lived near Syracuse, less than an hour from Utica, where Bianca lived. At first, nothing about him stood out. Brandon liked fitness, gaming, anime, and he came across as polite, attentive, and easy to talk to. However, Brandon's childhood had been anything but stable. When he was 12 years old, his father, Jason, held his mother, who we'll name Jessica, hostage at knife point for 10 hours, convinced that she'd been cheating on him. And this incident would end with Jason going to prison. And not long after, Jessica was also arrested under unrelated charges, leading to Brandon moving through the foster care system. People in his community who knew him as a child remembered someone quiet and eager to please. Joe, a childhood friend of Brandon, described him as nerdy and overly polite, but also deeply obsessive, the kind of kid who would fixate completely on whatever else caught his attention at the time. For years, he seemed normal enough though, and the two stayed close, until Joe learned that Brandon had developed an interest in a form of Japanese manga depicting smaller humans, and that had been texting a younger person when he himself was 16. Joe and his several friends confronted him after seeing screenshots of the messages he sent to that girl, but the response they received was something unexpected. Brandon warned them to stop asking questions, saying that they were better off not being concerned with the things he did or thought about, because they would not like what they saw. And after that, Joe never spoke to him again. Now, none of this was visible to Kim when Brandon entered her daughter's life. To her, he came across as charming and respectful, and he spoke openly about his childhood and the years he spent bouncing between foster homes. Now, on top of that, Bianca had been clear about where she stood. As she just turned 16 during this time, she didn't want a relationship with him and made it clear from the start. Now, the only thing that unsettled Kim was that Brandon would sometimes refer to himself as Bianca's boyfriend, something Bianca insisted wasn't true. But when Bianca asked permission to go with Brandon to see Nicole Dollenganger, a Canadian singer, perform at Trans Pecos, a small venue in Queens, Kim agreed, as long as Brandon brought her straight home once they returned to Utica. For Bianca, it was a big moment, as it was the first concert she'd ever been allowed to attend on her own. This, however, would end in tragedy. At around 6:03 AM on July 14, 2019, a message appeared on Bianca's Discord server.
"Sorry guys, you're gonna have to find somebody else to orbit."
Beneath it was a photograph, which showed a young woman with dark hair, winged eyeliner, and a black tank top, with blood covering her face. Now, it took some time for the server members to make sense of what they were seeing. The photo looked unreal, like a staged frame from a low-budget horror movie, and many assumed that that was exactly what it was. Erica, one of Bianca's friends, believed it was just gore, but moments later, the entire chat started getting concerned about whether this could actually be a real image. Someone in the chat ran a reverse image search to see if the photo existed anywhere else online, and while others directly asked the poster where it came from, the reverse search turned up nothing, and before long, the poster responded himself. He said it was taken in his car, then claimed he'd been intimate with Bianca, before adding a line telling people to subscribe to PewDiePie. Still in shock, Bianca's friends started digging through their old conversations with her to figure out what could have happened that night, and slowly the pieces of the puzzle came together. It turns out that prior to the concert, Bianca had informed her friends about a boy named Oipu she'd been speaking to on Discord. While she was not seeking a relationship before going off to college, she thought that he was cute and sweet, and wanted to get to know him a bit better. He was shy and a bit socially awkward, and she knew that he had never so much as been kissed, which she thought was cute. They had met online, and had been speaking for about a week prior to the concert, eventually making plans to meet in person while there. Bianca was drawn to how sincere and innocent he was, and wanted to be his first kiss. Now, because Brandon would also be coming to the concert, and because she wanted to be honest with him, she told him that she would be meeting up with someone else, someone who she was interested in, and Bianca then asked Brandon if he would be okay with that, or if it would be a better idea for her to just go by herself. Now, surprisingly, Brandon seemed not to mind, and even told her that he was absolutely fine with it, seeing as they weren't together. Brandon then picked up Bianca from her house, and after saying goodbye to her mom and assuring that he would bring her back safely, the two left to go to the concert. Now, while on the way, Bianca was chatting with her Discord friends, both in her voice chat and text chat. She was in high spirits, excited to see one of her all-time favorite artists and talk to Oipu. As soon as they arrived at the concert, Brandon and Bianca met up with Oipu. Shockingly, Bianca held hands with him and even kissed twice in front of Brandon, which he was visibly angered by. Now, Bianca was aware of it as well, but she didn't think much of it, since they had already talked about what was going on. Now, the day went on, with Bianca and Oipu enjoying the concert, and by that night, Bianca and Oipu went their separate ways, and Bianca left with Brandon to head back home. Now during the trip, Bianca fell asleep in the backseat of Brandon's car, and while she was still sleeping, Brandon took a photo and posted it to his Instagram story with the caption,
"Here comes hell, it's redemption, right?"
Brandon then drove to a dead-end road on Post Street, about a mile from the high school Bianca had once attended, and while she was sleeping, he got out of the car, went to the trunk, and pulled out a knife, all while filming himself on his phone. Once he got back into the car, he woke Bianca up from her sleep, asking her about what her deal was when she kissed Oipu. Bianca then apologized, saying that she didn't mean to upset him in any way, but then proceeded to make it clear that they weren't in a relationship and that she didn't see him in that way. Even more, she reminded Brandon that they'd already talked about this before, and that they were never going to be together in the first place. Now fuming, Brandon then struck Bianca in the face, causing her to fall backwards. And stunned, Bianca then threatened to get out of the car immediately and walk the rest of the way home. But before she could even open the door, Brandon pulled out his knife and decided to take her life. He then turned the camera off, only to quickly start recording once more, capturing a last breath before taking pictures of her body. The picture began to circulate online, and by 7:21 AM, calls started reaching the Utica Police Department from across the country. People around social media platforms were reporting a disturbing image circulating on Discord, naming the woman in the photo as Bianca Michelle Devins. And around the same time, police heard from members of Brandon's own family. At his aunt's house, family members discovered a rambling handwritten note in which Brandon described plans to leave this earth. He also posted disturbing pictures and messages on his Instagram story, including an image of Bianca's bloody arm with the caption,
"I'm sorry, Bianca."
At some point during the night of the crime, Brandon then sent Jessica a message on Facebook saying,
"I'm so sorry, Mom. I love you."
At around 7:30 that morning, Brandon then placed a call to 911, and when the dispatcher answered, he told her exactly where he was, saying he was on Post Street. He then said he'd killed someone and had intended to leave this earth, added that he was an organ donor, and after a brief pause, said that he still needed to complete the leaving this earth part before ending the call. Now a few minutes later, the police arrived at the area, and as soon as they did, they saw Brandon lying on top of a green tarp, holding his phone and broadcasting live to his Instagram followers, with him visible on screen in real time. And nearby, a small fire burned where his laptop and hard drive had been destroyed, and a message spray painted onto the ground told whoever found him to never forget about him. Now as they watched, Brandon raised his knife and attacked himself. He was bleeding heavily from the wound, but realizing that he couldn't actually go through with it, he put his knife down, and after ending the live broadcast, he took a selfie, adding it to his Instagram story with the caption,
"Ashes to ashes."
Brandon then began rocking back and forth, struggling through the pain, as if the reality of what had happened was setting in all at once. Now one of the officers asked him where Bianca was, and Brandon snapped back with a curse, telling them to figure it out themselves. Now as the exchange ended, an officer noticed dark hair visible underneath the edge of the tarp Brandon was lying on, realizing that Bianca's body was underneath. Now Brandon actually survived his self-inflicted injuries and was taken into custody, and by the following day, the doctors determined that he was stable enough to be questioned. Now because the photograph of Bianca's body had been posted on Discord, the hashtag #RipBianca began trending on Twitter within hours, and as the widespread online reaction continued, the case itself moved forward. Brandon was scheduled to face trial in February of 2020 on a charge of second-degree murder, and he entered a plea of not guilty. His public defender, Nuke Nebush, declined to comment publicly on the case. Inside the investigation, however, authorities focused on what had been found at the scene. Police discovered knives, ropes, and several other tools, evidence that showed that the killing had been planned in advance. Investigator Peter Palladino revealed that Brandon had a plan, and that the only part he failed to carry out was leaving this earth. The case would drag on until February 10, 2020. Brandon pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and after multiple delays, he was sentenced in March of 2021 to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. And although this case revolved around predators who ruined a young girl's life, this next one centered on a rabbit hole that left the internet questioning whether they'd just witnessed a confession from a serial killer.
Someone posted graphic pictures and claimed to be the killer of Shauna Maynard, a runaway found shot to death back in 1998.
It's August 21st, 2015. An anonymous user who will refer to as Nick posted an unnamed thread on 4chan's random board, B. His message read,
"I've ended the lives of several women for pleasure. If you can guess the name, I will upload a picture. If you can guess the name of any of these women, I will upload their picture. No more than 10 names per post. Any more than that will be ignored."
He claimed he took these photos with disposable cameras, and that some showed the victims before they died. But what made this post even more disturbing was when he said this.
"If you guess all of the names, I will show you where I dumped a body in 1999. The first one is free, as her name is unlikely to be guessed."
While posts like this would normally be reported to authorities immediately, the reaction from 4chan users was exactly in line with their usual behavior. Hundreds of comments flooded in. Some listed random names trying to guess the victims' identities, and others refused to participate, but many didn't believe it was real at all and thought Nick just wanted attention. And as users combed through the message, they found the two images Nick had posted. One was a graduation photograph of a woman, and next to it was an image showing her corpse, complete with a timestamp. However, as commenters tried to debunk the post by reverse searching the image to maybe find its original source, they made a disturbing discovery. No matter where they searched, these photographs had never appeared online. Then, just 7 minutes after the thread was published, Nick replied to an unknown user's comment guessing their names, saying,
"Wow, off to a great start. Incredible."
The user had guessed one of the 5 names correctly, though it was never made clear which one.
Shannon, Kelly, Madison, Courtney, and Trisha.
And staying true to his word, Nick posted more images. In them, a different female is shown. When users examined the photo, they noticed that the woman's body was severely injured and even burnt. And worse, chopsticks had been inserted into her body. And when the users saw the timestamp written above the photograph, it unveiled an unsettling discovery. August 21st, 2015. The timestamp confirmed that the images were being uploaded in real time, and that Nick was photographing the disposable camera prints with his phone and posting them live. 6 minutes would pass before Nick posts 2 other photos of the same victim with the caption,
"This is from before I played with her,"
implying that the victim had been taken advantage of before she was killed. The images showed her body forced into a cardboard box inside what appeared to be a closet, and minutes after that, Nick made one final post, which showed a suggestive picture of the same victim before she was killed, along with a horrifying photo of her face, which was discolored due to being severely burnt. And just when Nick was getting the attention he wanted, the site staff removed the thread. Even for 4chan, a site for tolerating borderline illegal content, this crossed a line. And once the thread was removed, Nick went silent, and for a while there was no sign he would return. But the thread itself refused to die. Across the site, users archived screenshots, compared notes, and tried to piece together what this all meant. One user, who we'll call Tyler, even created a mega thread on 4chan's paranormal board, X, sharing every image from Nick's original post before it was deleted. His message read,
"Ready to catch a killer? This was posted on random a few hours ago." The thread abruptly 404, but not before the original poster published a bunch of pictures.
And at the end of the post, Tyler would share another message saying,
"I will post all 4 images which I saved from the thread."
It's unclear whether someone guessed the second name correctly before Nick made his post, and the full story behind this image and the victim's identity remain unknown. And while 4chan was still trying to process the whole thing, the man behind this terrifying rabbit hole returned. On September 22nd, 2015, about a month after the initial incident, Nick made another thread on the random board, with his message only containing 2 words that read,
"Dying, dying."
Alongside this text was a picture showing a man with his eyes wide out, and a timestamp matching the post date. And 7 minutes later, Nick posted another photograph of the victim with a single word,
"Dead."
And just 3 minutes after that, he added one final image, showing a man wearing an orange ski mask pointing a gun directly at the camera. It was Nick himself. The message attached to the photo read,
"I'll be back in a month to finish our game. If it is not this exact timestamp with an updated date, it is not me."
The attention gradually shifted away from what Nick had shown and towards what it all might have meant, as 4chaners quickly realized that they may have just watched someone openly share evidence of real violence. And because no copies of the images could be found anywhere else online, it became clear that Nick had taken the photos himself. Yet even the explanation raised questions. In the original thread, one user pointed out a problem. See, disposable cameras are not as simple as they sound. To develop the images taken by one, you need access to a professional photo lab. But developing these images in particular without attracting attention is almost impossible, since photo labs are required to alert authorities if anything suspicious appears during the processing. A Reddit user named You're Already There pointed to a specific detail in the image of the male victim, saying,
"The victim is a man with a gold chain. You can see chest hair and facial hair. These are not crime scene photos. Crime scene photos would have size markers, possibly case identifiers. The photo would have had color corrected, would have proper lighting and perspective, etc."
Then the discussion shifted to the one confirmed detail, that Nick had identified the first woman by name. Online investigators followed that lead, and what they found changed the nature of the entire case. They were able to identify the woman as Shauna Maynard, a young woman living in Las Vegas in the late 1990s. In 1999, she was murdered, shot 17 times before her body was left on the street. The brutality of the crime shocked the local community, but her killer was never identified. But when users compared the known details of Shauna Maynard's death to the images Nick had posted, a serious contradiction emerged. The photographs showed no visible gunshot wounds. If the images were genuine, they did not match the official account, and if the official statement was accurate, then the images could not be what Nick claimed them to be. And so this consistency raised even more questions than answers.
Someone posted graphic pictures and claimed to be the killer of Shauna Maynard, a runaway found shot to death back in 1998.
In September of 2015, the uncertainty reached beyond the internet. A local television outlet, Action News, contacted the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department directly and asked about the claims surrounding the photographs. The department responded by saying that the claims were not valid, and no clarification followed. But they did not explain which claim they were denying, whether it was concerning the identity of the victim or the authenticity of the images, and they declined to comment any further. And after that, the case simply went silent, and to this day, no one knows whether Nick was a killer confessing online, or a troll with access to disturbing material, or something else entirely. What remains certain is that Shauna Maynard's murder is still unsolved, and the truth behind her death has yet to surface. Now let me talk about the Super Mario community as well. In 2017, a forgotten speedrunner named Holy Moly posted a comment on YouTube bragging about a world record he'd held for 12 years. But when another speedrunner named Gothic Logic decided to verify his claim, he discovered something that would completely rewrite speedrunning history. The story begins in 2005, when a lot of Super Mario players were focused on smashing world records and getting their records recognized by Speed Demos Archive, or SDA, the biggest website for both speedrunning discussion and competition in the Super Mario community. A player named Kirby Carter was on top of the game at the time, with a record runtime of 20 minutes and 46 seconds. However, this record, as impressive as it was at the time, would soon be surpassed by Kirby Carter himself and a few other runners in the same year, although they only managed to beat it by a few seconds. This wasn't enough for most of the players, as they wanted to surpass the runtime by a significant gap, so they simply refused to submit their videos to SDA and kept playing to have a better record over and over again. But eventually, a speedrunner named Holy Moly would end up beating the world record speed with a time of 18 minutes and 59 seconds. But even though the community celebrated his achievement, Holy Moly's record was never officially recognized by the SDA, and this was because the speedrun gameplay video had an extremely poor quality. Still, he went ahead and uploaded the now deleted 2-part video on his YouTube channel, and for the next 12 years, the community accepted the record as genuine. But by 2017, most new players didn't even know who Holy Moly was, because they had witnessed many other outstanding performances that were well documented in their time, and slowly, both Holy Moly and his record faded into irrelevance. The next generation had their own heroes, like Cheese05, who dominated the 120-star category with a runtime of 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 57 seconds. Under Cheese05's comment section, many people expressed how mind-blowing that was, with comments like,
"This run will always be remembered, regardless of who gets the world record."
But while almost every comment celebrated Cheese05, a particular person stood out in the comments, saying,
"Yeah baby, you can play like Taz. Very impressive. Back in 2004, I had the 16-star world record for several years. Holy moly."
This comment would quickly garner attention, as fans wondered who the commenter was and what record he was referring to. And one user named Gothic Logic then got really invested and started digging old forums and checking down archives, hoping to uncover the identity of this individual. And he found out that Holy Moly had 2 different videos on the 16-star speedrun, both of which had been watched over 130,000 times combined, and that in 2008, a well-respected player named Miles Buckram would beat the world record with a runtime of 17 minutes and 31 seconds, holding it down for 7 years after that. But it turned out that in 2015, another Super Mario 64 runner named Taves made a post on Twitter insinuating that Miles actually cheated, along with a picture showing that there was a cut in Miles' run, which meant that certain moves were spliced onto his run. For clarity, splicing in speedrunning is the act of recording segments of a run individually and then editing them into one video to create an illusion of a single run. This cheating method was very common back in the early 2000s, and with good editing skills, several videos were able to remain undetected for a long time, just like Miles' video, which was perceived as original for 7 years, but had now been exposed to be fake. Now, after the people called out Miles, it kickstarted conversations in the community across many platforms, and soon the controversy would spread to Reddit, where a user named DomDunk would make a post in the speedrun subreddit discussing the issue and ending the post with a call to action for every other speedrunner, saying,
"I think this is another opportunity for everyone to take a step back and realize that anyone could be faking their runs. We always need to err on the side of caution when it comes to speedrun. No one is perfect or immune. Miles is one of the most trusted guys around in the early days of speedrun and was a pioneer in many games, but even he too fell victim to making splices. Hopefully Kais will post more information to clarify things further, but the evidence seems pretty irrefutable. A bloody shame."
And after he was confronted, Miles didn't deny it. Instead, he responded with a lengthy statement saying,
"Submitting the splice 16-star run to SDA was the most epically stupid action I've ever committed. I've never done anything of this evil magnitude before, and I will never again. I did upload 63 consecutive single-star world records from May 2007 to May 2008 for Super Mario 64. As mentioned, they were all legit. Not that I expect anyone to believe that. There were reasons that I lost confidence in the integrity of Super Mario 64 competition and ultimately gave up on it. But there's something else I really need to say first."
And after this line, everything Miles wrote became even more confusing.
"I don't know whether it was a dream, vision, or something that actually happened, but God did light up the sky and speak to me. Then I became as large as the universe and hovered in blackness, seeing all the stars. This took place in the AM hours of January 23rd, 2003. Seems more like a dream/vision, doesn't it? That's fine. I'm willing to concede that after all these years." Immediately after deleting my forum account, I looked myself in the mirror and said, "These people do not have enough respect for you. Leave this place, become legendary, and cheat. Cheat in such a way that you become more and more legendary off the false video. Then return to this place, and maybe someday you can realize your goal of having your times removed."
And as if that wasn't crazy and confusing enough, Miles proceeded to say he already knew it was time for him to come out clean after Kaives outed him, because God showed him a creature he called Antelope of Death, which also happened to be the title of his statement. At the end of this bizarre post, Miles would then go ahead to blame his cheating on his massive success by saying,
"Cheating was still stupid and a sin at that. I was wrong to do it. In no way do I condone my action, and I do not encourage anyone else to do the same. I felt bad joining this place on October 4th, 1998, but I did it anyway. I was contemplating checking out of this earth the whole time. I climbed the charts during the next few months. I could have been Martin McMullen. On May 31st, 1999, I became a Christian, and it saved me. I always wished I could have become a Christian first, because I never would have had any desire to join this place."
He then ended the post saying he was sorry for all of his deception, and although this was the end of Miles' speedrunning career, his name can never be truly forgotten, not only because he cheated, but because out of the dozens of world records across multiple games, Miles. This was the only run Miles ever faked. However, after Miles' case, speedrunners would start revisiting old records, looking for splices they'd missed, just like Gothic Logic, who took it upon himself to verify Holy Moly's records after his own comment. And to his and everyone's surprise, the record he boasted about was also very fake. While analyzing his videos, Gothic used the same method Kives used to uncover Miles had cheated and found several inconsistencies in it, like unnecessary jumps, audio cuts, and glitches. Gothic then shared several pictures of every point that were not adding up. In one frame, Mari's position suddenly jumped. In another, the timer skipped forward, and somewhere in the middle of the video, you could hear the background music cut off abruptly. And from that moment on, Holy Moly, who'd been greatly respected for his achievement, at least by those who still remembered him, became an object of ridicule. And this made members of the community wonder if he'd gotten away with cheating forever, if he'd simply chosen to remain silent instead of boasting with a fake record. Now, after snitching on himself, Holy Moly tried to delete the comment where he'd bragged about his achievement and then vanished from the internet. But it was already too late, as the comment had already been archived, frozen in time forever. And although Holy Moly destroyed his own legacy with one comment, he didn't actually hurt anyone. But in this next case, someone actually got harmed.
There's something awful in the Mario 64 Machinima community, and it's been secretly plaguing the community for over a decade.
Back in 2012, when the character Starman 3 was introduced into SMG4, a popular YouTube channel and animated comedy series, it instantly became a fan favorite. But what fans of Starman 3 didn't know was that their most beloved character would become associated with a massive scandal less than a decade later. On July 1st, 2020, a tweet longer posted by a user named Mystic Farron would rock the Super Mario community, calling out Jacob Ward, the person behind the Starman 3 character, who was also a veteran of the Mario 64 community and leader of the YouTube Rangers, a group of Super Mario content creators and fans on YouTube. The tweet longer detailed Mystic's horrible experience with Starman 3 while she was still very young. Unfortunately, the details of this post have been lost to time. However, at the time of the release, the tweet longer reportedly gained over 1,000 likes and more than 500 retweets, making Starman 3 one of the biggest topics in the community. And while everyone was trying to make sense of everything said by Mystic in the post, another user named Cobalt Scout would release fresh allegations on July 2nd, 2020, saying,
"Now that Starman 3 is starting to become more relevant for, let's just say, not safe for work reasons, I think it's time that I come out with my own story about my past experiences with this insane, predatory man-child."
Cobalt's thread started with how he ventured into the SMG4 community in 2012 as a naive younger human, and how he met Starman 3, who was 23 years old at the time, in a XAT chat room for the YouTube Rangers. Cobalt was happy to find Starman 3 in the group and made it his goal to become relevant, so Starman 3 would notice him. However, as the chat grew larger, Starman 3 started acting strangely by banning people without stating reasons, and instructing other group members to report and block anyone who disagreed with his opinions. In addition to that, Starman 3 started demanding creative control over everyone's content, and would even get upset whenever the group members didn't make him the hero of their videos. This behavior made some users like Cobalt a little uncomfortable. However, what they didn't know was that things were only going to get worse from there. Soon, Cobalt managed to get Starman 3's attention, and they started having conversations in private chat. And it all started with Starman 3 asking Cobalt for a roleplay, saying,
"You seem cool, so let's roleplay together. You as my Quilava."
Cobalt didn't think much of that offer, because roleplaying was a common thing in the community, and to make things better, it would be with his favorite SMG4 character. But soon, Starman 3 actually started to request more NSFW roleplays in a private server, and it got so bad and so repeated that Cobalt had to go away from his computer sometimes so that his mom wouldn't see what was going on. However, being careful to not get caught doing inappropriate things meant that Cobalt was not always available for roleplay, which made Starman 3 get upset, leading to texts like this one, where Starman 3 told Cobalt,
"You hate me, that's why you're ignoring me."
Feeling pressured, Cobalt then started roleplaying with Starman 3 every day, but he still found excuses to leave the chat room early as to not get caught. But the more they roleplayed, the more intimate things got between them, until one fateful day when Starman 3 made a disturbing request, saying,
"I want to see your lower body part on camera while doing stuff to yourself."
And although Cobalt agreed to grant some of Starman 3's requests, he refused to do that, and instead lied to Starman, saying he didn't have a camera. At the time, Cobalt believed that he was the only one Starman 3 was being intimate with, but he would soon find out that Starman 3 had his eyes on other younger humans in the group, and this became apparent when one of Cobalt's friends, named Kopaz Trupass, was suddenly banned from the chat room. Now confused, Cobalt reached out to Kopaz to ask him why he got banned, but Kopaz simply didn't respond, so he turned to Starman 3, who told him that he got banned because he was being a troll. However, not long after that, Cobalt claimed to have discovered that Kopaz, who was also a smaller human, was being taken advantage of by Starman 3, and when Kopaz simply couldn't take it any longer, he stood up to Starman 3 by refusing to grant his requests and also confronting him, which resulted in his ban from the chat room. And just when Cobalt thought he'd seen it all, he found out that another smaller human, who was also his friend, was showing himself on camera, even performing certain acts whenever Starman 3 asked him to. After finding out about all of this, Cobalt also stood up to him and told him how uncomfortable he'd been, but immediately Starman 3 simply labeled Cobalt as a dangerous troll and asked other members to cut contact with him afterwards, just like he did with Kopaz. And at the end of the post, Cobalt simply subsequently asked that no one defend or support Starman 3. And although Cobalt's tweet got less attention than Mystic's original post, some people would notice it, and it soon became a topic of discussion within the community, so much so that other victims of Starman 3 also came out to share their experiences with it. On July 3rd, 2020, another user named Wally tweeted,
"Might as well share my personal story with Starman 3 since everyone is doing this."
This story then started with how Wally decided to join the XAT chat room. There, he met Starman 3, who seemed friendly at first, but when the XAT chat room started dying, Wally decided to contact Starman 3 on Skype, and this is when the two became close. On the app, Wally shared his arts, edits, and recolors of his forms with Starman 3, but things soon changed when Starman 3 suddenly wanted to roleplay with him. While Wally agreed to a simple roleplay, he quickly realized that what Starman 3 wanted was not the regular interaction, as he would start calling Wally his Yoshi boyfriend, and constantly made everything about the roleplay intimate. Wally then devised a means to end the inappropriate roleplay by pretending to enjoy the conversation at first, and then later said to Starman 3,
"Stabs a hole in your Yoshi belly."
Now this got Starman 3 really upset, so much so that he cried and blocked Wally on Skype. This was because Wally just killed Starman's roleplay character and ended the scenario that had barely been started. And on seeing that he was blocked, Wally made it a mission to spread hate about Starman 3 by portraying his character negatively in one of his videos. And in response to that, Starman 3 decided to unblock him on Skype and asked Wally to stop bullying him. But he didn't stop, admitting to driving Starman 3 into a mental breakdown with the hopes he would realize that what he was doing was wrong. But instead, he simply blocked Wally once again. This was the end of Wally's story. But some hours later, on the same day, another user named DragonDY would release screenshots of evidence against Starman 3, whom he met when he was also a smaller human. From the first screenshot, Starman 3 can be seen telling Dragon he loves him. And while that's weird enough, Starman 3 would take things up a notch by being very specific in his next message, leading to an increasingly manipulative conversation.
Here's the question, but you gotta be honest. Do you think you love me more than anything in the world? I love all of my friends and family more than anything else. No, I mean, am I special to you? Yes. Oh, you're sweet.
But even after he got the response he wanted out of Dragon, Starman 3 simply kept pushing for more by asking if his heart belonged to him and telling Dragon that he loves him over and over. On the same day, he made Dragon share a kiss with him in a roleplay, and afterwards asked him how the kiss made him feel. Dragon then told him that he was a bit shy with everything they'd done, but Starman 3 didn't interpret that as being uncomfortable. Instead, he saw it as a cute vulnerability. And then, the next minute, Starman 3 decided to make the situation even worse by forcing Dragon to say certain disturbing things against his own will.
Hugs. Let it all out. I know you're a bit shy, but try to fight it out, to say something to me. I don't think I'm ready. I love you, Dragon. I love you too. You're a great bro. Well, I kissed you, but it's more than a bro. Yeah, we both have feelings for each other, which is cute.
Starman 3 didn't allow any chance to confess his love for Dragon's life. Even when Dragon told him that he found certain things uncomfortable, he continued to wallow in his delusion, expressing his feelings, to which Dragon responded,
"I feel happy. You're such an amazing friend and bro to me. I enjoy the conversations we have and YTR. You're special to me. You're one of my best friends. You're an amazing bro. Thank you."
Right after Dragon specifically showed Starman 3 that he was trying to keep them as just friends, he responded with more confessions, but Dragon reiterated that he wasn't okay with his confessions, and this made Starman 3 threaten to stop talking to Dragon altogether, who begged him not to leave. And after he agreed to stay, he promised Dragon to keep things at kisses and hugs, without anything more NSFW. Now Dragon then agreed to remain friends with Starman 3, counting on the promise that things wouldn't get intimate. However, just the very next minute, Starman 3 would initiate a more predatory conversation.
"Oh, and DY, do you know Yoshi can eat other Yoshi? LOL. Well, what would happen if I eat you? Don't you dare put me into an egg. Nah, I'll keep you warm. Watch this, spread tongue around your body. God damn it. Put you in my mouth and smiles. Then I swallow you whole. Well, you're inside of me."
Now immediately this post hit the internet, and some users actually began to express doubts about the screenshots, as the account, which allegedly belonged to Starman 3, had been deleted. But Dragon was well prepared. To prove that the messages were real, he would then share a video that proves that the account indeed belonged to Starman 3.
If we go over to here, we will see deleted user here. But if we click on it, it says leader. Only 2 people in this server had the leader role. That was Starman 3 and CD-ROM. But CD-ROM's account was not banned.
And after all of these allegations started to gain traction on the internet, one of the pioneers in the early Super Mario 64 community, Matthew GU4, made a video about the situation and compiled every known piece of evidence about the case. And although many are lost to time, some of them are still available. One of them was the YouTube video that was posted in April of 2019 by a user named Lucid Secrecy Carmine, which shows more allegations against Starman 3. In one of the screenshots shown in the video, Starman 3 can be seen telling a smaller human that he likes him back in 2017. And more screenshots also show that Starman 3 had been called out initially in that same year, to which he responded and even admitted about the allegations, saying,
"To everyone, included redacted, I need to stop my addiction. Try to listen to people more often. Trying to loosen up my sensitivity. Plus, I haven't made any video. Maybe that's why. I should be more like redacted than just being a PDF file freak. No one wants PDF Starman 3. Nobody wants it. Anyways, thanks for the talk at redacted. I feel so much better. It's better to do something than doing nothing."
This post continued with Starman 3 talking about how his mother told him that what he was doing was disgusting and how he's planned to stop, before he then ended the post with,
"And I didn't want to have problem anymore. Plus, I guess I upset myself because I did intimate roleplay with people. That is not how I make friendship censorship with that. Plus redacted, thank you for making me fully realize that what I did was terribly unforgiving wrong.
And as convincing as this apology sounds, not everyone bought it, because right under that post, a user dropped a comment insinuating that Starman 3 cannot be taken seriously, saying,
"You said the same thing a couple of months ago and still did the same thing, so this time you better change."
But even after that, Starman 3 kept on painting himself as the victim by making the whole situation about himself. Then in 2018, he posted on his Discord saying that he planned to delete his YouTube channel because everyone was against him and no one understood him. And in the same year, Starman 3 posted more about feeling lonely and sad, and also talked about his goals for the year 2019. The same video contains another screenshot where a smaller human could be seen calling Starman 3 a PDF file during a roleplay, to which he then responded saying,
"Also, don't bring up the PDF stuff again, please. That stuff is done. I don't join there anymore. SSP is more important to me."
As already mentioned, Starman 3 didn't stop going after smaller humans, as the evidence provided by Dragon shows the conversation happened in June of 2019, and so the fresh wave of allegations would eventually bring an end to Starman 3's career, as his character was removed from the SMG4 series just before season 4 was released, and ever since, every chance to bring him back has been frowned upon by fans of the series. So much so that in 2020, when a Discord user posted a meme which says,
"Starman 3 should return in modern SMG4,
it was greatly condemned by fans. And after this, Starman 3 would gradually withdraw from online activities, as his YouTube channels and his main Twitter account have remained inactive ever since. But while Starman 3 disappeared after being exposed, this next case is much more unsettling, since the perpetrator is still active on the internet.
And do you confess that everything in these images are real? That you interacted with Tetracaden in this manner?
Yes.
Alright.
I did, in fact, roleplay with Tetracaden.
And you acknowledge that you knew at the time that he was...
Yes.
Although GeoffCraze634 started his YouTube channel in 2012, he became known in the Super Mario community in 2014, when he began dropping Super Mario 64 machinima content. He quickly gained tens of thousands of subscribers on YouTube and was gradually getting accepted by a much wider audience until his name was found in the most unexpected place on the internet. In 2016, just 2 years after GeoffCraze started making Super Mario content, he was accused of taking advantage of two smaller humans named Ellie Williams and Namicina46 online, requesting illicit images and engaging in weird foot fantasy with them. The call-out post on this case has as of now been deleted, but fortunately fragments of the evidence on this case still roam freely on the internet. In one of the screenshots made available by the poster, GeoffCraze can be seen chatting with Namicina, who was a smaller human at the time. GeoffCraze asked her to send him pictures of her feet, which got Namicina really curious.
"I may ask you if you really want. There's no problem. How long does it take? I don't really know though. My feet aren't that cool. It's fine. I can help you demonstrate. I can send you pictures of my feet if you want, but it depends on what you do with the pics. I won't save the pics, but I can pin them." "Nah, I meant like, what are you doing with these?" "Ah, just having a look. I had a weird fantasy feeling about it."
After taking time to try to convince Namicina, she eventually sent the pictures, and according to Namicina, he asked for explicit images of her, all while knowing that she was a smaller human. Also in 2016, GeoffCraze was also seen chatting with another smaller human named Ellie Williams, who at the time had just called out a member of the Splatoon community, Heavy the Squid, for taking advantage of her. In one of the screenshots of text between Ellie and GeoffCraze, you could see her talking about how GeoffCraze successfully replaced Heavy the Squid.
"But I'm still glad I'm not with him anymore, because I have you."
And weeks later, Ellie was already making moves to send illicit pictures of herself to GeoffCraze, saying,
"I'm about to get that picture ready. I was still debating if I should use pants or not."
And while it seemed like Ellie was comfortable with whatever went on between her and GeoffCraze, the relationship was frowned upon by people, because Ellie had not yet attained the age of consent. And just like that, these allegations became the start of a serious issue for GeoffCraze. And for 2 years straight, people would call him out everywhere he appeared online. But thinking that silence was the best answer to these allegations and controversies, GeoffCraze chose to ignore the situation for a while. But instead of going away completely, the backlash only got worse. And eventually in 2018, he posted a lengthy apology, saying,
"Hello, from now, what you see of me getting exposed of what I did from the past back in 2016 got me to remain silent and decide to go on hiatus for a month. I didn't get angry at all. I did stay calm. I understand that you're all shocked, horrified, and disgusted of this kind of behavior that I had. I wasn't aware of what I was doing, and it is entirely my fault for not controlling myself and making so many people mad and pissed about it. Even they want me dead or arrested. I shouldn't have done it in the first place. I'm taking full responsibility and the admittance from the mistakes I've made. To Namicina46 and Ellie Williams when she was a smaller human back then. Even if many of you don't want to believe or trust what I said, thinking that I'm compared to Starman 3 or Heavy the Squid, and even thinking that I'm lying to any one of you and myself. I did admit it that I deserve to be treated badly and have to face the consequences and the backlash."
He admitted to having a foot fantasy and mentioned that he was depressed thinking about what he did to Ellie and Namicina. However, in the very next line, he would go ahead and defend himself by claiming that he didn't know what he was doing.
"Yes, it is horribly wrong to do such kinds of things that I never wanted to do, that lead me to be accused of taking advantage of smaller humans or a PDF file, even though I didn't realize it. This is the worst thing that I've ever done and I regretted it. I didn't want to become that kind of person to begin with. It is understandable that I can't be forgiven because of the horrible things I did, and I may lose a lot of people whom I trust, but I will try my best to control, change, and improve myself of what I am right now from the past. Yes, I did delete the pictures, so I'll never do this kind of stuff again, to decrease the addiction for my own good.
And after Geoff Gray's promise to change and be a better person, he then addressed his victims, saying,
To Namisina46 and Ellie Gudelia, if you're reading this, I have to apologize. I'm sorry for all the trouble that I caused you, if that made you feel uncomfortable about it, and I promise I'll never do that again. I appreciate that you wanted to move on or not be friends with me, but I'm just a normal human being who makes mistakes just like everyone else, and I learned to admit my own faults. I'm not an enemy. I hope you will forgive me for all the things I've done in the past. Even if you don't want to, that's fine. I promise I will improve and control myself to be a better person for the future, and I will learn my lesson. Thank you for understanding.
And while some people didn't think his apology was genuine, his fans believed that he was truly sorry and that he would really change as promised. But not long after, he made another post saying,
Hello, sorry I did stuff to myself to pictures of a smaller human. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'll probably do it again with the next 2 weeks.
And while this post was deleted shortly after it went up, it was already spreading across the community, ruining whatever credibility his apology had. And although Geoff Gray's went silent for a while, just 1 year later, his story would take an interesting twist, as he was caught in an even more terrible scandal involving the most unexpected character in the story. In 2019, a Discord group chat named The Loot House would be exposed for housing adults who were extremely inappropriate with a lot of smaller humans. However, the existence of this group wasn't as shocking as those of perpetrators in the group, and that is because it includes Geoff Gray's cute Yoshi lover, Lizzie the Ratsicled 15, T Canadian Spartan, and Geoff Gray's victim, Ellie Gudelia. But this time, Ellie wasn't a victim. She was also a perpetrator. It all started when Geoff Gray joined the server on August 16, 2019, which was a year after his public apology, and promised that he would change. Almost instantly, Geoff Gray started to roleplay with smaller humans, and even invited another person known as Genesis to the server.
Rar smoothly rubs Jenny's forehead while carrying him. Giggles, blushes as her forehead disrupts, covers our faces, kisses Jenny's lips.
And while Geoff Gray's and Genesis roleplay was going on, Ellie, who was now an adult, was also roleplaying inappropriately with another smaller human.
Wanna join me? Not now, playing Red Dead Online. Aw, I wanna hear her voice. I was gonna put on a show for you, Rasmus. What about me? And TCS2. Sorry I'm late. A show you say? Yep, did I miss it already? Nope, I'm just getting started actually. Would you like to join us? What room? It's in the DMs. Yeah, might wanna mute your mic though. Okay, I will.
Aside from conversations like this, Ellie also sent images of herself to the group along with inappropriate art pieces. And according to a member of the group, no one ever actually requested these inappropriate images from Ellie. And she was also the only person on the server to post their pictures without clothes. And once of course Ellie got exposed, some of her followers called her out for her hypocrisy, saying,
I thought you hated Heavy for wanting stuff like this from you, but now all of a sudden you're just freely portraying herself as an adult content creator?
This scandal was so big that Ellie was also interviewed by a YouTuber named Medi Excalibur, who asked her if every allegation against her and every piece of evidence shared online are true. And unsurprisingly, Ellie downplayed everything she did. She decided to speak the half-truth to minimize her crimes.
You'll see that I have saved here photos that were in the initial Dropbox of Ellie and Tetracaden engaging in some interesting activities. And do you confess that everything in these images are real? That you interacted with Tetracaden in this manner?
Yes.
Alright.
I did, in fact, roleplay with Tetracaden.
And you acknowledged that you knew at the time that he was...
Yes.
For the remaining part of the interview, she kept contradicting her initial claim that she didn't know the member she was chatting with was a smaller human.
Basically, I was in this NSFW server, and I was told that, you know, people there were 18 plus only. However, they weren't being honest with me, and someone apparently who was there was not 18 plus. They were actually...
However, one of the screenshots included in the Loot House expose would later prove this to be false, as both Ellie and Geoff Gray can be seen discussing Genesis' age in one of her conversations.
What is that thing that Jenny sent? His lower body part. Dear God, he's too young to have that kind of maturity, but I see worse than that. I'm not surprised. Ellie, there are a few teenagers who can be like that.
This clearly shows that the two of them knew at least the age of the members, but chose to ignore it. And while Eddie made videos and granted interviews, Geoff Gray never addressed the situation. He simply watched everything slowly go from bad to worse. And following the fresh allegations, certain friends of Geoff Gray would also start cutting ties with him, including a YouTuber named The Inverted Shadow, who made a video about the situation claiming that he stopped being friends with everyone in the server, including Geoff Gray.
And while I didn't give names, I also mentioned that I had severed ties with several members of that community. The people in question were, in no particular order, Ghost of Time 1, to Canadian Spartan, Lizzie Ratical, aka Claudes, Geoff Gray 634, and Ellie Gudelia.
In addition to losing his friends, Geoff Gray also lost his Twitter account, which got suspended on August 6, 2021 for violating the terms of views after previously being restricted. And to crown it all, he also lost views on his YouTube channel. And although Geoff Gray has not stopped uploading videos on YouTube and his subscribers have not reduced significantly, he's gone from getting hundreds of thousands of views to just a couple thousand. And while this case ended with a little bit of consequence, this next case is heartbreaking, since the perpetrator didn't just get away with it, but got even bigger after getting exposed.
He would make an apology video clarifying everything that happened to clear his name.
Back in 2018, Creepy Produce was just another Mario Kart fan, uploading challenge videos from his bedroom. But within 3 years, he'd have tens of millions of views, a Discord server packed with thousands of young fans, and a reputation as one of Mario Kart Wii YouTube's biggest creators. Creepy Produce built his channel starting in July 2018. His signature format was the If I Challenge series, and by August 2019, he'd released 101 Ways to Fail in Mario Kart Wii, a video that surpassed 2 million views and cemented him as a major face in the Mario Kart Wii community. By early 2021, his channel had reached 34 million total views across 314 videos, but his real connection to fans came through Discord. At the peak of his popularity, Creepy Produce ran a server with around 30,000 members, a place where young viewers could chat with him directly and share fan art. From the outside, everything looked perfect: a growing channel, a thriving community, and a beloved creator. It's January 10th, 2021. A Mario Kart Wii YouTuber with 110,000 subscribers wakes up to his phone blowing up with notifications. Screenshots of his private Discord messages are spreading across Twitter, and within 4 days, he'll upload 2 videos to address what happened. But the second one will completely change how his audience sees it. That Sunday morning, a Twitter account called Creepy Produce Out of Context, which was a parody account dedicated to Creepy Produce, posted screenshots of Discord direct messages between him and a young viewer. The messages showed flirtatious exchanges that crossed the line from friendly creator-fan interaction into romantic territory.
I want that too, baby, and if you're having second thoughts, I'm okay with that. I know we haven't been talking for a super long time. I just want you to know, because you genuinely have made me the happiest I've been in a long time. But I think you do have the same feelings, and I hope that continues because I'm crazy in love with you right now.
And instantly she responded,
I'm crazy in love too. I'm not having second thoughts. I legit see us married together, helping the kids get ready for school, and then I kiss you goodbye while you're in a suit.
Now this turned what should have been a normal fan interaction into something much more personal and disturbing. Members of his own Discord server saw the screenshots, and within hours they were turning on him, with mass pings and accusations flooding the channels. And when people in the community confronted him about what they were seeing, Creepy Produce offered only 5 words in response.
It's not what it seems.
However, his own messages told a different story.
So many things I've fantasized of doing to you.
Directly expressing his fantasies to her despite the age difference between them. Now the next day, facing mounting pressure and internal chaos, Creepy Produce made a drastic decision. He deleted his entire Discord server after administrators requested it, saying the situation had turned into general toxicity, and so former members gathered to create new communities on social media to keep talking about what was happening. And on Tuesday, Creepy Produce uploaded a 16-minute video titled My Response. In it, he confirmed the allegations were true. He'd been communicating romantically with a young fan while he was 19, but he tried to add context. He explained that he'd been depressed in December of 2020 after a failed relationship with someone closer to his age, and that when this younger viewer sent him fan art and gave him attention, he felt emotionally attached.
I still want to talk about it anyway first. Also, yeah, please do not send explicit images. You're still young. You can't really consent yet. Your brain is still developing. It just doesn't feel 100% right, so I can't commit right now. Anyway, I gotta go to dinner. I'll talk to you a little bit more if you're still here when I get back. Sure, I just hate being downgraded as a small human, while I can still definitely think for myself. That's why I tend to rush it. I'm sorry, I made you feel that way. I just really love you.
He admitted what he did was wrong, but then said something crucial. He claimed the conversations never turned intimate, and that no images were exchanged, trying to present himself as someone drawing a line, even as leaked messages suggested otherwise. The video description read,
Hey guys, just want to reiterate, please do not harass this girl. I'm not blaming her, I'm taking the blame.
Now what happened next was unexpected. This video held a 93% like to dislike ratio, and the comments were filled with support from viewers defending him, saying everyone makes mistakes and that he deserved a second chance. And many commenters seemed more focused on his content than on the seriousness of what he just admitted to, but not everyone believed him. 2 days later, Creepy Produce uploaded a second video. The title was blunt, No More Lies. In this video, he delivered a much darker confession. Contrary to what he said earlier, the relationship had in fact gotten intimate.
So many things I've fantasized of doing to you. Same, you don't know what I want you to do to me. I have a general idea. Tell me.
And then they would both go on to explain in explicit detail what they do. And he admitted that he'd been trying to paint himself in a good light in the first video, and that he'd left out the twisted parts of the story. And as more screenshots surfaced, it became impossible for him to maintain the earlier versions of events. And so he ended the video by announcing that he would be taking a break from YouTube. Now the second video of course received a significant amount of dislikes. Whatever goodwill he had earned from the first apology vanished almost instantly. And on Reddit, one user shared the new video with the caption,
Absolutely disgusting.
While another, who'd initially wanted to give him a chance, wrote,
Damn, this always happens in apologies like this. Terribly sad to see.
The pattern was now obvious. Creepy Produce had tried to control the narrative with a half-truth, only admitting the full extent of what he'd done when he was backed into a corner. And so the consequences came pretty quickly. Fellow Mario Kart Wii creators like Mayro publicly cut ties with him, and Mayro summed the situation up by saying,
Yeah, I don't know even if you were legal at the time. It'd still be super sketch. 19 and is still pretty big. And if it was to theoretically last longer, it would then become 20, which is just unfathomable. But you could be 25, and I'd be concerned about doing stuff to myself after 10 days. Jesus Christ. 2 times. Said it was leaking out too. Oh my god.
Now as the backlash kept growing, Creepy Produce was actually doxxed, with his personal information spreading across various Discord servers and forums. And in February of 2021, about a month after the scandal, he quietly unlisted both response videos. And in a pinned comment, he explained that he'd seen a professional psychologist and was obviously very disgusted and embarrassed and ashamed of the whole situation. He said having these videos public was giving him anxiety and that he no longer wanted them easily accessible. Now they remain unlisted, but can still be reached through direct links archived earlier that month. In December of 2021, after nearly a year of silence, Creepy Produce then announced he would return to content creation. He resumed posting Mario Kart content, and his channel continues operating today with a six-figure subscriber count. The platform never removed his channel. Now later on, very importantly, viewers began to notice something strange. A Clash Royale YouTuber named Gratz was rapidly growing a new audience, eventually reaching around 260,000 subscribers, more than double what Creepy Produce had ever had. But people started comparing voices and digging through connected accounts. And on Gratz's Royal API page, his Twitter profile was linked back to the same account used by Creepy Produce, and forum posts began circulating with claims like,
"Their voices sound exactly the same. This man is outrunning his past."
No arrests or formal legal proceedings have been publicly documented, and the final overview video Creepy Produce once hinted at was never released. And to this day, the full extent of what happened between him and the young fan is known only to the people directly involved. But as disturbing as this story is, this next case is even more horrifying, since it involves multiple smaller humans.
After just hearing that, I actually want to like take off my headphones and throw them, because what the bro?
For many years, Ouija Pie was a familiar name in the Super Mario community. With over 2 million subscribers on YouTube, he had the hearts of many Super Mario fans, courtesy of his animated videos which were centered around Luigi from the Mario franchise. And he would remain a fan favorite until a single tweet destroyed his reputation overnight. On January 25th, 2024, a Twitter user named Pushmush posted a Google Doc on Twitter with the caption,
"A call-out dog on Ouija Pie. Please read and spread."
Now before I can continue, it's important to mention that Ouija Pie, whose real name is Lucas Poirson, used many online usernames. These included Inactive, Ouija, Lucas with a Heart, Dolno, and Ouija Pie. The first few pages of the document contain screenshots of conversations between Ouija Pie with the username Inactive and an unidentified person, where he could be seen using inappropriate words from the S slur to the N word over and over again. And according to the document, he used these slurs against individuals in the LGBTQ community. It was nothing compared to what he did with smaller humans in a Discord group. In one of the screenshots, Ouija Pie was talking to a member of the group known as T. Cole, who was a smaller human. The conversation started playfully, with Ouija Pie saying,
"He can't hear you. Can't hear you."
And T. Cole replying with,
"Don't call me that."
Before Ouija Pie then says,
"It's okay. It'll be quick."
Now while the whole conversation seems kind of harmless at first, things soon take a darker turn when T. Cole asks Ouija Pie to roleplay with her.
Then play Coffin of Andy. Shockhead can't hear you scream while I'm with you.
Using an inappropriate word like this may seem shocking, but the truth is Ouija Pie used this word repeatedly in his roleplays with younger humans. In another screenshot he wrote,
"I will be with you sadly. I was with her and you can't sadly. I will then forward another message that I will soon come to you and be with you and record everything and yet again forward that to them."
As crazy as that text was, it was only the tip of the iceberg in the allegations against Ouija Pie. According to Hushmush, in January of 2024, Ouija Pie sent an explicit image to smaller humans in the same group. The image shows a man with a 3D face of a user known as V Mario stroking something and captioned,
"V Mario sent this to proxy."
The strangest part was that the other group members didn't seem to have a problem with the picture and what it showed. But Hushmush was disgusted by the act and would later address the issue with Ouija Pie. He advised Ouija Pie to be careful about his choice of words and actions, since he had a reputation to protect. But surprisingly, Ouija Pie didn't think he did anything wrong and took his time to explain the situation, saying,
"We just talked about it in the VC, I'm afraid. Proxy's literally in on the jokes. Sure, if you don't find them funny. But I literally kept bothering you all about Sid for that very reason. Would be completely our word if I did the exact same afterwards, wouldn't it now? It's common sense. But you could have, asked me about it, or even Proxy. If I was actually doing it, don't you think she would have said anything by now? The V Mario nude was also a joke that V Mario is in on. It's the frame I found on an adult website and made me lose my mind because it's a dude with a Mario face. It reminded me of V Mario, so I asked him if I could do the joke."
But even with everything he said, Hushmush wasn't buying it. Ouija Pie kept justifying his actions by saying it was only meant to be a prank, and that Hush's reaction only shows that his plan to trick everyone was successful. Hushmush then mentioned that actions like this are the reason people don't like Ouija Pie on Twitter, and once again emphasized that Ouija Pie only behaves like this because he believes his action is one of consequences. In his defense, Ouija Pie doubled down by saying that the joke was only meant to stay in the group, but Hushmush reminded him that there's still a chance that it might get out, and not surprisingly, it was Hushmush himself who would later leak the conversation. Now the document would go on to receive some attention online with users condemning Ouija Pie's deeds, but he didn't actually seem to care at all, leading Hushmush to block him. Now that was the end of Hush's document, but unknown to anyone at the time, it was only the beginning of Ouija Pie's problems. However, before everything got worse for him, Ouija Pie saw the backlash he was receiving from Hush's posts, and so in order to salvage his reputation, he decided to address the issue in a statement on his alternate Twitter account the following day, saying,
"First off, this is not the apology/debunk statement you expected to read, or at least not fully. I simply refuse to give in to what is quite literally just a low-effort, non-serious, cloud-chasing Google Doc made by a very hypocritical and immature teenager. Their only motives are clout and pure pettiness. I refuse to give them any more attention than they've already got, as that's the exact thing they want."
As if attacking the person who exposed him was bad enough, Ouija Pie would then go on to justify all the allegations against him, saying,
"I'll never say it again. Everything in a doc is not serious. I am allowed to use the F and R word. As for the N and T word, those were quoted from someone else. They perfectly knew all of what I've just said, by the way."
He then made sure to paint claimed himself as a victim by announcing that he would leave Twitter and disappear totally from social media because everyone had turned their backs against him. Now, contrary to what Ouija Pie might have expected though, this statement only fueled the anger of the public, who expected him to address the allegations directly instead of making himself a victim. And to make things worse, the post emboldened people who knew Ouija Pie personally to reach out to Hushmush with even more damning revelations about Ouija Pie. On February 4th, 2024, Hushmush then made another tweet containing a new Google Doc about Ouija Pie saying,
"I've come back to re-expose Ouija Pie for being an obsessive stalker and manipulating multiple victims."
While this caption only mentioned disturbing accusations, the 37-page document revealed something far more sinister. The first part of the allegations contains a series of screenshots showing inappropriate conversations between Ouija Pie and a very small human, whom we will call Alice, back in 2021. The first screenshot shows him talking about Alice's upper body part and immediately lying about his phone getting hacked. From there, the conversation got really serious, with Ouija Pie asking Alice if she would want to be with him if he was her cousin. He also went ahead to request explicit images of Alice as he could do stuff to himself with them, but Alice refused. Now eventually Alice got on a video call with Ouija Pie and he was able to have his way, saying,
"I'm doing stuff to myself to you in a video call."
To which Alice responded,
"At least your homies didn't notice. You have thick thighs though."
Now Alice and Ouija Pie had a lot of inappropriate exchanges and all was good with them until Alice found out about his age and confronted him about it.
"You are the PDF file. I'm not a PDF file. I'm not an adult. Not 18 years old. If you're 16 years old, you're already considered a PDF file."
At the time this conversation happened, Ouija Pie was already but just so he could appear not too much older than Alice, who wasn't even a teenager at the time, he lied. And as soon as these screenshots got out, Ouija Pie responded by sending an angry text to Alice, trying to manipulate her into covering up for him.
"Tell him you faked it. If you don't tell him you faked it, then this is gonna go really bad. Tell him you made it up because you were angry."
And this manipulation was actually successful, as Alice would end up sending Hushmush a message saying that she made up the whole allegations against Ouija Pie. After that, Ouija Pie then deleted every conversation he had with Alice, and so he was off the hook in 2021. But even after Alice did what he wanted, he told her to stop telling people that he was manipulating her, and also threatened to break up with her if she doesn't say he's innocent on the group chat that they both belong to, and if she doesn't block everyone in the same Discord server. He then started to give Alice a cold shoulder, forcing her to beg him to talk to her, saying,
"Can I just make an account to talk to you? Absolutely not. Please. I won't fall for that. Do what I said or I'm breaking up with you, and I'll expose you alongside everyone else. I'm not taking this lightly. I'm even thinking about taking this to court. This is literal harassment. If you don't want to do it, that obviously means you're on their side."
Eventually, Alice dropped a message in the group saying,
"Ouija Pie is not manipulating me,"
and immediately exited the group. But even after doing this, Ouija Pie still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to have full control of the situation, so he gave Alice two options. One, cut off everyone that is not in support of him, and two, give him access to her Discord account. He then followed his conditions up with a message asking Alice to choose between him and those against him, and Alice eventually chose him, and he once again told her to block everyone, saying,
"I don't see why you'd need anyone."
But even though Ouija Pie was doing his best to convince Alice to cut off all of her friends, she still wasn't comfortable going ahead with it. So Ouija Pie instead asked her for her login details so he could do it himself. And after a little back and forth, Alice gave him access to her account, and he immediately went to the messages of one of Alice's friends saying,
"Ouija Pie is not manipulating me. I don't want anything to do with this entire situation. I've been close to him for months, and he's not that type of person. I can't change what you guys think, but there's been all the lies and shit, so what I said ain't what I think about him. I'll be blocking everyone, and I don't want to talk to y'all ever again."
After this, Ouija Pie sent the same type of message on her Twitter account and blocked all of her friends. And now Alice was all alone, and soon the isolation started to affect her. And in the end, she simply couldn't take it anymore and decided to contact her friends on an alternate account. Thankfully, with the help of her friends, Alice was able to break up with Ouija Pie, and that became the end of their story. But that still wasn't the worst part of this document. According to another screenshot, he was having a conversation with another younger human who said that he still had his V-card, and in response he sent a video of himself getting intimate with another younger human. And this video led to a weird conversation where the younger human, who we will call Amy, asked,
"Are those like videos with her face, her stuff and my stuff in it?"
But the document still didn't end here. Hushmush then went into another serious accusation involving a smaller human whom we will call Sophia, who Ouija Pie had met online. But unlike other victims, this particular story wasn't reported by Sophia herself, by her close friend named Pyro. According to Pyro, Ouija Pie and Sophia met online around July 2022 after he discovered an art piece she posted on her YouTube page. Immediately, Ouija Pie connected with Sophia on Discord, and the two began actively chatting. Sophia informed Pyro about this new friendship on the same day, which got him really concerned. And to ensure that his friend was safe, Pyro started asking if Ouija Pie said anything out of place to her, and she then shared their chats with Pyro, who was relieved to find out that it only contained support and well wishes. But the conversation wouldn't stay harmless for too long, as Ouija Pie would soon take things from friendly to extremely uncomfortable. It all started when Ouija Pie sent Sophia this creepy text saying,
"I'd be the happiest ever if my girlfriend or wife was like you."
Now he would send these types of texts for a few days, until she started getting very uncomfortable and decided to send Ouija Pie a lengthy message saying,
"You seem like a cool person, but the way you talk to me right now is like in a way someone really close to me would talk. I mean, for instance, Pyro and I have been talking for almost 2 years now, and we don't really talk like that. We've known each other barely for 4 days, and the way you talk is like how I would talk to a significant other."
She then continued saying how she initially didn't know the age gap between them, as well as how the conversations about and marrying made her uncomfortable. And at the end of the message, she wrote,
"I can't get my head around someone caring about me that much when I've only known them for a little while. I just wanted to set things straight before things get worse."
Now, upon seeing Sophia pull away, Ouija Pie decided to turn the tables by penning himself as the victim, saying,
"I've got nothing but fake people that backstab me rather quickly, or just use me until they've had enough. I know it's really weird, and I apologize. My brain just denied the fact that it's weird because of how much I want to be appreciated. It's just so hard to deal with, and I don't know what to do."
Now, after he got rejected by Sophia, the two then decided to start their friendship all over again, 2 months later, and this time setting boundaries to keep it just as a friendship. But this still wouldn't last long, as just 4 days after their reconciliation, Ouija Pie would then hop on a voice chat with Sophia, who asked her to be his girlfriend. Sophia immediately reported this to Pyro, quoting some of the things Ouija Pie said to her, saying,
"He said, and I quote, 'You make me so happy. I feel as though I don't need to take my medication.'"
Now, Sophia would then share a now deleted recording of the voice call with Pyro, who later posted it online to expose Ouija Pie. And unexpectedly, this voice call would go completely viral on social media, with fans making memes out of it, and some calling Ouija Pie's behavior weird. Now, surprisingly, Ouija Pie remained unfazed and only became more possessive and obsessed with Sophia. He bought her Spotify Premium just so he could listen to music with her, and also texted her repeatedly when she wasn't responding. Sophia got sick of the sweet behavior and told Pyro she was tired of Ouija Pie's love-bombing, at which point Pyro then came up with a plan to put an end to Sophia's problem. He started making posts pretending to be her boyfriend on Twitter, and as soon as Ouija Pie saw the post that suggested a relationship between the two, he of course started to complain about the relationship, saying,
"Why are you wasting your time with me? You could be with the one you love. I don't know what you see in him. I don't even know what to say. Nothing goes my way. I hate him."
However, after a while, Ouija Pie would confess to Sophia that he was dating multiple girls and that he didn't think he deserved her after all. But while that seemed like he was finally letting her go, Ouija Pie soon showed signs that he was only trying to manipulate Sophia into dating him out of pity by saying,
"Obviously, I've never kept any of those girls for long. I just wish I could magically not love you. Why are you so perfect? This is not fair."
But Sophia saw this as an opportunity to push Ouija Pie away by saying,
"Listen, if you need to distance yourself from me in order to heal, I'd understand."
But instead of taking the bait, Ouija Pie found a way out of it by telling Sophia he could not leave her alone and would continue to show her off in Discord servers by claiming her as his. Eventually, Sophia stopped following Ouija Pie on social media and ignored every one of his messages. But after Sophia blocked him, Ouija Pie fired back by making a poorly edited picture of her hanging from a noose. Now, this became the end of another chapter in Ouija Pie's story, but that still wasn't the last of his accusations against him. It turns out that Ouija Pie was so scared of getting outed on the internet that he attempted to blackmail multiple victims by threatening to release their personal information if they ever tried to expose him. To protect his image, Ouija Pie would also send DMs to his victims and their friends, threatening to get them arrested. At some point, he also got his father to send an email to one of his victims, threatening to file an international lawsuit against them. This document ended up getting even more attention than the first, with many people calling Ouija Pie out to address the situation. But not long after Hushmo's tweet blew up, Ouija Pie quoted it with a now deleted tweet saying,
"Yet again, a lot of crucial details left out on purpose. Currently at the hospital, so I will make a proper video debunking every single point made against me. It will take time to both get out of the hospital and make the video covering absolutely everything, so please be patient."
And after announcing that the video would be released, he later promised that it would be out in 2 weeks. But 2 weeks passed and nothing came from it. And so on February 25th, 2024, Hushmosh came with a third document containing even more unsettling allegations against Ouija Pie. The 60-page document contains revelations about 4 different victims who've been taken advantage of and mistreated by Ouija Pie, starting with a smaller human he met on Roblox in 2022. The conversation between the two quickly became intimate, and this smaller human, whom we will call Lola, would start dating Ouija Pie. Now, initially, Lola did not know Ouija Pie was 18, but by 2023, she found out about his age and confronted him about it. While the screenshot didn't show Ouija Pie's response, more evidence revealed that he didn't end the relationship after the conversation. Instead, Ouija Pie would go ahead and send more inappropriate texts. In one of the screenshots, Ouija Pie can be seen saying stuff like,
"Would you still love me if I had a third ball?"
and also where he sent Lola images of adult toys. Now, to worsen the situation, in 2024, he also tried to get Lola to visit him in a hotel, even when he knew how young she was. But before they would meet up, Hushmosh had dropped his first expose against Ouija Pie, and out of fear of getting exposed for trying to link up with a small human, Ouija Pie would delete most of the messages he sent to Lola, before then blocking her completely. Now, when Lola noticed, she was initially confused, but after seeing Hush's post, she understood why Ouija Pie suddenly blocked her everywhere. She then reached out to Hushmosh with the evidence that was left on her device. Now, not long after their breakup, Lola would find out that Ouija Pie had made a new Instagram account, where he was already talking to 2 other younger humans. Lola then contacted the two to warn them about Ouija Pie, but instead of taking her advice, one of them showed Ouija Pie the conversations, which made Ouija Pie so mad that he texted Lola with threats, and seeing that the situation was now taking a dark turn, Lola decided to retreat, leaving the victims to fate. In addition to these allegations, Hushmosh mentioned in the document that at the time the third document was written, Ouija Pie was dating another smaller human identified as Castle Calamity, or Castle for short, and that after some old friends of Ouija Pie found out about the relationship, they reached out to Castle and explained the whole situation, revealing her boyfriend's inappropriate relationship with other humans like herself. But instead of trying to let go of Ouija Pie, Castle immediately started talking about how hard it is for her to break up with him. And when asked if she planned to go back to Ouija Pie, Castle said that she didn't want to cut contact with him because she was worried he would lose his mind. And to make the situation worse, she went online to defend Ouija Pie and actually stood by it. But Caster wasn't the only one defending his name. Ouija Pie himself defended his name everywhere. For example, he was on Reddit responding to a comment by a user named Nintendo Fan under a post calling him out.
The SMG4 fan channel guy? Damn, my condolences to the victims. They're not really victims, sadly. I know this might sound completely blasphemous for me to say. However, I respectfully ask you to wait for my response. Thanks.
Another user then responded to the comment saying,
"This is going to age badly if any of them are not of age."
To which Ouija Pie responded,
"I was not of age too. I fully stand with what I say. Please wait for my response."
And since Ouija Pie was pretty confident in his defense, many of the members of the community were patiently waiting for his response video so they could hear his side of the story. So when he dropped a new video on his channel on February 26, 2024, everyone naturally believed that this was the response video he promised. But they all ended up being disappointed after the video turned out to be a rant about his experience working at an Australian animation studio called Glitch Productions. So fans who'd been expecting a video about the allegations expressed their disappointments, but Ouija Pie simply didn't care and kept posting about other stuff. However, this would change on February 28, 2024, when a close friend of Ouija Pie named Rasprune made a video confirming some of the allegations against it by interviewing one of the witnesses in the case.
Tu te souviens de l'histoire avec... C'est la fameuse meuf qui a menti sur son âge. Oui voilà, Baby, bon déjà il y a ça, c'est ça qu'il a mis. Et en fait, j'ai oublié de te dire, c'est que effectivement à l'époque déjà elle lui avait envoyé des news.
After this, he also posted a statement on Twitter saying,
"I've decided to cut ties with Ouija Pie. My reasoning is personal, and I will not speak about it publicly or share any more details unless I need to do so. I will no longer associate with him moving forward."
Raspoon wasn't the only friend who left him. Some other friends like content creators Raymond Potatoes and Cake Noob also stopped being friends with him after they tried to convince him to break up with the smaller human he was dating, but he simply refused. And following Raspoon's video, more and more people stopped watching Ouija Pie's content, while thousands of fans immediately began unfollowing him completely, just like this user who commented under Raspoon's video saying,
"I was an avid follower of Ouija Pie at one point, maybe even a fan, but after hearing about the allegations and looking deep into what's been going on myself, I've officially decided to stop following him."
But even though many of Ouija Pie's friends had turned against him at this point, he also had some who were totally defending it. One of them was Mutafat, who wrote a document posted by Needster, one of Ouija Pie's friends. According to Mutafat, her plan wasn't to cover the drama, but to talk about her perspective of the story, as she'd heard from both sides of the drama directly. But the weird part was that Mutafat was taking sides without even examining the evidence against Ouija Pie.
First of all, I will admit that I've not read the documents. All I know is from what others have told me from both sides. I do not plan to read these documents, because I do not want to get into this drama any farther than I already have here. I'm going off what I know/believe here.
And more shockingly, she later claimed that the evidence in the Google Docs were fake, saying,
"I just personally believe that most, if not everything that at least I have heard in there is fake/taken out of context."
Now this document ended up receiving backlash, with many commenting on how badly written it was, considering the allegations and evidence against Ouija Pie. But with everything going on in Ouija Pie's name, he chose to remain silent, hoping that the drama would just fade away. However, what no one saw coming was the release of a fourth document. On March 31st, 2024, Hushmush released a new document which has now been terminated by Google Docs due to a violation of terms of service. The document contained revelations about new victims, as well as more information about previous ones. But Ouija Pie would then do the unexpected by finally posting a response video on April 19th, 2024.
I want to clarify, it's not an apology, it's a response/debunk, not an apology. Please share this. Some people probably have me blocked.
This was Ouija Pie's opening statement, but nothing would prepare anyone for what he was about to say next.
I find it very insane and stupid that I'm even being called a. It's obvious that I'm not a. If anything, it just makes me seem like a, which is what I'm gonna also debunk, but I'm absolutely not a. And I'm also not a, but dude, just read. People, please read.
Ouija Pie spent a lot of time either justifying certain actions or calling his accusers liars. But one thing he didn't fail to admit was that he indeed owned explicit content involving younger people, by keeping an explicit video of his ex who was smaller. But once again, he defended himself by saying that he was also a smaller human at the time, so he was innocent. However, as absurd as this is, it is nothing compared to the conclusion part of the video.
Just chilling has honestly been the best month of my life, probably. Just so fun, just not having fake people around you all the time. It's been great. And I was like at the hospital at first, the first week, and they said, "Oh, you're faking it?" No, I'm not. Why would I fake that? And yeah, I'm innocent. As I said, I'll be leaving social media everywhere. I'll just be on my own, like on YouTube and everything. So I really don't care.
Unfortunately, this turned out to be true, especially when you consider that the last upload on Ouija Pie's main channel, which was uploaded on June 21st, 2025, had close to 800,000 views. accusers. Now after his response video, Hushmosh and other YouTubers released a video debunking every single part of Ouija Pie's response. And from that moment on, Ouija Pie tried to take down the allegation videos about him, including the debunking video, by either reporting them or filing copyright complaints. But Hushmosh wasn't relenting. On May 13, 2024, he posted a thread on Twitter detailing how Ouija Pie was actively dating another younger human identified as Saya, who was also defending him and ignoring all the accusations. Now, at this point, Ouija Pie was no longer hiding. He admitted to dating Saya and constantly justified it himself whenever the accusations against him were brought up. Now, the accusers of Ouija Pie actually took the issue to the French authorities, showing them a series of evidence. But according to them, the police refused to take actions, dismissing the case as an internet drama. And so on May 14, 2024, Rasputin posted his last update on the scandal, as he officially pulled out of it after the French authorities refused to do anything, despite the evidence. In the emotional voice message attached, Rasputin stated that the other YouTubers should not give up until justice was served and Ouija Pie faced the consequences for his actions. But slowly, the case faded out of the public attention, and Ouija Pie continued to make videos on his main channel without facing any big consequences. But while this story was heartbreaking, the next one is even more horrifying, since it involves sending someone out of this world in the most brutal way.
A young woman has been charged with 9 offences, including murder, after a fatal house fire in the southeast.
Now, long ago, Super Mario was all about running, jumping, escaping, saving the princess, and everything fun. But little did anyone know that Super Mario could be dark, tragic, and horrific until the game Mario the Music Box was created. A game that put players on the edge of their seats and really brings tension alive. Known as MTMB for short, the game was the brainchild of Jessica Krust-Guzman, popularly known as Corpse Syndrome, one of the lead developers at Team Ari, an Australian game developing company. Fans of MTMB have long credited Corpse Syndrome for introducing them to Mario horror in 2015, but what they wouldn't realize until a decade later was that the real horror existed only in Corpse Syndrome's mind. On December 21st, 2025, Ognik, Corpse Syndrome's ex-partner, posted on Team Ari's Discord server, saying,
"Everyone, I didn't think this was something I would ever need to write or address in my life, but here we are. With a heavy heart, I regret to inform you that Corpse Syndrome, Jessica, is currently in custody. Here's the information I know, and the sequence of events that transpired on how the information was told to me / discovered. On Thursday at 1 AM, there was a house fire at her residence. One male was airlifted to hospital, whereas the other was taken to the hospital. Jessica was also taken, however with minor burns."
Ognik continued by explaining that he got to find out about the incident after Corpse Syndrome called his father to inform him that there had been a fire accident at her apartment. She then told Ognik's father that the fire broke out due to her losing her cool over a disagreement with one of her housemates, named Stuart Blair. At the time, Ognik and his father believed that all that was damaged and lost were probably just random items, and maybe the residents. But the next day, they soon found out from the news articles released about the case that certain people were hospitalized. There was no mention of Corpse Syndrome's dog, Link, or one of her housemates' daughter, who we'll call Pearl. Now on the same day, a detective visited Ognik to interview him based on his previous relationship with Corpse Syndrome. And after the session, the detective informed Ognik that everyone involved in the incident was alive and getting treatment at the hospital, including Corpse Syndrome, who had only 7% of her body burnt. But at that point, Ognik already started getting concerned about Pearl and Link. Now 2 days later, Ognik would then receive a call from Child Protection assuring him that Pearl was okay, and to make things even better, he was also able to find out that Link left the house unscathed. But just when things were going well, Ognik would soon be informed that one of the men receiving treatment at the hospital had passed away, and that Corpse Syndrome could be charged with murder. At the end of the statement, Ognik then promised to post more updates on the server, and ended it with a request saying,
"I prefer if we keep this private for the time being. I'm planning on a public announcement once we have more things confirmed and in stone. I know some people have expressed leaving, and if you wish to do so, just let me know. Currently wanting to figure out the nicest way to go about doing that so people don't go bugging you. As for the future of where Ari is going and what's happening, there's some ideas brought up, but we can all figure things out."
Now after this message from Ognik, members of the team started reaching out to him for details of the case and asking him questions to know more about the situation. He then responded to one of her DMs explaining that Corpse Syndrome herself didn't know that anyone has died, nor did she know about Pearl or Link's status. And although she wasn't able to provide details on the short phone conversation they had, she was able to say a few things about how the fire had happened. According to Corpse Syndrome, she was having an argument with one of her housemates when she angrily threw alcohol at them without realizing that she was holding a firelighter. But as soon as she lost her control, she threw the firelighter at Stuart, accidentally burning him and the whole house. Immediately, Ognik started telling this information to everyone, and it became clear to the team members that he was talking about a deliberate action, while they initially thought that it was just an accident. This is because, of course, setting a person on fire takes steps and conscious decisions, which reduce the chance of it happening by accident to almost zero. And apart from that being a serious problem, the situation worsened with the fact that there's at least one other person at the scene of this crime who might end up being a witness. According to reports, a second man named Michael Slater, Pearl, and an unnamed 43-year-old woman were also in the house at the time of the blaze. And to make Corpse Syndrome's case even worse, she already confessed to setting Stuart on fire when she had the chance to call Ognik's father while in police custody. According to Ognik, while talking to Corpse Syndrome, he mentioned to her how horrible Pearl must feel and how traumatic it must be for her to know that she lost everything. And shockingly, Corpse Syndrome's response to that was that she'd gone through an even worse situation situation. Now after Ognik's post, the fans of Team Ari on the main Discord server still remained in denial, not knowing what to believe and what to disregard. And because of the unanswered questions, one of Corpse Syndrome's friends, Signa's able eye, decided to create a document to share information revealed and hidden about the incident. In her document, she provided more information about the reason for the argument that Corpse Syndrome had with the housemate, leading to setting him ablaze. According to her, Stuart, who turned out to be Pearl's father, lived in the same house as Corpse Syndrome, and on December 18th, 2025, the day of the incident, Corpse Syndrome suddenly started to complain about Pearl leaving a mess around the house they lived in, and Stuart, who could no longer take Corpse Syndrome snacks, went into a verbal war with her. But the whole situation actually remained controlled until Stuart looked Corpse Syndrome dead in the eye and said to her,
"At least I have a daughter."
This argument got Corpse Syndrome really angry, and so she grabbed the alcohol and a firelighter to threaten it. Now she claims she never meant to hurt it, but Stuart Blair ended up engulfed in flames and died from his injuries. Now at this time, Corpse Syndrome's fate wasn't known, but on January 3rd, 2026, she was officially charged with murder in addition to 6 other charges. And once the charges were made public, Team Ari responded by releasing a statement on their public Discord server, addressing the incident for the first time, saying,
"Hey Ed everyone, this is going to be the last update we post on the situation regarding Corpse Syndrome. There's been a lot, and quite recently a lot of details have been confirmed. The ownership has been transferred as mentioned in a previous message, so it's purely up to them. I think it's fair to say that everyone needs to just take a little breather to see what's going on. I also want to stress that no matter what the outcome is from court, Jessica is no longer going to be part of Team Ari. Her actions are unforgivable, and her justifications are too appalling to even consider her to be anywhere near here. We want to keep this as a safe and inclusive space. However, Jessica is not a safe or inclusive person. They will not return and they do not belong. They've already been and will stay permanently banned. I know a lot of you don't know how to feel or emotions are strong. Not many people deal with these types of feelings, and no one really knows what you're supposed to move through this. Take it one step at a time and let yourself heal."
However, after Team Ari released the information to the public, Signa came out with fresh new allegations against Corpse Syndrome. According to her, she once warned the team about Corpse Syndrome being inappropriate with one of the members of the server, who was a smaller human, and instead of condemning the act, the team simply ignored Signa. Signa then shared screenshots taken from Team Ari's public server on September 17, 2025 to back up her claims. In the images, Corpse Syndrome can be seen chatting with a member who was just years old, talking to them affectionately. Signa believes that this was inappropriate, so she reached out to Corpse Syndrome in her DM, saying,
"Hey, sorry to bother you. I've been looking at your exchanges with Yellow in your server, and I want to be honest in saying I think it's extremely inappropriate and borderline dangerous to be talking to them as intimately as this. I know you don't mean any harm, and you're not intending to do anything inappropriate, and I know you're in a relationship, but they are years old, and you're matching icons with them, calling them Pookie, and praising/telling them how much you love them. If you want to have them work on your project, that's fine, but this is extremely concerning."
She then proceeded to tell Corpse Syndrome that she'd reached out because she didn't want to assume anything, and to avoid misunderstanding from her end, she needed to hear from Corpse Syndrome that she was just anxious for nothing.
"Ah, I see. I'll try not to do this. I don't mean any harm. Since she started to call me Pookie, I figured it was a fun thing, but I'll stop. Thank you for letting me know. Jess, respectfully, how old are you? It's your responsibility as the adult to shut down that type of talk. Old. However, I'm unfortunately mentally stunted. Please keep the second part a secret. It's something I'm ashamed of, but I have age regression. However, I will do my best to not allow this. They also have a boyfriend too, so don't worry about us being in some sort of weird relationship."
But even after this conversation, Signa wasn't convinced, so she decided to dig further. This is because she and Corpse Syndrome are survivors of intimate violence as smaller humans, and she believes that it is common for those who experience this to later go on and do the same to others, which made her reach out to other members of the team about the situation, but they simply vouched for Corpse Syndrome, denying the possibility of such happening. And so seeing that she was the only one who perceived Corpse Syndrome to be that type of person, she dropped the subject for the sake of her mental health. Now fast forward to December of 2025, when Signa found out about the fire incident, she got furious, thinking she was right about Corpse Syndrome all along. And although Signa admits that there's no connection between her suspicion and the fire incident, she clearly believes that she should have at least investigated the lack of boundaries between her and smaller humans on the Discord server. Now Signa decided to go silent after this, with no intention of posting about the situation anymore, but she soon found out about someone going around impersonating her and reposting the news articles. She then added screenshots showing the email address impersonating her to be signasableye@proton.me, and clarified that she never uses Proton Mail as her mail domain, and also that she does not contact people via email unless it's about commissions. And this is the end of Signa's rant about Corpse Syndrome's case. But the major crime is still developing, as Corpse Syndrome is set to go to court in May of 2026. However, on January 19th this year, a YouTuber, Luigi Kid, made a video about supporting the victim's family in every way, which shows that whether Corpse Syndrome tries to return or not, she's never going to be accepted by the Super Mario community again. And last but not least, I'm going to cover the origins of some of the most disturbing YouTube shorts. This YouTube short titled Serbian Dancing Lady Spotted in Bali was one of the several videos tied to a long-running urban legend that had been circulating online for years. The legend centers around repeated sightings of a woman, usually dressed in white, who would appear late at night in empty streets or public places, slowly dancing by herself. But once someone noticed her or tried to get close to her, she would react aggressively, abruptly running toward the person filming, sometimes appearing to lash out as if trying to harm them. Now across these clips, the location changed from country to country, but the woman's appearance and behavior stayed eerily consistent, which led many viewers to wonder whether the videos were staged recreations or recordings of something real. and if the footage was genuine, it meant the same figure had been appearing in different places over long stretches of time, reacting violently once noticed rather than simply performing for the camera. Even as the video circulated widely on YouTube and TikTok, no single explanation ever took hold, and people remained divided on whether the sightings were connected at all or completely fabricated. So to understand where this story actually began, I followed the trail back to its earliest known origin. After digging through numerous articles, I found that the legend actually dated back to September 26, 1998, when a Serbian woman reportedly split up from her lover and began wandering the streets at night, dancing while searching for him. At the time, it was only talked about locally, and the story never actually spread beyond that. And it wasn't until roughly 21 years later, in 2019, that the story resurfaced on a global scale, after multiple videos claiming to show the Serbian woman dancing began spreading rapidly online. Now around this time, two community blog users named Nico and Solomon shared their own encounters with the woman. On an unspecified date, Nico was just casually walking with his mother, whom we'll call Melissa, when suddenly they saw a figure dancing in the distance. When the lady noticed them approaching, she charged towards Nico and Melissa, shouting profanities and claiming to be an ambassador of death. As she rushed towards them, she began yelling directly at Melissa, saying that she needed to sacrifice her in a ritual meant to resurrect the king of Serbia. Now, although no further information about what happened afterwards was revealed, Nico said she did not feel human. He wrote that she moved as if every body in her muscle was being controlled at once, in a way he found unsettling and unnatural, rather than chaotic or drunken. Solomon, on the other hand, was Nico's friend, and his account was surfaced online as well. At the time, Solomon said he'd been staying at a hotel in Serbia while on vacation, and on a random day, he stepped outside with his camera, intending to record casually as he walked down the street. Now, while walking, he saw the same Serbian woman, and he immediately recognized her as the same figure Nico talked about, based on her clothing, her movements, and the way she positioned herself alone in the street at night. Details the two had discussed after Nico's encounter. And when the woman noticed Solomon watching her, her demeanor changed. She began crying while screaming that his mother's soul belonged to her. And panicked, Solomon said he ran back towards his hotel room, retreating inside and locking himself away until the encounter ended. And now in the years that followed, further investigation revealed that none of the reported encounters could be independently verified. The videos that circulated online were eventually traced back to stage performances and fictional storytelling, with no evidence linking them to a real individual or to the 1998 incident in Serbia. And although the original story described a woman dancing through the streets after separating from a lover, the modern sightings really just borrowed the imagery without preserving any factual connection. In the end, the Serbian Dancing Lady was not an unresolved presence moving through different countries, but a manufactured myth. But while that case was widely debunked as fiction, this next one centers on a real video that unsettled viewers and fueled years of speculation online.
The video was created by a serial killer, and the clothes the android were dressed in were the clothes of the victims.
Despite how innocent the clip's caption sounds, the video itself immediately feels off. The robot stands stiff in the middle of the room, its body tall and thin, its face frozen into an artificial smile that never changes. And when it starts to sing, its mouth opens and closes in an awkward, mechanical rhythm that doesn't line up naturally with the words. Its movements are really slow and unnatural, and the longer the clip goes on, the harder it is to read the scene as playful or harmless. Now that discomfort only builds up once the setting sinks in. The room around the robot is empty and bare, looking more like a forgotten storage space than a place meant for performance. Its footage itself is grainy and low quality, which makes the robot's stiff posture and hollow expression feel even more unsettling. Nothing outright violent or graphic happens, but without any explanation, the clip leaves viewers staring at something that feels wrong without understanding why it exists in the first place. Now, tracing the clip back to its earliest known online upload, I found that it was posted online on April 15, 2009 on a YouTube channel named Creepy Blog. The title is "I Feel Fantastic," the same words the robot sings in the video. And while the upload itself gives no background, the description attached to it is what draws attention. Instead of explaining the robot or the footage, the description goes on at length about the Greek myth of Pygmalion. In the story, Pygmalion is a sculptor who never finds a woman who matches his standards, so he creates one himself out of stone. And when Aphrodite, the goddess of love, sees his devotion to the statue, she brings her to life. Now the connection between that myth and the video feels deliberate. Paired with the unsettling footage, the description seems to imply that the robot is a creation born from obsession, suggesting a creator who is not just strange, but deeply fixated. Even the channel name Creepy Blog signals that the uploader understands exactly how disturbing the video comes across. And since the uploader never claims to have made the robot themselves, it doesn't take long before viewers begin speculating about where the footage came from and what it actually was meant to be. One user, for example, would go on to say,
"Okay, so here's my theory. The individual who made this is in fact a serial killer. The combination of shots of the animatronic mannequin and the zoom into the backyard are connected. In one of the other videos you can see the wiring that operates the mannequin. Then in another shot of the backyard, you can see the same bundle of wires running through the grass. The serial killer buries his victims alive in a box with an audio detector of some kind. As the victim screams, the detector picks up the noise and sends the detected audio to the animatronic mannequin. The mannequin responds by saying various things. I feel fantastic, hey hey, and so on. The different pitches and the screams make the mannequin move and speak in certain ways. At the end, when the mannequin stops moving, it means there's no more noise coming from the victim. Also, the fact that the mannequin is dressed up in 2 different outfits and wearing 2 different wigs makes me believe that he dressed the mannequins to look like his victims, possibly even in his victims' clothing. The agonizing screams from his victims makes him feel fantastic, so he translated his feelings into a sort of sick art project.
And with how disturbing this theory was, people across online communities began setting out to find the truth for themselves. And after digging for more clues, I found a hobbyist website that archived independent Android projects. The site functioned as a personal database, documented experimental robots built by individuals rather than corporations, often with limited funding and homemade designs. And scrolling through the various Android projects listed, this was where the first real information about the robot surfaced. The android seen in the video had a name. She was called Terra. According to the archive, years before the video ever appeared online, Terra was built by a man named John Burgaron back in 2004. John's goal was to help push the early development of Android technology forward on a small, independent scale, working outside of any major company or research institution. He didn't have the resources to build something advanced, which explained Terra's rough and basic appearance. On top of that, her stiff movements and simple design were the result of a limited budget, not an attempt to make her look unsettling. The archive also mentioned that in 2004, John created a 50-minute music video of Terra singing, and unlike the short clip that later circulated online, this longer video was not freely available. It had to be purchased in order to be viewed. And while searching for anyone who'd actually seen it, one name came up. A person named Yitzi Lit had bought a copy. After Yitzi ordered the video, nothing arrived for weeks. Then months later, a package finally showed up at his doorstep. Inside was a DVD. The case displayed images of Terra from 2 different appearances, suggesting multiple recordings rather than one single clip. Yitzi loaded the DVD onto his computer, only to find that the files were stored in an outdated format his system couldn't actually open. But even without playing the files, Yitzi could see the thumbnails, and one of them was unmistakable. It was the same video that had gone viral in 2009. He then checked the file metadata, which showed that the contents of the DVD had been created on December 6, 2004, nearly 5 years before the creepy blog upload. And this discovery confirmed that the video was not something newly made for the internet. It already existed years earlier as part of John Burgaron's original project. Now, after I dug even deeper, I came across a page titled Smaller Android Projects and found another mention of the Terra Android. One of the links on Terra's music video page led somewhere else entirely. Instead of another copy of the video, it opened a separate page filled with detailed documentation about Terra and several other of John's earlier projects. The page listed 3 builds in total. The first was described as John's earliest robot experiment, followed by a simple robotic hand used for testing movement and control. And the final entry was Terra herself, along with a second alternative head that appeared to be an earlier or unused version of her design. And together, these entries helped clarify how Terra was developed over time, rather than being a single isolated creation. Now, on top of that, the information Yitzi uncovered through these pages later became one of the key references used by online investigators. It helped confirm that the footage of Terra was created in 2004, and that the person who uploaded the video in 2009 wasn't actually John. Now, at this point, Terra's origins could be traced back pretty clearly. John was an Android enthusiast and musician who would hope to entertain people through his work, but instead he unintentionally created one of the internet's earliest unsettling legends. But this raised a final question: what happened to John himself? While reading through articles written about Terra years later, I came across a comment left by a user named Joe Stoit.
Terra was a robot created by John L. Burgaron from Burlington, VT. He retired from IBM in 1995 and worked at plastic molding company Husky thereafter. He died unexpectedly at his home on Friday, July 22, 2005, nearly 4 years before the video would surface online, and was buried at Resurrection Park Cemetery in South Burlington.
And after learning John's full name, I searched for him directly and found records confirming that he was a real person and that he'd indeed passed away in 2005. Now, once this information became known among online researchers, the dark rumors surrounding John began to fall apart. Claims that he'd been a serial killer were dismissed, as there was no evidence to actually support them. And he actually died years earlier before the footage ever went viral. But the question of who was behind the 2009 upload under the creepy blog channel still lingers to this day, with no confirmed answer ever emerging. But unlike a story that revolved around an unanswered upload for years, this next case centers on a bloodbath tied to a deliberate inhuman figure.
She wasn't exactly human. She resembled something close to a mannequin, but had the dexterity and fluidity of a normal human being.
For people who stumbled across it without context, the image felt immediately off, even if they couldn't explain why. Shared online under the caption "The Expressionless," it circulated quickly, usually stripped of explanation, leaving viewers to sit with the unease it created before knowing where it came from. The image was often reposted as part of short-form edits and compilations, but its origin traced back to an incident said to have occurred more than half a century earlier. Now the nurses moved around a figure that barely seemed alive, its body stiff and its face blank, its presence unsettling in a way that lingered long before viewing it, and for those who knew the story attached to it, the discomfort went even deeper. In June 1972, a woman walked into the Cedar Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles, California, wearing only a white hospital gown soaked in blood. Medical staff initially reacted with routine urgency, assuming she'd been injured in an accident nearby. But the moment people got a clear look at her face, some nurses turned and ran. The first thing they noticed was that she didn't appear entirely human. Her body moved with the fluidity of a person, yet her appearance was closer to that of a mannequin. Her face was unnaturally smooth, and her eyebrows absent. Her skin smeared with makeup that only emphasized how artificial she looked. Then there was the kitten. Its body was clamped so tightly between her jaws that her teeth were invisible beneath it, and blood continued to spill down onto her gown and the hospital floor. And moments later, she removed it from her mouth, discarding it without hesitation, and collapsed where she stood. Now from the instant she entered the hospital to the moment she was taken to a room to be cleaned and prepared for sedation, she never reacted. She remained calm, expressionless, and completely still. And doctors chose to restrain her while waiting for authorities, even though she offered no resistance. And no response could be drawn from her at all, and many of the staff members found themselves unable to meet her gaze for more than just a few seconds before looking away. Now when the attempt to sedate her began, the change was immediate and violent. Her body supposedly surged upward from the bed with a strength that caught the staff off guard, forcing the two of them to hold her down as she resisted, while her expression never shifted and her eyes were still vacant and fixed ahead. Now as she strained against them, she slowly turned her head towards the male doctor standing closest to her, and for the first time since entering the hospital, her face moved. Her lips parted into a smile, and exposing what was inside her mouth, it was immediately clear that her teeth weren't human. Long, sharpened spikes lined her jaw, extending so far that her mouth could not fully close without cutting into itself. And the room fell silent as the male doctor stared back at her, before finally speaking,
"What in the hell are you?"
Now several seconds passed without movement, and in the hallway outside the room, security had been alerted and their footsteps could be heard approaching at speed. Now as those sounds reached the doorway, she surged forward. Her teeth closed around the front of the doctor's throat, tearing through his jugular and sending him to the floor as blood poured from the wound. He struggled briefly, gasping and choking as it filled his airway, before his movements weakened. And stepping off the bed, she then bent down toward him, lowering her face until it was only inches from him, watching as the fear in his eyes faded. She leaned in closer and spoke,
"I am God."
Straightening up, she turned calmly toward the doorway, leaving the doctor where he lay, his eyes still open at his final sight fixed on her approach toward the security personnel entering the room, moments before she then began feeding on them one by one. It was said that the woman who survived that night later gave the figure a name. She called her the Expressionless. And after that, the story claimed that there was no further sightings, no reports, and no trace of her ever appearing again. Now because of how abruptly the account ended, it prompted people to search for evidence that the incident at Cedar Sinai Hospital had actually occurred. And over time, people began searching for records tied to the Cedar Sinai Hospital in 1972, digging through archives, documents, and photographs for any record of the event. And what they eventually uncovered was not a record of the incident, but the origin of the image most often used to support it. The photograph was labeled as Student Nurses with Waxworks Patient, and had been taken in 1968 by Anthony Armstrong Jones, the Earl of Snowdon. It appeared in his 1972 book Assignments, which was available as a book. At the time the photograph was taken, waxwork dummies were routinely used in nursing education. They were trained by using lifelike models as standard practice, and when now viewed in that context, the image could no longer be pointed to a violent incident, but to a staged training environment captured through a photographer's lens. And with the image traced to its true origin, the story no longer had any verified evidence and remained fiction. And although the image was ultimately traced back to a staged training setting, this next case moves away from a single photograph and into a story tied to alleged wartime experiments that were never meant to be seen.
Something that came to be known as one of the most incredible human experiments in history. This is the Abigail Project.
Just like how the clip itself was never explained and only showed people running while what sounded like blood-curdling screams echoed in the background, its origin is just as unclear. When I looked deeper into where the video might have come from, I found more discussions surrounding it across online forums, most of which pointed back to the same rumor. From those posts, the clip was tied to something called Project Abigail. Project Abigail was described as a Cold War era experiment that supposedly took place inside Area 51. The story focused on a scientist named Dr. Albert Western, who was said to be involved in secret research aimed at creating a super soldier, and instead of using outside test subjects, Albert subjected his own daughter, Abigail, to the experiments. Now these explanations were usually presented as leaked testimonies or suppressed documents, yet no historical records or credible evidence ever supported the existence of such a project. And as I trace the rumor further, the details remain strangely consistent across different repos. The initial idea involved using vagrants or prisoners as test subjects, but that option was rejected. Albert needed someone who was completely healthy, physically capable, and morally sound. And after considering this, the story said he made the decision to use his own daughter, Abigail. Now Abigail was a young university student who studied science and planned to follow in her father's footsteps, with the hope of one day working at Area 51 herself. This exact backstory appeared repeatedly across reports, often copied word for word from the same source. Albert, on the other hand, loved his daughter deeply, but also pursued his goals regardless of the cost. He believed that the experiment served a greater purpose, and that sacrificing his own daughter was justified. Eventually, he was able to convince Abigail to agree, and once she did, the Abigail project began. She was undergoing surgeries, implants, and substance testing, and from there she was drugged, mutilated, and subjected to prolonged abuse. All of these details though trace back to one single narrative, rather than any verified testimony. Now over time, Abigail's physical changes would become noticeable. Her bones grew unnaturally large, while her skin stretched thin and wrinkled along elongated limbs. Her teeth were becoming oversized, and her behavior grew increasingly animalistic and irrational. Now several colleagues were urging Albert to stop the project, warning that it had crossed ethical and scientific limits, and that the damage couldn't be actually reversed. But despite this, Albert refused. The explanation given was that he didn't hate his daughter, but believed that ending the experiment would cause her immediate death. Her altered body had to depend entirely on the technology and controlled conditions inside the base. Now additional details came from people who said they worked at Area 51. Some cooks claimed that they were ordered to prepare massive amounts of food and deliver it through a slot in a sealed steel door. They also said that they never knew what was behind it, only that rumors spread about something being kept inside. And some versions of the story even described Albert standing in front of the door, crying or speaking to whatever was within. Now eventually, Abigail lost what remained of her human reason. She was becoming an animalistic being that consumed enormous amounts of food, couldn't be harmed by physical attacks, and was still being kept alive inside Area 51, hidden by the government. But of course, when I tried to verify any of this, the credibility of the story fell apart. The earliest source of the Project Abigail traced back to a Spanish language creepypasta, written purely as horror fiction, and every later post, including those tied to the YouTube short, repeated the same story without adding any independent evidence. And with no verified source linking the creepypasta to the actual clip, the true origin of the video itself still hasn't been identified. But in contrast to a story that unraveled once its fictional source was traced, this next case centers on an unsettling scene set in a blank room that drew widespread attention online.
The bowl of soup we can see the man eating from does not in fact contain soup, but the remains of his wife.
The video opened with an off-putting scene. A man wearing a bib stand in front of a massive bowl of food, visibly crying as he ate, while two men in strange costumes stood nearby. They remained perfectly still, looming over him and watching his every movement without saying a word. And seconds later, this happened. Just like that, the sudden ending raised immediate questions. Was the video recorded moments before something happened to the man? Were the costume figures holding him there against his own will? Or was the scene staged for the camera? There was no explanation for who the man was, why he was dressed that way, leaving viewers unsure of what they just watched. Now tracing the clip's origins, I discovered that it was first uploaded on YouTube on November 26, 2005 by a creator named Renaissance Man with the title Freaky Soup Guy. Now as the video spread, viewers began speculating in the comments, attempting to make sense of what they were seeing. One user named William would go on to say,
"There's a theory that the guy in the video was kidnapped, starved for 4 days, and then forced to eat the remains of his dead wife. Creepy, isn't it?"
Users debated whether Williams' story held any truth, but then credible information surfaced that shifted the investigation into an entirely different direction. As it turned out, the characters seen there are named the Ray Ray, who were creations of a wildly successful animator named Raymond Percy, known for his work on The Simpsons, Wreck-It Ralph, and other animation projects. Now a YouTuber named Rainbot, known for covering horror and internet mysteries, was able to track down Raymond Percy directly by reaching out through professional and online contacts. In response, Raymond explained the origins of the Ray Rays in an email.
Ray Ray is the performance I created years ago. There's also the two characters' names, Ray Ray. I created them as a way to visualize and have fun with my feelings of loneliness and isolation at the time. They were sort of caricatures of me.
At the time, Ray Ray existed as a live performance. Raymond and his group performed in clubs around Los Angeles, often sharing stages with circus-style acts that drew regular crowds. One night after a show on the Sunset Strip, the group returned to their makeshift dressing area, a rundown RV parked in an alley behind the venue, only to find that most of the props and costumes were gone. The RV had no lock, and the alley opened directly onto a busy street, and no one saw who took them. Now the loss hit harder than expected, not because the group could not continue performing, but because the stolen costumes were the original pieces they'd built and used on stage. Even after replacements were made, the disappearance lingered, leaving unanswered questions about who'd taken them and why. And then, weeks later, something unexpected happened. Raymond came home from work, opened his computer, and noticed an email waiting in his inbox with a video attachment. And when he opened it, he immediately recognized what he was seeing.
It was the video that everyone is now calling blank room soup. The guy in the bib with his eyes blacked out, eating I don't know what out of a bowl with a big spoon and my character standing around him. I put it up on YouTube so I could share it with my group. We talked about it at length. Was the guy crying, laughing? We couldn't tell.
However, what unsettled him most was not the video itself, but how closely the figures in it mirrored the original performances. Now during the same period, there had been very little footage of Ray Ray available online, which made the video's accuracy difficult to explain. Someone may have been watching their performances for weeks, learning the movements before stealing the costumes. And for Raymond, the situation remained unsolved. He had no clear answers, and for years, none surfaced. Until June 25th, 2017. On that day, a YouTube creator named Super Horror Bro uploaded a video examining the mystery. During the breakdown, he introduced a man named Mr. Enigma, whose findings he summarized on his channel. According to Super Horror Bro, Enigma had conducted his own investigation and claimed to have uncovered what was happening behind the scenes. As part of that research, Enigma had made contact with the Ray Ray TV YouTube account, the official channel associated with Raymond's Ray Ray performances, unaware at the time that the person responding to him was not the one who they appeared to be. Enigma claimed he learned the truth after speaking with an actual member of Raymond's crew, someone who'd quietly stepped in after realizing that someone else appeared to be accessing the Ray Ray TV channel. And instead of alerting Raymond, this person allegedly changed the account password themselves, cutting off who'd ever been posting or interfering with the channel. And from that point on, the situation was framed as a case of an unknown third party getting access to Raymond's online spaces. However, Enigma claimed that it didn't end there. Not long after the password was changed, the same individual supposedly resurfaced, this time through email. In that message, they attached a link to a YouTube channel called Adina's Children, presenting it as proof of their involvement and their connection to the wider situation. And this is when things get even harder to follow. Enigma claimed that the email could be traced back to earlier correspondence Raymond had once sent to the YouTuber Rainbow. He claimed that the person behind the messages now asserted that they were responsible for stealing the Ray Ray suits in the first place, describing it as an attempt to free the characters from capitalism. They also claimed that they were the same individual who'd been communicating with Rainbot all along. If this was true, this would raise a massive problem. Rainbot had originally contacted Raymond through his personal Tumblr account, which eventually led him to sharing his private email address with her. And for someone else to convincingly claim that role, they would have needed access to both Raymond's Tumblr and his email, something that would be extremely difficult to explain given Raymond's profile and the lack of any clear breach. And while the Tumblr account itself was no longer accessible, Rainbot had previously shown fan mail and behind the scenes materials sent through that account, which strongly suggested it had genuinely belonged to Raymond. This meant any outside person claiming to control those communications would have had to sit quietly for a long time, only stepping in once Rainbot entered the picture. And because of how unlikely that sounded, some people began questioning Enigma's account entirely, and a different theory started to circulate, one that didn't involve a hacker at all. It suggested that Raymond himself may have been behind the messages, feeding information to Enigma under a different identity. And with renewed attention on the Ray Ray mystery and his characters, critics argued that exaggerating or reshaping the situation could have kept the story alive and the spotlight firmly on the project. And if that was the case, then Enigma wouldn't have been lying so much as repeating what he believed was coming from an outside source. From his perspective, he may have thought he was uncovering a hidden player in the story, not realizing that the trail could have led right back to Raymond himself. But even that theory couldn't explain everything, and as more details came forward, it became clear that this wasn't the last twist in the story. After investigating even further, I found something entirely unexpected that was closely linked around the Ray Rays. An experimental rock band called Stolen Babies leaned heavily into theatrical visuals. Their performances would feature corset-like outfits, old-fashioned coats, and painted faces, and props that looked pulled from a twisted stage play. The music itself was chaotic, often paired with exaggerated movements and unsettling costumes that made the band feel more like characters than musicians. Over the years, the band appeared alongside the Ray Ray characters on multiple occasions, including live performances and stage photo shoots where the Ray Rays were depicted restraining or abducting band members in theatrical scenarios. And the thing is, there was actually a reason for that connection. The band lead singer, Dominique Lenore Percy, was Raymond's sister. The two of them would collaborate repeatedly, and the Ray Ray characters became part of the band's visual identity, appearing in promotional material and carefully staged images that blurred the lines between performance art and narrative storytelling. Then there was Blank Room Soup. Beyond the original video, a few short clips surfaced, all filmed in the same bare room with the same characters. In one of them, a Ray Ray was shown holding down a restrained man, and his appearance closely matched Gil Sharon, another member of Stolen Babies, especially when compared to a specific photo shoot the band had done around the same time. The white face makeup, the black hat, the dark red tinted glasses, and the red jacket all lined up closely enough that the resemblance became difficult to ignore. Even so, it didn't confirm who the man actually was. Despite the visual similarities, nothing ever proved that he was Gil, or even a member of the band at all. He could have been someone involved in production, or someone brought in especially for the video. And while Stolen Baby was known for disturbing imagery, implied violence, and deliberately uncomfortable visuals, no one ever stepped step forward to explain how far the idea went in this case, or why this particular video was ever made. And this is actually where the trail stops. To this day, no one knows who the man in the bib really was, or what he was actually eating in that empty room. Raymond might know the truth, and whatever the truth is, he's never said a word about it. And while this ended with his mystery still unknown, this next one centers around a YouTube channel with a series of disturbing yet unexplained videos.
It's a man who can slap but can also stroke.
As the short clip induces an unsettling horror in those who watch it, the attention really centers on the figure that appeared to be a person sealed inside a plastic bag, duct taped upright against a wall, while an unknown man stands beside it and stabs the form repeatedly. Questions followed immediately, as viewers struggled to determine whether the figure was a real person and who the man in the video actually was, allowing the footage to circulate across social media platforms. And to understand whether the figure was real and to identify the man responsible for the video, it became necessary to look back at the channel that uploaded it, along with this other disturbing and unexplained content operating under the name Robert Helpman. Now, the channel was created on July 12, 2015, and on the same day its first video was uploaded titled Daisy Arrives. At the beginning of the video, a single chair sat empty in front of the camera, but just a few seconds later a brief flash of text appeared, lasting only a moment, and when the image returned, the chair was now occupied by what appeared to be a corpse sealed inside a plastic bag, its shape stiff and completely still. Playing throughout the video was a piece of music titled Santa Claus Hides in Your Phonograph, composed by Harry E. Humphrey. The flash frame initially appeared to contain nothing more than random letters, passing too quickly to be understood, though this moment would soon take on significance as Robert continued uploading a series of mysterious videos connected to the same figure, Daisy. In the next video titled Daisy and Friends, the sound of flies can be heard buzzing. As Daisy appeared upright, leaning against a window. Around her, the room resembled either a bedroom or an office, with a large chest or dresser nearby and a table covered in scattered office supplies. That upload was followed by a video titled Daisy Settles In, which showed Daisy lying on the floor of a messy bedroom, resting on a wet blanket, with a box of items positioned at her side, and a mirror set beside her. As another frame of text flashed briefly across the screen, the doorway came into view, and when the image returned, a man stood there dressed in a suit, his entire face concealed behind a mask. He didn't move or speak, remaining fixed in a place as he faced Daisy and appeared to stare at her body, until at the very end of the clip, he slowly pulled his head back into the doorway and disappeared from view. But what stood out was the audio playing over the footage, which consisted of a recording that sounded like Santa Claus complaining about getting dirty while climbing down chimneys to deliver gifts to children. The audio originated from the same Edison record used earlier, recorded on October 1st, 1921, commonly played for children throughout the 1920s to create the illusion that Santa Claus was trapped inside the phonograph. Another upload followed under the title Tucking Daisy In. At the beginning of the video, the man appeared lying beneath a set of sheets beside Daisy, with the framing creating an unsettling contrast to the title, as he appeared to be the one tucked into the bed rather than her. After another frame of text flashed across the screen, the image then cut back to the reveal that he was gone, leaving Daisy alone in the same position unchanged. This was followed by Daisy Unwinds, which opened with Daisy sitting in a bathtub as someone fed her from a bowl placed beside her, when another frame of text flashed briefly across the screen and passed. The man was no longer present. The bowl remained on the bathroom floor, while Daisy stayed in the tub, unmoving, as the video ended without further action. Now in the next video titled Daisy Feeds the Birds, Daisy appeared outside, surrounded by scattered birdseed, but this time the man didn't appear, and Daisy remained still among the seeds as minimal audio played, leaving only the faint sounds of birds pecking and subtle movement around the tree. That sequence continued with a video titled Daisy Tumble, which opened with Daisy lying on the base of a staircase, her position suggesting that she'd fallen down the steps. In the background, the faint sound of a girl crying could be heard, low and distant, as if coming from somewhere beyond the frame. And after a brief flash of text, the image returned to show the man approaching, lifting Daisy from the floor and carrying her away from the stairs. Not long after that, another upload titled Daisy Helps Out in the Kitchen showed Daisy lying on the floor of a cluttered kitchen. This time the man stood over her, gently caressing her head, as the audio from Santa Claus Hides in Your Phonograph played once again. And just a few moments later, however, the recording played forward rather than reverse, allowing the words to be heard clearly as they echoed through the scene. In this next upload, Daisy plays hide and seek. She appeared hanging from the back of a door. The camera held a still shot of her body suspended, with no visible support beyond the door's hinge. On top of that, the movement of the bag securing her remained subtle, and the frame captured only the outline of her body against the door. Another video that followed, titled Daisy Playing, opened with light, playful music in the background, echoing across the room. Daisy remained on the floor, motionless, while again a frame of text flashed across the screen, and when the image returned, the man appeared holding a knife and stabbed the figure repeatedly, pausing briefly before retreating from the frame. Audio from Santa hides in your phonograph played simultaneously, sometimes reversed, sometimes forward, layering the clip with a faintly festive, unsettling tone. Now this next one, Daisy Makes a Mess, the camera revealed a blank counter in what appeared to be a kitchen. After the text frame flashed, the man lay across the counter, holding a small pocket knife. He made several precise cuts into Daisy's midsection, leaving her body as the center of the mess implied in the title. From here, this next clip that I'm going to show you is the 12th and final video of the series titled Daisy Leaves. In this one, Daisy was lying on the floor as music played the same way it did in the first upload. A frame of text then flashed across the screen, and when it passed, she got up, walked across the room and reached the door. She stepped through it and the music stopped, while the man stayed behind, shifting his weight and straightened his shoulders. But what was even more strange was the video's description, which says,
No, she left us, and now there's no Daisy. No Daisy. No Daisy. Daisy.
Now after the last video was uploaded, various online communities who'd been following the series began forming their own theories, analyzing the videos and patterns within them. What's more is that in the description of the video, it was visible that he was sad, and that she's gone, and that he'd been happy when she was there. Now on platforms such as Reddit, users suggested that the series might be either staged or part of an alternate reality game, an interactive story that uses real-life platforms, websites, social media, and locations for players to uncover a narrative or a story. And to support that information, let's take a deep dive into how each video is presented. Several videos used a recording titled Santa Claus Hides in Your Phonograph, a novelty Edison record recorded on October 1st, 1921. The audio was originally made for children, as already mentioned, and was commonly played during the Christmas season to create the illusion that Santa Claus was trapped inside the phonograph. Now across the series, the recording appeared repeatedly, sometimes reversed and sometimes played normally, but always tied to Daisy's presence. Now the final upload used a different piece of music. Instead of the Edison recording, the audio was White Christmas by Bing Crosby, and unlike the earlier videos, the music stopped the moment Daisy exited the room, marking the end of the sequence. The viewers also began examining the brief flashes of text that appeared in every video, and when each fragment was collected and placed in order, they formed a complete poem, titled The Gay Lady. The poem dates back to the 18th century and centers on death and the physical deterioration of the human body. Every line shown in the video came directly from that poem. Now taken together, the series paired children's Christmas audio with imagery centered on a motionless figure, while the hidden text spelled out a poem about mortality. Now the structure remained contained within the holiday period, beginning with Daisy's arrival and ending with her departure, and by the time these connections were documented, it became clear that the videos weren't just random uploads. The Christmas audio, the final use of the song White Christmas, and the reconstructed poem all pointed to a deliberately designed sequence built around that theme, and from there, viewers began interpreting Daisy as a stand-in for Christmas itself. Each year, the holiday arrives, people prepare for it, spend time with it, and then it ends. The series followed the same cycle, with Daisy appearing, remaining present throughout the season, and then leaving once it was over. Now the way Daisy was handled also became part of that interpretation. Across the uploads, the man repeatedly moved her, positioned her, and inflicted violence onto her body. Those actions weren't isolated, instead they were repeated and framed as a routine, and when taken together, the series presented Daisy as something passive and lifeless, repeatedly acted on. Now within that context, viewers concluded that the figure represented Christmas as a dead thing, one that was controlled, consumed, and exhausted through repetition and commercialization. So it was indeed a staged video that was meant more as an art piece than anything else. But even with how unsettling and drawn out those videos were, this next case showed a scene so shocking that viewers questioned whether it had actually happened. As unsettling as it is, the clip never really showed anything disturbing other than a chef seemingly in some kind of trance while deep frying food. The camera angle stayed wide, and there was no visible injuries or clear signs of what was about to happen, which made the clip feel confusing rather than graphic. Now at first glance, it looked like an out-of-context moment taken from a longer scene, with no clear explanation or warning. However, after doing some digging, a sinister continued version was found. In it, the man was seen putting down his cooking equipment and began twitching. His movements appeared uncoordinated and involuntary, as if he was losing control of his body, but moments later he dumped his own face in boiling water. This led online users to believe that the man was either experiencing some sort of paranormal phenomenon or a sudden seizure, and because the clip circulated without context, viewers attempted to fill in the gaps themselves. Now time would pass, and rumors began circulating online about what the context of this video was, especially as it continued to spread on short-form platforms. One user named Maria commented,
"The cook suffered from what appears to be autism, and since there was no one to help him, he couldn't control himself and put his head in the boiling water."
While another one named Liz witness said,
"The cook started acting strangely and was actually possessed, and suddenly he couldn't resist and put his head in the boiling water."
Now, with the uncertainty that these statements were in fact the real context behind the video, users were still riddled with questions on where this video actually came from. No original source was cited, and no one could identify the production, language, or even actors involved until this particular TikTok post came out. It turned out that all this time, the clip was actually from a 2016 TV miniseries called I Am a Hero, Hijamari no Hi. The series was a live-action adaptation connected to the I Am a Hero franchise, which was based on the Japanese manga of the same name. The premise was about a nurse named Sugumi Yabu Oda, who experienced and explained how a zombie pandemic spread across Japan. Here, the chef was actually undergoing a zombie infection and was just about to become a zombie himself, revealing the real origin of this video. The scene was fictional, staged, and performed by an actor, which explained the exaggerated behavior and lack of immediate intervention. And unlike this case, which was ultimately revealed to be fictional, this next one centers on a real-life tragedy that caused widespread suffering for hundreds, if not thousands of people.
The uniform color was blue with stripes on it. They were also forced to shave all their heads. Nobody can have long hair. And they were stripped of their name and their identity. Now they were being called by numbers.
The video was uploaded on January 6, 2025. It was about an eerily familiar place, especially to anyone familiar with the globally popular South Korean survival thriller series, Squid Game. For those unfamiliar with it, Squid Game was a globally popular South Korean survival series. It centered around people being drawn into a hidden location where seemingly simple games carried severe consequences, all taking place in controlled and isolated environments. And of course, it is a fictional show. And it was this same sense of unease that made this short stand out almost immediately. Now, as the video spread, millions of viewers began questioning whether what they were seeing was real or simply inspired by fiction, and the comment section quickly filled with confusion, fear, and disbelief.
Wait, is this actually real? If so, this is terrifying. The images are fake, but it happened. Please someone tell me that the games were played or not.
And to uncover the truth behind this story, I conducted extensive research, and eventually it led me to a troubling place infamously known as Brother's Home. It was autumn 1984. An 8-year-old boy named Han was just enjoying a long hoped-for trip to the city with his busy father, who we'll call June, and a sister who we'll refer to as Won Yang. However, just when they reached the city, June suddenly remembered that he had a quick few errands to take care of. Believing it would only take a short while, he left Han and Won Yang with an officer at a nearby police station, intending to return within minutes and continue the trip with the children. But little did they know that this police officer would soon ruin their lives. A few moments after being dropped off at the station, a bus would suddenly appear, and as Han and Won Yang began to notice it approaching, the officer exchanged hand gestures with the people who got off the bus. And before they could react, the siblings were forcefully pulled inside the vehicle, and with no idea where they were being taken, Han and Won Yang screamed for their father, sobbing uncontrollably. Frustrated that they were being too loud, the kidnappers then started beating them into silence, and from there on out, they had no idea that the bus they were in was on its way to a private facility that was officially a welfare center, Hongji Bukshi 1. But to fully grasp the horror awaiting them, we gotta go back 3 additional years. In April of 1981, South Korea emerged as a nation claiming to have moved beyond the scars of its war, its rapidly expanding economy and cities symbolizing recovery from the devastation of the Korean War in the 1950s. And while that image was still being carefully shaped, the government quietly began a campaign meant to redefine what the streets of those cities should look like. On an otherwise ordinary day, a letter arrived at the office of a former prime minister called Nam Duk-woo, signaling a start in the dark chapter in South Korean history. The note came from President Chu Do-won, a former general who'd recently taken power through a military coup, and it carried a direct instruction to the authorities. In it, Chu laid out what he expected to happen next, writing,
"Crack down on begging and take protective measures for vagrants."
And this government order swiftly transformed into a law that allowed authorities to detain individuals considered vagrants, a label used for people who lacked stable housing or reliable financial resources. And under this law, those taken were stripped of legal rights and protections, leaving them vulnerable to abuse and of course forced confinement. Many were held against their will for extended periods, not because they committed crimes, but as part of a state effort to remove them from public spaces and present an image of order. Now across the country, social welfare centers popped up, and soon buses started rolling through major cities, with signs displayed plainly on their sides that read "Vagrants Transport Vehicle." Now most of these welfare centers were privately run, which meant they profited from government money, and the more people they brought in, the more money they got. And naturally, this made them want to round up as many people as possible. Now at the same time, police units were being literally rewarded for dragging people off the streets and throwing them into the system, all under the disguise of something they called social purification. Now the people swept up weren't just those sleeping on the streets. Disabled people, orphaned, and even ordinary citizens who didn't have ID on them got caught up in it. All of them were funneled into what became known as the social purification projects. Now, among the largest of these facilities was Hongji Bukshi one, located not far from a residential area in the southeastern city of Busan. Its owner, Park In-gwen, who we'll just call Park, insisted that the place existed to feed, clothe, and educate people who had nowhere else to go. So officially, people sent to this facility were supposed to stay for just 1 year, get some training, and then be released back. And that's what it said on paper, a system meant to help people, not lock them away. But in reality, for many who passed through those gates, the promise meant absolutely nothing. Years would pass, and for some, the next time they would see their families came 6 years later, in 1987, when more than 30 people managed to escape from the facilities and reveal what had happened inside. It was only then that the centers were forced to shut down, and a truth that had been hidden in plain sight was finally brought into the open. Now, from the moment he arrived, Han was the youngest in his platoon, which meant instead of getting any education, he was stuck doing repetitive manual labor. This included folding envelopes and shaping toothpicks day after day. And when asked to describe the facility, Han reduced it to a single word: hell. And unbeknownst to him, what's even worse was that he had no idea Jun and Won Yang were also sent to the same facility as well. And when asked what the center provided, Han said,
"The only thing I was provided from the center was a set of blue training suits, rubber shoes, and a piece of nylon underwear."
Now, month after month, these conditions became unbearable. The thought of escape never fully left anyone's mind, even though actually getting out was nearly impossible. The constant labor, the strict oversight, and the isolation made life inside the compound feel unending, and the prisoners quickly realized that there was no easy way to reach the outside world or signal for help. Han then described what the daily life felt like over the years inside the compound.
"I rarely had a chance to take a shower. Lice were all over my body. We had rotten fish and stinking barley rice every day. Literally every day. Almost all of the inmates were malnourished."
Now, even worse, when Han shifted from hunger to the neglect to the dormitory conditions, it showed that it allowed violence to become a routine.
4 people slept in zigzags on a small bed. Taking advantage of people occurred every night in the corner of the dormitory.
Now, the conditions inside the facility were bad enough that inmates could not help but think about escape. Some people talked about running away, and a few even attempted it, but the guards patrolled constantly, and even a 7-meter fence surrounded the entire compound, making escape nearly impossible. For anyone who considered lying, failure meant one thing:
I knew that if I failed to escape, I would be beaten to death.
Now, what made escape even harder was the system enforced inside the center itself. Guards pushed inmates to watch one another and report anything suspicious, and anyone planning to escape risked being exposed by a fellow inmate and punished. Now, plans for mass escape were still sometimes whispered about, but they almost always fell apart once somebody snitched. Now, another survivor, Choi Song-woo, entered the facility in 1981 when he was just... He had no idea that an ordinary walk from school was about to destroy everything.
A police officer asked me to stop and started searching my bag. There was half a loaf of bread, a leftover of my lunch which was given from my school.
But moments later, the officer then accused him of theft and demanded to know where the bread actually came from.
He asked where I stole the bread from. He tortured me, burning my private parts with a lighter. He kept beating me, saying he wasn't going to let me go unless I confessed to the crime.
Overwhelmed and desperate to go home, Choi gave the officer what he wanted to hear.
Just wanting to go home, I lied. I stole it. Please let me go.
Now, roughly 10 minutes later, after he was forced into confessing into a crime he did not commit, a freezer dump truck arrived, and Choi was pushed inside, and in that moment, his prison life began. Now, he spent nearly 5 years inside the facility, a period during which he said he both witnessed and endured severe abuse. To maintain control, the facility was organized along military lines, and inmates were divided into splattoons, each overseen by another inmate who'd been elevated to the role of splattoon leader. These leaders were given authority to discipline others, and were quietly also permitted to use violence to enforce obedience. But one incident Choi described told exactly what that power meant.
The splattoon leader and some guys took all of my clothes off, poured a bucket of cold water on my body.
And this wasn't the end of it. As the dormitory settled into silence and Choi lay awake on the floor, his body still shaking from the cold, the splattoon leader then returned. And what followed was not a single incident, but something that repeated itself night after night.
While I was trying to sleep, shivering naked, the splattoon leader came back and took advantage of me. He did that to me for 3 consecutive nights, until I was transferred to a different splattoon.
Within a week, Choi realized something that terrified him. People were actually being killed in the area. He realized this after witnessing something that would haunt him forever. A man dragging what appeared to be a lifeless body across the floor.
I saw a man wearing a white robe dragging an inmate across the floor. He seemed dead. He was bleeding all over his body. His eyes were rolling back. The white robe guy didn't care at all and just kept dragging the man to somewhere.
And the violence wasn't hidden, and it didn't stop there. A few days later, another inmate made a mistake. He asked questions he wasn't supposed to ask.
A few days later, a guy showed some sort of resistance by asking the platoon leader some forbidden questions like, why are we trapped in here? Why should we be beaten?
And because of this, the response was immediate and public.
4 people came and rolled him in a blanket. They kicked him all all over his body until he fainted, foaming at the mouth. People took him out wrapped. He never returned to the center. I knew that he died.
Now outside the walls, Choi's family had no idea where he was. They searched everywhere they could think of, desperate to find any trace of him after he disappeared. What they didn't know at the time though was that his brother, who we'll call Chul, has also been taken and was trapped inside the same facility. And when the family filled missing persons reports for both sons, the authorities simply ignored them. Now as the years passed, whispers began circulating in Busan about what was happening inside the so-called welfare center. All the beatings, the deaths, and the people who vanished and never returned. And convinced that his sons, Choi and Chul, were being held inside the facility, their father, who we'll name Hyuk, went to the facility himself. He demanded answers from the staff and began openly protesting their detention, drawing attention to the fact that his children had been taken against their will. And this pressure actually forced the center's managers to release both brothers in 1986. Now in 1987, Park, the man who ran the center, was arrested and the facility was finally shut down, circumstances which we'll get into in a second. Now this freedom, however, did not bring relief. Society didn't see Choi and his brother as survivors, and so Choi struggled to exist in a society that still viewed him through the label that the state had given it. And 23 years after his release, in 2009, Choi's brother decided to end his time on this earth. Choi would go on to say,
I was still a vagrant in the eyes of society. I could only live a life of a vagrant, a beast. No one held out their hands for us. We were branded by the state and people followed. Whenever I said I was in Hongji Bukshi 1, people were afraid of me.
Now by 1987, the opposition party launched its own investigation into the facility. After information about it began surfacing outside its walls, and as the public concern grew, the findings of the investigation revealed the full scale of what had been happening inside. And over the 12 years the center had been operating, more than 500 detainees had died, after being subjected to inhumane treatment, making it impossible for the truth to remain hidden any longer. Now when the authorities arrested Park in 1987, many expected justice to finally follow. The trial moved forward, but when it concluded, the sentence was unexpectedly light. Park received just 2.5 years in prison, and the conviction had actually nothing to do with the violence inside the facility. He was charged for embezzling state subsidies, and not for the deaths of more than 500 detainees. Now Park served a sentence and was released in 1990, and after that there were no further charges and no new renewed investigation into the facility. He lived for another 26 years and died in 2016 of natural causes, never actually being held responsible for what happened inside those walls. Now in 2018, 2 years after Park's death, a former prosecutor involved in the original case broke his silence during a public interview. He admitted that the investigation had been compromised from the start, stating that
there was external pressure by the military government to stop the investigation and demand a short sentence for Park.
However, the confession wasn't the last thing to come up. Later in that same year, the then Prosecutor General, Moon Muil, formally apologized for how the case had been handled. He acknowledged that no proper investigation had ever been carried out and formally requested that the Supreme Court review Park's original ruling. Now for survivors like Han, the passage of time actually never brought closure. Since 2012, he had stood outside the Korean National Embassy protesting day after day and demanding a full state inquiry into what happened at the facility. And as their protests continued, new evidence began to emerge. In the years that followed, a report commissioned by the Busan city government exposed the facility for what it really was, showing that it never functioned as a legitimate welfare center. Of the 149 former inmates surveyed, every single, including even a former platoon leader, said that they'd been forcefully detained, and not one person defended the facility's operation. A third of them were living with disabilities, and more than half had been denied a proper education. Now the team behind the report went further. Professor Park, a different Park, who worked on the investigation, said that the investigators suspected that there had been a torture room hidden inside Park's office, based on the evidence and testimony they'd gathered. Even more, the report also showed that the center benefited directly from the segregation policies supported by the Chun administration throughout the 1980s. And those policies allowed facilities like Hongji Bukshi 1 to operate with state backing and steady funding. Now momentum finally began to shift in the victim's favor, and so on May 20th, 2020, nearly 4 decades after the facility had closed, the South Korean National Embassy passed a bill ordering the allegations surrounding the facility to be investigated again. Now President Moon Jae-in had a complicated history with the case. Back in 1987, as a member of the Busan District Bar Association, he'd been involved in the original investigation, one that ultimately failed to uncover the full truth. Now on May 22nd, President Moon finally addressed what had gone wrong.
I am always sorry for failing to properly reveal the truth,
he said, as he ordered a fresh investigation. Now for Han, this decision was everything. After 9 years of protesting outside the National Assembly, standing in the sun and rain, day after day, he finally saw movement. The government was listening, and that night, Han stepped away from his protest for the first time.
I've always questioned myself. Did I really do something wrong to be taken to the Hell Lake facility? If so, was it that grave that my whole life should be destroyed? I don't think I could ever forgive the government and the people related for letting it happen. However, if they succeeded in revealing what really happened in the facility and make an official apology for the victims, I would try to forgive. I will try. My only wish is for my family to be reunited like in the past, when I was an 18-year-old boy who just loved to play with daddy and sister.
Now in 2007, after 23 years, Han did finally found his sister and father. They were in a hospital, both still receiving treatment for the trauma the facility had inflicted. And seeing them after so long, broken but alive, revealed just how deep the wounds ran, and how long the family had carried the cost of being torn apart. Without context, the YouTube short looks staged. footage, but when traced back to its original origin, its imagery aligns with places like Hongji Bukshi, where people were once held and tortured behind locked gates. But while the case followed years of separation and long-lasting trauma, this next one began as a simple outing between friends that ended in sudden tragedy.
Then came the younger brother's turn. As he prepared for his dive, tragedy struck. He slipped just as he pushed off the ledge. Instead of entering the ocean, he veered off course and plunged face first onto the concrete fishing platform below.
This video went viral in 2009. It circulated without a name, initially on Arabic and Turkish websites, before spreading across the global internet. In the footage, a 8-year-old boy, who we'll refer to as Omar, dove off a seaside promenade in Beirut, Lebanon. Now he kind of slipped before entering the water, missing the ocean entirely and striking the concrete slab below. Within moments, the water around him turned red, and people and boats rushed toward him, and screams filled the air. After being immediately moved to a nearby hospital, a team of doctors and nurses quickly attended to him. But when they saw the state that he was in, they were met with a gut-wrenching sight. His face had been vertically split into two, but he remained alive, conscious and breathing, and his tongue was still moving. One doctor pressed the sides of his face together repeatedly, attempting to restore its shape, while muttering in Arabic,
"Where do I begin?"
Although the amount of blood in the water appeared overwhelming, blood generally spreads quickly when mixed with seawater, making even a smaller volume look far worse than it is. That's why the ocean around him turned red so rapidly, but it didn't necessarily mean the injury was fatal. Now, despite the damage to his face, Omar remained alive, because his brainstem, which controls breathing and other basic functions, didn't appear to be injured, and while parts of the front of the brain were affected, those functions weren't essential for survival. Now, the brain itself in this case didn't feel pain, meaning the suffering he experienced came from the extensive damage to his facial nerve, tissue and bone, rather than from the brain itself. As the video continued to circulate, rumors spread that the footage had been staged, but those claims were contradicted by reports from people in Lebanon, including individuals who said that they knew witnesses at the promenade and others who recalled local press coverage at the time. An article documenting the incident also existed in Lebanese media archives, and I found out more about what happened through that coverage. Now, the incident took place in Beirut during the second week of June 2009. The teenager and his brother had been diving from the Manara Promenade, a stretch of coastline across from the American University of Beirut, in an area known as Al-Rashra. The location had long attracted divers despite repeated warnings from officials, and over the years it also became known for fatal accidents and attempts to leave this earth. And although this case revolved around a tragic moment at a known diving site, this next one involved a work accident that ruined the lives of innocent men.
The story of Tokai Mura is often centered on just a 210-day stretch of suffering. Hisashi Ouchi and Masato Shinohara are only remembered for the horror that they endured, and even then, their story is misrepresented or outright fabricated.
The man in the video is Hisashi Ouchi, a 35-year-old nuclear plant worker from Japan, and his story, what actually happened to him, begins with an accident that took place more than 2 decades ago. It was the morning of September 30th, 1999, in the small town of Tokaimura, which is about 75 miles northeast of Tokyo. Hisashi had arrived at work alongside his co-worker, Masato Shinohara, and another colleague who we'll refer to as Jojo. All three of them were inside a nuclear fuel processing plant, carrying out what was supposed to be a routine task. They were preparing uranium oxide so it could be turned into fuel rods for a smaller nuclear reactor used for experiments and testing. Now, Hisashi stood beside a processing tank, holding a funnel steady with both hands, while Masato poured the uranium mixture into it from a bucket. Jojo stayed farther back, watching over the procedure. Now, things seemed to be going smoothly at first, when suddenly the room was filled with a flash of blue light. In that instant, all three men understood that something had gone terribly wrong. That blue glow meant that they triggered one of the most dangerous scenarios in a nuclear facility, and that their lives were now at risk. None of them had been properly trained to handle uranium at this level of enrichment, and so without realizing it, they had added too much material to the tank, and in doing so, they set off an uncontrolled nuclear chain reaction that released an intense burst of radiation into the room. Masato stood roughly 18 inches away from the reaction, and he would absorb a massive dose of radiation, less than what Hisashi received, but still enough to cause severe damage. Jojo was positioned even farther away, and he was exposed to a smaller amount by comparison. Hisashi, however, was standing closest to all, and received what was one of the biggest exposures to radiation in the history of all nuclear accidents. And from that moment on, he would suffer a horrifying fate. Within moments, Hisashi would collapse onto the floor, and after receiving approximately 17 sieverts, a unit used to measure how much radiation the human body absorbs, which is several times higher than what the human body can actually survive on, he began vomiting violently as his body started to fail from the inside out. Now, Masato and Jojo quickly left the room in a panic and called for help, and not long after, all three men, including Hisashi, were airlifted to the National Institute of Radiological Sciences. Once there, doctors began running tests immediately, and the results were deeply concerning. Blood work showed that the number of white blood cells responsible for immune defenses of all three men had fallen to nearly zero, confirming showing that their immune system had collapsed completely. And as the hours passed, their bodies began reacting to the damage, with severe nausea setting in, alongside dehydration and stomach problems. Clear signs that their systems were already breaking down, despite how little time had passed since the accident. Now at first, Hisashi didn't look like someone who'd absorbed a massive dose of radiation. He remained conscious, able to speak, and appeared deceptively stable. Now when doctors examined him a day after his admission, the only visible sign of injury was mild redness across his skin. On the surface, he still looked intact, but internally something far worse was unfolding. Further examinations revealed Hisashi's body was no longer capable of producing new cells. Even though his skin remained unbroken, his body no longer had the ability to repair itself. Now in response to this, doctors began preparing an experimental stem cell transplant, a procedure where healthy cells are introduced to replace damaged ones, hoping it could replace what his body could no longer create. Now his sister, who we'll call Himari, so her own stem cells could be harvested and transplanted into Hisashi's body in an attempt to restore his immune system. But despite these efforts, Hisashi's condition continued to deteriorate. Now by the 5th day, respiratory distress would set in, breathing became difficult, and he was placed on oxygen support as his lungs began to struggle. Now at the same time, his co-workers were also in critical condition. All 3 men were transferred to the University of Tokyo Hospital, where teams of doctors would cycle through treatment after treatment, pushing every possible measure in a desperate attempt to keep him alive. Now on the 6th to 7th day, the transplant procedure was started. Himari's stem cells were harvested and infused into Hisashi's body, in what doctors hoped would be a turning point. But even as the procedure was completed, the damage beneath the surface began forcing its way outward. His skin started to peel, despite the constant medical care, an early sign that severe radiation burns were already taking hold. And as the days passed into the 8th and 9th, the deterioration became impossible to hide. The skin on Hisashi's right hand, the one closest to the radiation source, blistered and began to shed entirely. And nurses watched helplessly as a strong glue used to hold dressings or grafts in place tore through what little tissue remained, peeling away layers of flesh with it. Now by the 10th and 11th day, his condition crossed another threshold. His epidermis, the outermost layer of skin that normally protects the body, vanished altogether, leaving only the deeper skin layers that contains nerves and blood vessels exposed. And even under sedation, he remained aware. Unable to speak though, he would communicate through nods and faint squeezes of the hand, signaling that he was still conscious inside a body that was rapidly failing him. Between days 12 and 14, Hisashi became fully dependent on life support. His nutrition was delivered through fluid sent through a tube directly into his bloodstream, and doctors cautiously noted early signs that the transplanted stem cells were beginning to attach and start functioning in the body. But that optimism faded when tests showed that many of the donor cells already had damage in their DNA. In simple terms, the instructions inside those cells were already broken, likely because lingering radiation inside Hisashi's body was damaging them as soon as they entered, preventing them from doing their job properly. Now by the 3rd week, the physical breakdown accelerated. Large portion of his skin across his torso disintegrated entirely, releasing nearly 2 liters of clear bodily fluid each day, fluid that normally stays sealed beneath healthy skin. Now to reduce further damage, he was placed on a rotating bed that slowly shifted his position, preventing constant pressure on any one area since the skin could no longer withstand it. Now his family still clung to hope, following 10,000 paper cranes, a traditional Japanese practice believed to represent healing, endurance, and the wish for recovery. Now around days 22 and 23, doctors attempted cultured skin grafts, lab-grown pieces of skin used to replace damaged tissues from Himari's cells, but they were never able to properly stick to his body. Almost immediately, the grafts began sliding away as fluid leaked continuously from beneath the exposed tissue, and so as the month drew to a close, other systems in his body began to collapse. Between days 27 and 30, severe diarrhea set in, a sign that radiation damage had reached his digestive tract. His body could no longer retain nutrients or fluids, forcing doctors to administer more than 20 blood transfusions every single day just to keep him alive. Now by days 35 to 40, Hisashi drifted in and out of consciousness. Mold began to form in his open wounds, taking advantage of a body with no immune defenses left, and more skin grafts were brought in from donated human tissue banks, but none of them were ever able to stay in place. And around days 50 through 53, severe internal bleeding began in his digestive system. Raw intestinal tissue was exposed as blood poured from within, and doctors had to perform an endoscopic examination, inserting a small camera into his digestive tract just to see something that was unmistakable. The lining of his intestines was smooth and constantly oozing blood, confirming that the damage inside his body was just as extensive as what could already be seen on the inside. On day 59, Hisashi suffered 3 cardiac arrests within the span of a single hour. Now each time doctors managed to revive him, but afterwards he slipped into a coma, with scans showing only minimal brain activity. And between days 60 and 65, his organs continued to shut down one by one. The chemicals released when liver cells are damaged surged to extreme levels, with GOT, a marker of liver and muscle injury, reaching 3,310. GPT, an indicator of liver damage, climbed up to 1,066, which meant unmistakable signs of liver failure. His kidneys ceased to function entirely, and as day 68 to 70 arrived, a dangerous fungal infection called Aspergillus mold spread across his body, and the final attempts at skin grafts were failed once again. Now by day 81, reality could no longer be ignored. Doctors met with Hisashi's family and agreed that there could be no further life-prolonging interventions, and during that meeting, his wife made one final plea, quietly asking,
"I want you to make it to the year 2000.
But sadly, he never would. On day 83, December 21st at 11:21 p.m., Hisashi's body gave out. He died from multiple organ failure. And months later, in April of 2000, Masato would also die from multiple organ failure as well. Now, Japan's prime minister at the time, Keizo Obushi, issued a statement expressing condolences to the family and pledged to strengthen nuclear safety measures. But even with everything that came after, this was still a tragic incident, for the next one crosses a line where secrecy and intent became impossible to ignore.
The state Supreme Court will decide whether certain evidence will be allowed in the trial of Alexi Treviso. She's an Artesia woman accused of throwing her newborn baby into a hospital bathroom trash can.
Just after 1:30 a.m. on January 27, 2023, a custodian at Artesia General Hospital paused beside a trash bin inside a bathroom. The liner was heavy, darkened with blood, and when it was lifted, the body of a newborn baby boy was found inside. And to understand how that moment came to be, it was necessary to go back a few hours earlier. On the night of January 26, 19-year-old Alexi Treviso arrived at the hospital with her mother, Rosa. She told staff she was experiencing severe back pain, and doctors began their initial assessment as Rosa listened nearby. What no one knew though was that Alexi was 9 months pregnant and that she denied it to everyone, even after multiple pregnancy tests came back positive. Now, just after 1:30 a.m., hospital security cameras showed Alexi suddenly leaving her room. She ran quickly down the hallway toward a nearby bathroom, one hand pressed tightly against her body. Rosa followed close behind, but when Alexi reached the door, she shut it and refused to let her mother inside. Now, nurses arrived moments later and waited outside as well. Minutes passed, then even more time, until nearly 20 minutes had gone by with the door still locked, and those standing in the hallway grew increasingly uneasy as no response came from inside. Now, eventually, a nurse returned with a set of keys and stepped toward the door, but just before she could actually unlock it, the handle turned from the other side, and Alexi opened the door herself. Inside the bathroom, there was blood across the floor, and Alexi was attempting to clean it, but the amount was significant enough that the nurses called in a custodian to help. Now, at this point, doctors believed that the bleeding may have been caused by the attempt to terminate the pregnancy, and as the custodian worked, one trash bin immediately stood out. It was unusually heavy, and blood had seeped through the liner. She alerted a nearby nurse, who stepped closer and lifted the bag, and inside was a baby. Both the custodian and the nurse stepped back in shock, as others rushed into a small space, checking the infant and confirming what they feared. He wasn't breathing anymore. Now, words spread quickly, and within seconds, the nurses and hospital staff covered their mouths in horror and began to cry. The custodian collapsed against the wall, sobbing as nurses gathered around her, holding her up and speaking softly. And nearby, phones were being pulled out and calls were placed to the police. Now, when the police arrived to the hospital and questioned Alexi, she admitted that she'd thrown the newborn baby into the trash. Now, earlier that night, before going into the bathroom, Alexi had repeatedly denied ever having intercourse, even after pregnancy tests returned again positive. And when officers pressed her, she told them she'd lied, saying,
"I'm sorry, it came out of me, and I didn't know what to do. I was scared. It was not crying or nothing."
Now, her mom said this to Alexi.
"Lexi, have you watched the news about what girls do to their babies and they go to jail?"
Now, Alexi continued to insist that the baby had been stillborn, meaning it was born dead. But this claim would later be challenged during the investigation. On March 28, 2023, the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator completed an autopsy and ruled that his death was a homicide. On May 10, 2023, Alexi Treviso was then formally charged with first-degree murder, or alternatively abuse of a resulting in death, along with tampering with evidence. Now, the charges followed the medical examiner's conclusion that the baby had been born alive and later killed. She was arrested the following day. Now, 5 days later, Alexi appeared in court. And during the hearing, her attorney, Gary Mitchell, argued that she had no prior criminal record and should not be facing a murder charge. He claimed that there were major discrepancies in what had occurred inside the hospital and told the court, this isn't a classic child abuse case. Now, Alexi was released on bail shortly afterward. She was allowed to return to college without an ankle monitor or house arrest as she waited for trial. Now, a pre-trial hearing scheduled for July 22nd didn't take place, and a trial date initially set for August 26th was later removed from the court docket as the case remained unresolved. Now, Alexi also filed a lawsuit against the hospital, alleging wrongful death and improper medical care during her visit. Now, she's pleaded not guilty, and the criminal case is still moving through the trial legal disputes, so we still don't know exactly what happened and might never know. And while Alexi's actions denied her newborn a chance at life, allegedly, the next case centers on extreme violence fueled by suspicion. Even without any context, the eerie comparison between the two images made it clear that the video was tied to a real and devastating incident. And to discover the story behind this one, we'll need to dive into the disturbing case of Miss Pac-Man. It was October 29, 2018, in the Isla del Norte sector of San Miguel village, within the municipality of Chisac in Alta Verapaz, Guatemala. 32-year-old Alejandra Eco returned home. Her husband Mario Tudical was already there, waiting to question her about where she'd been. Alejandra told him that she'd gone to visit her sister, but Mario refused to to believe her, and the confrontation did not end with words. Inside the house, he restrained her and pulled up her clothing, and when he realized that she was not wearing underwear, the situation escalated quickly. Without thinking twice, he took a machete and slashed Alejandra across the face. And he didn't stop there, he severed both of her hands. Alejandra began screaming, and her cries for help were heard by neighbors nearby, but they were too afraid of Mario to intervene while he remained inside the house. And so after realizing what he'd done, Mario fled the scene, and only then did the neighbors rush inside, where they found Alejandra bleeding heavily. Emergency services were immediately called, but help was slow to arrive because the house was so far from the center. Now for more than half an hour, neighbors stood by, unable to do anything as Alejandra's condition worsened. Now during those final moments, one of them recorded the scene on their phone, capturing footage that showed her face open and her hands lying on the bed nearby. But before medical assistance could arrive, Alejandra would unfortunately succumb to her injuries. Now from there, authorities began circulating Mario's photograph in an attempt to locate him through community councils across Guatemala. Now at the same time, activists and just ordinary citizens shared his image online, spreading it rapidly across social media. And across Twitter and Facebook, his face appeared alongside hashtags and captions calling for justice, including phrases like hashtag tut y cal femicida, or he mutilated and killed his wife, and Guatemala gender alert, we demand justice for femicide. And 2 days later, on the morning of October 31st, 2018, a man in Ixcan, Quiche, recognized Mario while he was driving towards the Mexican border in order to evade justice. And the word spread quickly. Community members stopped his vehicle, pulled him out and restrained him, and forced him back to their rural village, where his hands were tied behind his back and they watched over him until police arrived. Now as the hours passed, anger in the community grew. Some openly discussed taking justice into their own hand, talking about beating or burning Mario themselves, driven by a belief that the legal system would not punish him severely enough. And while being held, Mario didn't deny what he'd done. Instead, he admitted to the killing while shifting the blame to Alejandra, telling those around him,
He had, my woman, left the house saying that she was going to visit her sister, so I followed her and saw that she got into a truck. I was in the brush watching. When she returned, I asked her where she'd been, and what made me mad was that she lied to me saying that she'd been with her sister, and I knew it wasn't true. I got on top of her. I'd been lying on the bed. I looked her over, and she did not have underwear on, so I got furious, and the devil got into me, and that was when I slashed her with a machete. I was furious. If she'd had her underwear on, I would have not done it, but she lied to me, and I was there with the devil inside, and that is why I acted the way I did.
The police eventually arrived and took Mario into custody, and finally on August 29th, a femicide sentencing court in Cuban handed down a 50-year prison sentence, with Mario remaining imprisoned in the departmental capital while authorities finalized where he would serve the rest of his life. But unlike a case that ended with a sentence and a name attached to the crime, this next one leaves behind only a victim, unanswered questions, and an unknown suspect. The video shows a young woman beneath Indonesian text that translates to people who don't know. The next cut switches to CCTV footage, this time labeled people who know, and although no explanation was given, it implied that something disturbing occurred in this video. And after spending a couple of hours searching where this video came from, I was able to find the disturbing origins behind it. On January 8th, 2019, a woman named Andriana Jubilia Novenkaya, who we'll just call Noven, was on her way back to her boarding house after school. Like something she often did, she chose to cut through a narrow alleyway, a shortcut that shaved time off the walk and blended quietly into her routine. Now as Noven moved through the passage, a man entered the alleyway, and when the man was close enough, he stopped without saying a word and suddenly pulled out a knife and attacked her, stabbing her repeatedly in the upper body and chest without warning. Now the blade came down again, before he turned and ran back up the stairs, disappearing as quickly as he'd arrived. Noven collapsed, vomiting blood while inside the alley, and moments later, her body gave out. Now not long after, a rice seller walked past the same passage while looking for a place to set up her stall, and when she glanced inside, she saw Noven lying on the ground, her body soaked in blood. Now the rice seller called the emergency services immediately, but by the time help arrived, they couldn't do anything. Noven was already dead. It didn't take long for the police to figure out what had happened, since the man had left his knife at the scene. Now the knife had been lodged in the left side of her chest, driven roughly 8 inches deep. Doctors later determined at the hospital that the blade had torn through the tissue and pierced the lining of her heart. But the knife unfortunately didn't leave behind any more evidence. No fingerprints could be identified on the handle, and nothing was left at the scene that could have helped them trace the man responsible. The only other item recovered was the sheet, which had been tossed into nearby bushes not far from the alley, as if discarded in a hurry. Now Noven's belongings were untouched, so the possibility of robbery was ruled out immediately. Even her phone hadn't been taken, and investigators would soon search her boarding house as well, collecting personal items like her laptop and diaries, working under the assumption that she may have known the person who killed her. Now the police pushed even further, checking Noven's friends, her family, and neighbors along her usual routes, but no one recognized the man from the footage. They began questioning people in the area, including nearby residents, teachers, and classmates from her school, and even security guards assigned to the boarding school. In total, 38 people were interviewed, but none of their statements brought investigators any closer to an answer, leaving leaving only one remaining lead, the same CCTV footage that had appeared at the beginning of the video. Now a camera had been positioned at just the right angle, covering the entire alley from end to end. It captured pretty much everything, and from that footage the police got a clear look at the man responsible. He appeared young, estimated to be between 18 and 25 years old. He wore a blue short-sleeved shirt with black stripes, black trousers and black sandals. His face was also fully visible. The footage showed him standing at the far end of the alley before Novin even arrived, ignoring several people who passed by him. And when Novin entered the frame, he turned and walked towards her, and moments later the attack occurred. Now what stood out was how exposed he was. He never covered his face and didn't even wear gloves. Yet no usable fingerprints or DNA were recovered from the scene, likely due to the amount of blood involved in the attack. But with the footage in hand, investigators quickly ran into another problem. The image was rough and grainy, limiting how clearly the man could actually be identified. And so the police reached out to the FBI to help enhance the video. And when the enhanced images from the footage came back, the man's face was clearer, but the result only deepened the mystery. His features didn't actually match any facial recognition records, and nothing connected him to any Indonesian database. The lack of any match in official records forced investigators to reconsider who the man might be. He appeared young and close to Novin's age, who had only recently turned 18. But if he was younger than that, it was possible that he'd never been issued an EKTP, the National Identification Card, which would explain why there was no record of him in the facial recognition database. Now as police continued widening their search, a security guard assigned to Novin's boarding house eventually came forward with a crucial detail. He told investigators that days earlier, he had noticed a man matching the description wearing the same clothes and pacing near the property. And when the guard approached and asked what he was doing, the man appeared calm but said nothing, then walked away shortly after. But it was the only time the guard had ever noticed him, and no one else living nearby recalled seeing him ever before or since. Now authorities later released the man's image publicly and aired it on the news, but no valuable tips came in. A composite sketch was also circulated, and even the individuals seen passing in the alley before Novin arrived reported that they didn't recognize him. And with no name and no trail, investigators turned to Novin's digital life, revealing her social media accounts and private messages for any possible connection, but nothing relevant surfaced. Now investigators continued digging deeper, and the attention turned towards someone Novin had once been close to, her ex-boyfriend. A young man from Bandung became the first serious person of interest. At a first glance, he bore a surface level resemblance to the man seen in the CCTV footage, but the similarity really ended there, and this was quickly addressed. Police confirmed that he hadn't actually been in Bogor at the time of the murder, having been in Bandung since January 3rd, days before Novin was killed, and his alibi checked out. And when the police dug deeper, the suspicion around him began to slowly disappear. Rumors had spread within Novin's community that their breakup had been recent and strained, but investigators actually found out that the separation happened well before the attack and had been mutual, and when questioned, he had no knowledge of what happened to Novin and provided nothing of investigative value. And as false claims about his involvement continued to circulate, he later even threatened legal action against those spreading them. Now because they cleared him, the search continued. Several other individuals were brutally examined based on loose physical similarities to the suspects seen in the footage, but each lead ended in the same way, with no evidence linking them to the crime. And so as answers remained very scarce, Novin's family raised a claim that added confusion rather than clarity. They said a chain message had circulated among her friends before her death, warning them that someone was going to be murdered. Now the message itself never named a victim or a time, and no copy was ever produced, leaving the claim really unverifiable and unresolved. Now it gets even stranger. In July of 2019, Novin's family noticed something was wrong with their phones, and without warning, their devices were compromised, and nearly every image connected to her began disappearing. Photos of Novin, pictures from a funeral, and records the family had gathered about the case were suddenly gone, replaced with unfamiliar symbols and icons. And group chats with relatives and close friends vanished next, followed by private conversations, and entire message threads erased without explanation. Now not long after that, something else happened that deepened the unease. A man came directly to Novin's family home and claimed responsibility for her murder. He told them that the phone hacking had not been done locally, saying he traveled to Singapore and paid someone there to carry it out. And around the same time, other visitors began arriving as well, confronting the family and warning them to stop speaking to the media and to stop sharing Novin's photos. But now the police re-examined the entire investigation from the start and still found nothing. And so by January of this year, 6 years had passed since Novin was killed, and the circumstances surrounding her death remained unresolved. This next case, however, involves a person whose life took a horrifying turn at the hands of a dangerous individual.
It's a man you can slap but can also stroke.
The clip appeared without context, presented in a way that felt deliberately unsettling. A young woman's head posed and framed, her face bruised and swollen, holding up a newspaper with a headline dated in Anchorage, Alaska. Nothing explained who she was, or why she looked the way she did, and for anyone watching, there was no immediate sense of what they were being shown, or what had led up to that moment. What sat beneath the image, however, was a story that showed one of the most heinous crimes ever committed in the state. On February 1st, 2012, 18-year-old Samantha Koenig worked the evening shift at a small coffee stand in Anchorage. As closing time approached, she moved through her routine alone, glancing at her phone between tasks while waiting for a message from her boyfriend. By 8:15 p.m., business had slowed to a stop, and no cars pulled into the lot. Then, on the stand's security camera, a figure appeared at the far edge of the parking lot. He crossed the pavement slowly, heading straight for the drive-thru window. And when he reached it, Samantha greeted him the same way she did every customer. She spoke with him briefly, then turned away to prepare his order. Her movements calm and familiar. Nothing in her behavior suggested concern. But just a few moments later, the casual atmosphere of the scene in the footage changed. Samantha stepped backward into the view, both hands raised in front of her. Her posture stiffened, and her expression was suddenly rigid with fear. And in those next few seconds, before she disappeared from the frame, she would do something small and almost unnoticeable, leaving behind a detail that would later threaten to unravel everything he believed he'd planned. She did exactly what she was told. Inside the stand, the lights went dark one by one, first in the front, then in the back, leaving the small building lit only by the glow of the parking lot outside. Samantha moved to the register and reached inside, taking the cash before lowering herself to the ground. She stayed there briefly, pulling on her coat as if preparing to leave, as though she understood that any hesitation could make things worse. The man then asked her to turn around before he leans in through the drive-thru window to secure her hands behind her back. Now moments later, he climbed through the drive-thru window himself, landing inside the stand with her, cutting off any remaining sense of distance between them. And for several minutes, the two remained out of clear view, with Samantha trapped inside, unable to see what would happen next or when it would end. Now when they finally rose to leave, something had been forced into her mouth, visible as she was guided toward the exit. And at 8:25 p.m, Samantha stepped outside the coffee stand with the man close behind her. And together they crossed the parking lot and turned onto Fairbanks Street, disappearing from the camera's frame as if nothing unusual had taken place. Inside the stand, the scene they left behind stayed frozen in time. A light continued to flash, and her phone sat where she dropped it, untouched. At that moment, no one knew she'd been taken, no one knew where she was headed, and no one could have anticipated that hours later, long after she vanished, a message would be sent from that very phone, reaching her boyfriend and setting off a chain of questions that would only deepen the mystery. By 8:30 p.m, her boyfriend, Duan, arrived at the coffee stand to pick Samantha up from work. The building was already dark, and the lights were cut off. The windows were empty, and there was no sign that anyone was still inside. And so because of that, he tried calling her phone again and again, but each attempt went unanswered. Now because he'd shown up late, he assumed that she'd simply accepted a ride from someone else, and with no reason yet to think otherwise, he simply returned home to wait for her. 3 hours passed before his phone finally lit up, and at 11:30 p.m, a message came through from Samantha's number. But instead of bringing relief, it only confused him further. She wrote,
I know what you did. I'm going to spend a couple of days with friends. Need time to think, plan. Acting weird. Let my dad know.
The wording felt really unfamiliar, distant, and just generally unlike her. And because he was confused and a little bit shaken, Duan showed the message to James, Samantha's father, who immediately said the same thing Duan was already thinking. It did not sound like Samantha. And so at around 3 a.m, Duan sat awake on the porch, just staring out into the darkness, hoping that Samantha would finally come home. And then he noticed movement near his truck. A dark silhouette stood close to it, rummaging through the vehicle. Now Duan shouted and rushed inside to wake James, but by the time they returned, the figure had vanished, leaving behind only the quiet of the street and the growing sense that something was wrong. Now the following afternoon, on February 2nd, at 12:39 p.m, the unease finally broke into something far more serious, when the Anchorage Police Department received a sudden 911 call.
911, what is the location of the emergency?
I am at Common Grounds Espresso on Old Stewart and Tudor. My daughter works at the Common Grounds Espresso. She's been missing since she got off work last night.
What's your daughter's name?
Samantha Tesla Koenig.
You got officers heading your way.
The call brought Officer Kevin M. to the scene, and he arrived to find James and Duan already nearby, ready to speak with the police.
I got a call towards the end of the shift about a possible abduction from a barista at a coffee shop. I get there and talk to the barista's father and her boyfriend.
I was concerned when he showed up at 8:15 to pick her up and she wasn't here.
So I'm trying to put all this together. I have a father and boyfriend who say that a girl didn't come home. You get this weird text, and now somebody's rummaging through her truck, but they didn't call the police. That would be the most logical thing in my mind.
In her truck?
Yes, sir.
At home?
Yeah.
Any reason we didn't report it? I just figured that she just had someone go get something out of her truck.
At first, there was a brief consideration that someone else in Samantha's life could explain parts of what happened. Someone unknown who might have been responsible for the activity around the vehicle.
It basically looked like someone just literally walked out of their shift. I started kind of noticing a little bit more things. I looked in my register, looked for the money that goes in my register, it was gone. Then I looked in our deposit bags, they were all gone.
But that line of thinking shifted as the attention returned to the coffee stand itself. Inside, Kevin spoke with the barista who had opened the shop that morning, and soon after, investigators focused their efforts on the security footage. They watched it repeatedly, slowing it down, rewinding it, and looking for details that they might have missed the first time. And actually, several things stood out. Near the light switch was a panic alarm placed within easy reach, and in the moments when Samantha moved through the stands turning off the lights, there had been clear opportunities to activate it, yet she never actually did. The absence of that action suggested something far more controlling than just a simple robbery, pointing to a level of threat that left her with no room to resist. And as the footage continued, another detail became clear. The glow seen near her belonged to her phone, lighting up each time Duan tried to call her during the abduction. Then at 11:26 p.m, the footage revealed something else entirely. The man returned. This time he wore a headlamp, with his beam cutting through the darkness as he moved back inside the stand. His purpose became apparent almost immediately. He went straight to where Samantha's phone had been left and retrieved it, and just left as quickly as he'd arrived. Now with that discovery, the message Duan received hours after Samantha vanished took on a different meaning. Investigators began to believe that it hadn't been sent by her at all, but instead crafted to buy time, delaying any call to police while the person responsible put more distance between himself and what he'd done. And as the investigation intensified, James Koenig moved in a different direction, taking matters into his own hands as he searched for his daughter. Across Anchorage, concerns spread quickly. Police placed the city on alert and reached out to the FBI for assistance. But despite the urgency, there was still very little to work with. By February 4th, Samantha had been missing for 3 days, and James began organizing a reward fund, and almost immediately, money started coming in from the community. Donations arrived in steady waves, hundreds at a time, until the total reached $41,000, all offered in the hope that it would bring Samantha home alive. Though behind the scenes, the search widened too. Investigators pulled surveillance footage from the Home Depot parking lot across the street from the coffee stand, and then expanded outward, collecting recordings from nearby streets. Now in one clip captured at around 8:27 p.m, a couple could be seen leaving a parking lot near a busy restaurant and getting into a vehicle, and the timing and movement placing directly in Samantha's path. And the investigators believed that the figures were her and the man who'd taken her. And while the quality of the footage was too grainy to actually see the license plate, they now had the suspect's vehicle. But the problem is, when they narrowed down the vehicle to be a white Chevy pickup truck, there were more than 500 identical trucks registered in Anchorage alone. And so days passed as every lead was followed, each one ending in pretty much the same way. The trail went cold again and again, and days then stretched into weeks, and Samantha still remained missing. And by February 24th, 23 days had gone by. That evening, James was sitting in a restaurant meeting with members of the search team when Duan received a message on his phone, and as he read it, the color truly drained from his face. Without a word, he stood up, crossed the room, and placed the phone in front of James, showing him the text that he'd just come through.
Corner Park sign under pic of Albert. Ain't she purty?
Now James and his family drove straight to Corner Park, drawn there by the instructions that felt deliberate and a bit cruel. And near a public bulletin board, beneath a missing notice for a dog named Albert, they found what they had been told to look for. A clear Ziploc bag hung quietly in place. Inside it was a folded sheet of paper, and along with the ransom note was a photograph. It showed Samantha naked and bound, with her hair tightly braided and duct tape across her mouth. The image provided proof that she was being held, and that whoever had taken her wanted to be seen. And James didn't hesitate. As soon as he understood what the message demanded, he contacted the sergeant leading the case, Slavomir Markievich, and insisted that the money be paid using the reward fund that had been built for Samantha's return. And so the same day, $5,000 was placed into the account. Now what the person demanding the ransom didn't know was that the card had been prepared for tracking. Any attempt to use it would simply alert authorities. But there was a slight flaw. The notification came with a 10-minute delay, and in Anchorage, 10 minutes at midnight was more than enough time to disappear. And the problem was made worse by the city itself. With roughly 500 ATM machines spread across Anchorage, there was no practical way to cover them all at once. But that night, the FBI got a signal that Samantha's card had been used, and the officers rushed to the location immediately. But when they arrived, the area was already empty, and the man was gone. Still, the failed arrest was not a total loss. The ATM surveillance camera had captured footage, leaving investigators with their first clear visual of the person who had taken Samantha. Now a mask covered his features, and a hood was pulled tight over his head, and even goggles set over his eyes. He wore a bulky jacket, and across the back of it the words Marine Corps were clearly visible. Everything about his appearance seemed chosen to obscure who he was. Now what unsettled investigators more was what came next. After the withdrawal, the man then drove away in a Nissan SUV, but the vehicle didn't match what they'd been seeing during Samantha's abduction, where he'd been linked to a white Chevy pickup truck. And so instead of narrowing the search, the new footage only widened it, adding another unanswered question to an already fractured timeline. And because the card allowed only $500 to be withdrawn at a time, investigators believed he would try to use it again. And so the FBI expanded their response, calling in additional support and placing agents at every publicly accessible ATM across Anchorage, waiting for the next alert. But the next time he used the card was on March 7th in Wilcox, Arizona, thousands of miles away from Anchorage. Now the local authorities were contacted immediately, but the same delay played out again. By the time the officers reached the machine, the man was already gone. And when the footage arrived, it showed the same figure hiding his identity. But this time he was behind the wheel of a different car, a white Ford Focus. Now later that same day, another withdrawal was made in Lordsburg, New Mexico. 3 days after that, on March 10th, the card was used again, this time in Humboldt, Texas. And with the trail now cutting across state lines, the FBI coordinated with the Texas Rangers and issued a regional alert for a white Ford Focus. And when a state trooper named Brian Henry began his patrol, he glanced to his right, and the first thing he saw was indeed a Ford Focus. He called for backup immediately, and while FBI agents were dispatched to his location, Brian kept distance, following the vehicle carefully through the area, knowing that after weeks of uncertainty, this might be the first real chance to stop the person they'd been chasing across the country. Brian activated his lights, and the car responded almost immediately, turning into the parking lot of a nearby restaurant. And after Brian stepped out and approached, his eyes went straight to the backseat. He searched for any sign of Samantha, but the seat was still empty. Still, he knew that this didn't mean that she wasn't there, and there was still a chance that she could be simply in the trunk. Now from the driver's license, Brian learned his name, Israel Keys, and within moments, Texas Rangers and FBI agents arrived and took control of the scene. Now the agents moved quickly, knowing that if Samantha was hidden somewhere inside the car, there was no time left to hesitate. And when the trunk was finally opened, the space inside was completely empty. Samantha wasn't there. However, what they found immediately tied Israel to the actual kidnapping. Inside the trunk were a grey hoodie, a mask, gloves, and goggles, matching the exact disguise worn by the man seen in the ATM footage, withdrawing ransom money across multiple states. And when the agents searched the pockets of the hoodie, they recovered Samantha's phone and her debit card, removing any remaining uncertainty about who they had stopped. And with their confirmation, Israel was arrested at the scene, while investigators in Alaska were contacted and informed that the suspects connected to Samantha's disappearance was now in custody. Now back in Anchorage, investigators moved forward with a search warrant on Israel's home, and when they arrived, 2 vehicles immediately stood out on the property. They found a white Chevy pickup truck and a silver Nissan Xterra, both of which aligned with the vehicles already tied to different points in the investigation. Now the house itself was searched thoroughly, room by room and space by space, but despite the scope of the search, there was no evidence that Samantha had ever been inside. And as the FBI examined Israel's background, the picture that emerged did little to explain what actually happened. He had a girlfriend, a 10-year-old daughter, and a construction business. And he had no criminal history or prior encounters with law enforcement, leaving nothing in his public life that suggested that he was capable of doing what he did. And none of that changed the reality of the situation, because Israel was the only person who knew where Samantha was. And when he was extradited back to Alaska, Israel learned through his attorney that the FBI had seized the computers from his home. And shortly after, he made a decision that investigators didn't expect. Instead of continuing to stay silent, he began giving directions, leading them north of Anchorage toward the Matanuska Valley, where he eventually pointed out a specific location along a remote lake and told them that this was where they would find Samantha.
Like how many yards off the shoreline or feet off the shoreline? Right there. And what should they look for specifically? Ice fishing spot. Was it a hole that you cut, or was the hole there?
No, it was a hole I cut. You'll see it. You'll see where the hole was probably.
And when they asked him if she was still alive, this is what he said.
So you killed her?
Yes.
And so a forensic team entered Matanuska Lake, and before long, investigators confirmed what they'd been preparing for since Israel began giving directions. The body recovered from the water was believed to be Samantha Koenig. Now the word spread quickly through Anchorage, and the hope that had carried the community for weeks came to an end. And at home, James was surrounded by family and friends when the news reached him. The room went quiet as reality settled in, and with it came the confirmation of what he'd feared since the night Samantha never came home. During his investigation, Israel began to describe what had happened after he took Samantha from the coffee stand.
When did you first meet Samantha Koenig?
Never met her. Never even seen her before.
So why did you go to the Common Grounds coffee shop on that night at that time?
Because they were open late. I had my police scanner on me, and I had it in my ear.
Apart from that, he explained that the reason she never activated the panic alarm was because he told her not to, warning her that he would know immediately if the police were notified and that he would kill her if he tried. He told her that they were only going for a walk, and as they moved away from the stand, they were still close, roughly 100 feet at first, then closer to 200 feet, when Samantha suddenly attempted to break away. Now Israel tackled her, and after that moment, Samantha understood that trying to escape would only make things worse. Instead, she changed her approach, speaking to her, asking questions, and trying to humanize herself to him, hoping that by making herself a person in his eyes, she might find a way out of the situation. Now as he drove through Anchorage with her in the car, Israel asked Samantha for her phone, and when she told him it was still inside the coffee stand, he turned the vehicle around and headed back. Now she tried to stop him, telling them that there was an alarm on the door, but he didn't believe her and went inside anyway. He explained that he needed the phone to send a message to Duan, knowing that the text would delay any call to the police and buy him time to leave the state. And after retrieving it, he drove Samantha to his house and led her inside the shed. Now Israel showed no hesitation keeping Samantha captive just a couple of feet away from his 10-year-old daughter who was sleeping. He tied Samantha to the wall and turned on loud music to mask any sound, and then asked her for the ATM card. And this is when he learned that she left it inside her boyfriend's truck, parked at her residence. And after hearing that, he left Samantha restrained in the shed and drove to her house. Now at her place, Israel went straight to the truck and searched through it and found the debit card he was looking for. And by around 3 in the morning, he returned to his house and went back into the shed, and then took advantage of Samantha before killing her. When it was over, he left her there and went inside to his room, where he went to sleep as if nothing out of the ordinary had taken place. Now when the morning came, Israel stepped back into his life as usual. He woke his daughter, packed her belongings, and prepared for a trip to New Orleans, where he would stay for the next several weeks. Now as he left Anchorage behind, Samantha's body remained inside the shed, undiscovered, while the search for her hadn't even begun yet. But the most disturbing thing was what he did when he came back from his trip. With Samantha already dead, Israel set out to make it appear as though she was still alive. He purchased an old Polaroid camera from a thrift store and applied makeup to her body and staged a photograph, positioning a recent newspaper beside her before taking a picture that would be used to demand ransom money. In reality, Samantha had been killed before the police were even notified that she was missing. Now many of the details surrounding what happened to Samantha were never shared with her father, James, but despite that, became convinced that his daughter was not Israel's first victim. And so searching for answers that official documents couldn't provide, James began working on his own, creating a Facebook page to piece together a timeline of Israel's movements between 2004 and 2012. He titled it, "Have You Ever Met Israel Keys? Possible Serial Killer?" using it as a way to reach others who might recognize the name or the pattern. Now when the tips began coming in, the FBI was quickly overwhelmed. Reports arrived from across the country, all connecting to missing persons cases that bore an unsettling resemblance to one another. And with the volume growing by the hour, investigators decided to confront Israel directly. And he actually didn't deny anything. Instead, he was willing to talk, but only on his own terms. From the start, it was clear that he understood the leverage he held. He kind of controlled their information, and he knew how badly they wanted it. And so Israel insisted that none of this could ever become public. He said he didn't want his daughters to find out who he really was. And even so, the attention didn't seem to bother him. If anything, he kind of appeared to enjoy it. And it soon became clear that James Koenig had been right. Israel was a serial killer, and he'd been active for years. During the interviews, he calmly explained how he'd planned each murder, and how he'd chosen his victims, and how he'd managed to remain undetected for so long.
He would bury these kill kits in areas and then travel back to those locations to commit the next crime.
He'd have rope, he'd have gloves, he'd have tape, he'd have zip ties. Some of them he would have a gun in there.
But while Israel spoke, investigators struggled to get names of his victims. He refused to give them, and days stretched into long interrogation sessions that lasted for hours. But agents complied with his demands again and again, hoping to keep him talking. And this continued until July 20th, 2012, when a television news channel announced his identity publicly.
Suspect in the disappearance of Bill and Lorraine Courier. The couple had vanished from their Essex home a year earlier. Police declined to name the suspect, but Channel 3 News reporter Jennifer Costa's investigation led her to Israel Keys, a man under arrest for another murder in Alaska.
Now, the moment Israel learned that his name had been released, he immediately stopped cooperating. And on May 23rd, 2012, Israel appeared in court for a scheduled hearing, and reporters from every major outlet had packed the courthouse. And though cameras weren't allowed inside, James Koenig and his family were seated in the gallery. Now somehow Israel managed to free himself from the handcuffs. He broke his leg restraint and managed to jump over the guardrail where his family and friends of Samantha Koenig were seated together. Now a US marshal actually grabbed him just before he could reach the crowd and threw him on the floor. And seconds later, another marshal fired a taser, finally stopping him. Now by November 29th, investigators had just 2 names on their list, and Israel refused to say anything more. And over the course of 8 months, he'd endured 40 hours of questioning, each session longer and more grueling than the last, until finally he shut down completely. Now authorities were certain that he'd killed at least 11 people, but at that point they had only 3 confirmed names: Bill Courier, Lorraine Courier, and Samantha Koenig. Still, Special Agent Kat Nelson refused to back down. She worked tirelessly, convinced that more cases could be solved and more families could finally receive answers. But 3 days later, a prison guard conducted a routine check of Israel's cell and discovered something no one expected. Israel was dead, self-inflicted. Now for James, the impact of his actions were clear. His determination had helped put an end to a serial killer reign of terror. And since the loss of his daughter in 2012, he channeled his grief into action, creating an organization called Seeking Alaska's Missing. The group worked to help families locate missing loved ones and offered guidance to those left in uncertainty. Through that work, James turned his pain into purpose, ensuring that no one would have to face the same unanswered questions he'd endured.